Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba.
Things that will change. Let me show you a WhatsApp. Let me read out a WhatsApp for you. Let me just show you a WhatsApp I sent to somebody. Is there anybody here who can read very well? And everybody will can? Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can.
Power glad label.
No.
Okay.
Yes, just read out what it says.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for Tinubu, is automatically voting for seaport in south and southeast. The Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest, rather they would go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Animal talk, don't start again. It's my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. Animal talk, don't start again.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra State government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me?
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra State money in power sector. I invested another 10 over. Animal talk, don't start again. Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹrùkù. Wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà. Ọmọ Àtàlà bàbá. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ. Ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ba ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé. Àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is, pardon me, there it is right there, Oluremi, of course, being Oluremi Tinubu, who was once upon a time a senator. Now you're first lady, so that's the trajectory of her life. So there it is, and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company and all that. We were meant to have a guest, by the way, but we will see. When we're ready for guests, I'll let you know. But we'll be having guests, a lot of them in the course of this year. But when we're ready for it, I'll let you know. But all these sections now is just really holding steady, fulfilling righteousness. So the righteousness being fulfilled yet again. Yes, the protocol. Click on the like button. Just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so, click on the like button. We need numbers going up. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Same reasons we need numbers going up. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that I invite you says StreamYard. It should be on, yes, it is in the comment section. Yes, let me send it again and then, so it's immediate to hand. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, that's your ticket to ride. So click on that and then you'll be on the screen at some point. So do that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat to us to stream. Those are the things I always ask you to do. A few of you do it, but not enough of you do it. If you look at the viewership and the like button, then it tells us sort of where we're engaged in the whole paradigm of it all. But we'll continue to ask in hope. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat to us to stream. So all those things. Shall we just get started? Let's just get started. No time to dilly-dally. No time to mess about. No time to act silly. So let's just get started. Let's get started. We kick it off with this one. Like I said, until Dupsy comes back, Dupsy will probably be the only deviation from 2027 politics, because a lot of the conversations that we'll be having will be geared towards 2027 politics, because there's nothing else in play within the Nigerian political paradigm other than the 2027 politics. The 2027 politics, the presidential election in 2027, is going to be determined long before a single vote is cast. And it's not going to be determined for reasons of rigging or any of those things. It's going to be determined because the landscape will already identify the winner of that election before a single vote is cast. So pay attention, so you have a clear understanding of what I'm saying. The 2027 election is going to be determined almost certainly before the end of this year, but no longer than the second quarter of next year. The 2027 election is going to be determined long before a single vote is cast. And it's not going to be when the result is announced in February, March, it will be very difficult for anybody to claim that they were rigged out, because the political landscape, the trajectory of the country, the achievement or lack thereof of the incumbent administration, they will already determine for us a clear indication of who the winners will be. And politics will also determine who the winners will be. Expediency will come into play, loyalty will come into play, permutations will come into play, and then the achievement of the administration will come into play. So a lot of factors, and you will see them continue to unfurl. And as they continue to unfurl, we will be giving you an interpretation of what's going on this platform. So if you want to follow that journey to 2027, the journey already started, and we're already in lockstep with it. So in lockstep, so to all of that, Kwakwanso NMPP considering joining Tinubu's APC or aligning with Article L5. So now, like I said, the elections will be determined long before a single vote is cast. And what determines the elections are sort of movements like this. Kwakwanso NMPP are considering joining Tinubu's APC or aligning with Article L5. So now, if when you hear me pause, I'm having a sip of water. Whenever Kwakwanso moves to, is going to have a seismic impact on whoever eventually becomes president in 2027. It's going to be impactful, and that is why he's being courted so aggressively. So that's why they are finessing him with such delicate flowers. Kwakwanso NMPP are considering joining Tinubu's APC or aligning with Article L5. So Kwakwanso comes with 1 million votes. So actually, let me bring up figures so we can actually, I wasn't even intending to bring up figures so early, but let me bring up figures. So I want you to be clear on exactly what is going on. So when you're hearing all of those noises in the places that noise seems to be the currency, you have a more nuanced understanding of what is going on. So let me show you this. So these are the results from these are the results from 2023, and this is Kwakwanso's result right there. So Kwakwanso came in with 1.4 million votes, I believe. So he came in with 1.4 million votes. Yes, I think we saw that earlier. So that's Kwakwanso. Let's go back one step. So that's Kwakwanso right there. So he comes in with nearly 1.5 million votes, actually. So those are Kwakwanso's votes right there, 1.5 million votes approximately. But out of those 1.5 million votes, how many of them are guaranteed? So let's see what votes are guaranteed. So out of that 1.something million votes, it doesn't give us numbers on what is called in Kano State, but the abundance of that actually comes out of Kano State. So Kwakwanso comes in with approximately over 1 million votes. So that 1 million vote now is what is being quoted by so many people. So now look at Kwakwanso and look at El-Rufai. El-Rufai comes with no votes. There are no votes in Kaduna anyway, and the few votes in Kaduna, El-Rufai does not command them. But Kwakwanso commands the votes in Kano State. We've seen that demonstrated copiously. So whenever Kwakwanso sways to, it determines a lot in the trajectory of the presidential elections. And bear in mind, have as the backdrop the already defections of satellite pockets of states within the southern space, all defecting to the APC. So whenever Kwakwanso moves, if he moves to APC, then the elections are over. So if he moves to Article El-Rufai, then the permutations get slightly tighter, but that the incumbent still remains the favorite. But if he does move to APC, then the elections are over because it comes with a solid 1.2, 1.5 million votes, which are guaranteed. So do you understand? So by the time you start to stack all of these things up, by the time we get to February 2027, the elections is already at least the presidential one already decided. Kwakwanso NMPP are considering joining Tinubu's APC or aligning with Article El-Rufai. So what are the likelihoods? It's the thing. Kwakwanso has a visceral disdain for Atiku Abubakar, especially, and I'm not quite sure what his thoughts are on El-Rufai, but he has just a churning disdain for Atiku Abubakar. He just finds him such an unpleasant human, as a lot of people do actually, because he lies a lot, he obfuscates a lot, is an extreme narcissist, is only propelled by self-interest, and everybody knows how corrupt he is. And all of those, Kwakwa also knows that Atiku can never keep to his word, as everybody knows, and he cannot. And if you contrast that with his relationship with Tinubu, he has been in relationships, he has been in friendship with Tinubu for far longer than he's known Atiku. So the only thing then that pulls towards him will be an ethnic sort of consideration. So let me just describe it as that. But let's get into it. Kwakwanso and NPP are considering joining Tinubu's APC or aligning with Atiku El-Rufai. A former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwakwanso, and the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, are currently exploring their political options with the possibility of aligning with either the ruling All Progressives Congress APC or the opposition coalition led by Atiku Abubakar. A reliable source who spoke to correspondents on condition of anonymity revealed that Kwakwanso and the NNPP would not contest independently in the upcoming 2027 elections as they did during the 2023 election. So that is Kwakwanso then step, because it'd be a waste of money. There are no permutations to permutate that Kwakwanso wins any elections in 2027. So there's absolutely no point in him running. The only thing that Kwakwanso does by running is to take votes away from others. That will be exactly what he did in the last cycle, will be his achievement again in the next cycle if he does decide to run. So, the 2023 elections, by the way, was an eye-opener for Kwakwanso. He tested his popularity and he saw just exactly what and where it is. So there is no permutations that permutates that he should run. So he steps back, but he still commands that 1.1, 1.2, 1.4 million votes. It commands almost 1.5 million votes. So how does he play those votes? Is really his potency. So that's where Kwakwanso's potency is, and he wants to negotiate himself, of course, to get whatever it is that he can out of those votes. A former Kano State, a former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwakwanso, and the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, are currently exploring their political options with the possibility of aligning with either the ruling All Progressives Congress APC or the opposition coalition led by Atiku Abubakar. A reliable source who spoke to correspondents on condition of anonymity reveals that Kwakwanso and the NNPP would not contest independently in the upcoming 2027 elections as they did during the 2023 elections. What I can confirm is that Kwakwanso and the NNPP will not contest independently as they did in the 2023 elections. Considering the current political landscape, they are weighing the possibility of either joining President Tinubu's APC or aligning with the coalition led by Atiku El-Rufai and others, the source disclosed. So where would he weigh because the possibility of that coalition replacing Tinubu, is vague and remote. It's between slim and none. Really, the possibility of any Atiku coalition with El-Rufai and Obi replacing Tinubu is very, very remote. So how does it play it? Because a lot of people would lose political relevance after 2027. So if you want to remain politically relevant, then you have to be very astute. Look at the numbers and the data and the antecedents and then make your decision, not the noise. If you're led by the noise, then you'll be left holding the can. So this time, once again, this time at speed, we go through it very quickly this time. A former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwakwanso, and the new Nigeria People's Party are currently exploring their political options with the possibility of aligning with either the ruling of Progressive Congress APC or the opposition coalition led by Atiku Abubakar. A reliable source who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity reveals that Kwakwanso and the new Nigeria and the NMPP will not contest independently in the upcoming 2027 elections as they did in the 2023 elections. What I can confirm is that Kwakwanso and the NMPP will not be contesting independently as they did in the 2023 elections. Considering the current political landscape, they are weighing the possibility of either joining President Tinubu's APC or aligning with the coalition led by Atiku El-Rufai and others, the source disclosed. The development comes amidst rapid shifting political environment as various political actors and parties seek strategic alliances ahead of the next general election. In response to growing speculation, NMPP's National Publicity Secretary, Ladipo Johnson. So I'm surprised that Ladipo Johnson will be the spokesperson. This seems to be the form, actually, of the Abokis, of the Northerners. They always choose a Yoruba person to be their voice, maybe for the counterweight or for the eloquence, but often instances it's usually a Yoruba man, or almost certainly, because is it not Paul Ibe that's Atiku's spokesperson, and Femi Adesina, Buhari, etc., etc. So this seems to be the form. In response to growing speculation, NMPP National Publicity Secretary Ladipo Johnson confirmed in an interview with correspondents that the party was indeed considering these political options. He stated, well, and this is coming from the publicity secretary of the party, by the way, so you can take it as a categorical statement. He stated, well, so far, what I will say is this: in the NMPP, we tend to, at least from our own history as the Kwakwansia movement, wait till midterm. May 29th will be the midterm for this administration. It will be 2 years down and 2 years to go. That is when we believe that proper politicking will commence. So yes, we are talking and we have been talking, but you will recall that at that time, I told you I didn't want to mention specifically the groups or persons or movements that are in the conversation with us. This is still the position now. You will recall that there have been many publications in newspapers and online insinuating that, pardon me, you recall that there have been many publications in newspapers and online insinuating that Senator Kwakwanso is moving to the APC. That is imminent, that it is imminent and all that. That is just the nature of the game. So this is not a denial, just because I was wondering how he was going to respond to it. So he's not responding to it with a denial. It's just a coy ambiguity. That's what is he's responded with. You will recall that there have been many publications in newspapers and online insinuating that Senator Kwakwanso is moving to the APC, that it is imminent and all that. That is just the nature of the game. Some people are pressing or pushing that narrative for their selfish reasons. But the bottom line is that very soon they will begin to hear from us. We will tell our supporters what we are doing. There are basically 3 cards on the table. Either we remain in the NMPP and continue with those who joined us all the way, or we form some sort of coalition with Atiku, others, or we form an alliance with the ruling party. I am not saying any of this is the case now, but these are the 3 basic options that could happen. So without giving away anything, what is just stated there is it's not really said anything, though, because it's not I'm not sure that there's any other option outside of that, so I'm not quite sure what that means. It's been unnecessarily coy, but we've seen a lot of movement in Aso Rock with Kwakwanso being in and out. He even held a press conference in Aso Rock, lasted almost 1 hour. So still in that vein, defections, reflections, and dejections and all that, list of state governors that may defect to APC before 2027 general election. So it's going to be like it's going to be like a pack of cards, the way they start to cascade and fall over each other to make their movement. So once one breaks ranks, they usually follow suit very soon. It's usually they always wait for one movement and then they all start to shuffle. List of state governors that may defect to APC before 2027 general election. Nigeria's political landscape has recently experienced significant shift as numerous prominent figures from the People's Democratic Party, including a state governor, defected to the ruling of Progressive Congress APC. Correspondents report that these defections spanned various states and levels of government, indicating a broader realignment ahead of the 2027 general election. Following the recent defection of the Delta State Governor Sharif Oboro, something or the other, from the PDP to the APC, there are signs that additional governors from opposition parties are either contemplating or facing pressure to join the APC. It is worth noting that most of these governors are in their first term and are aiming for re-election in 2027, which may necessitate support for the central government. So who are they? Amongst the opposition governors taking a second term are those from Kano, Osun, Plateau, Enugu, Rivers, Taraba, Akwa Ibom, and Zamfara. So the pearl in the piece is Kano State because they come with heavyweight votes. But Osun almost certainly will join APC at some point because it's a staunch Yoruba guy, Adeleke. And if you ask him where his allegiance lays more or lies more, is more likely to be with Tinubu than Atiku. So that's the dancing governor, of course, Ade Jackson as what's they called, enigmatic cousin. So amongst the opposition governors taking the second term are those from Kano, Osun, Plateau, Enugu, Rivers, Taraba, Akwa Ibom, and Zamfara. So if you go through that list, the Kwakwansias are already indicating in the direction of the APC. We know that. Adeleke under severe pressure to join the APC. We know that. I'm not quite sure how Plateau, Enugu are positioned, but Fubara already told us that he supports the renewed hope agenda of Tinubu. Akwa Ibom governor actually told us that he'll be campaigning for Tinubu, but we don't know how Zamfara is positioned. In fact, if we go back to Rivers State, that's actually the headline piece. The body of politics in that state has already indicated the endorsement of Tinubu. Amongst the opposition governors taking a second term are those of Kano, Osun, Plateau, Enugu, Rivers, Taraba, Akwa Ibom, and Zamfara. Conversely, Abia State Governor Alex Otti, who is also in the opposition, does not currently fall into this category, as the state seems to gravitate towards the influence of Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi, with Otti expected to lead efforts to resolve internal party conflicts. Additionally, there are indications that a second-term governor is contemplating defection. So a second-term governor you see, a second term, just so you understand, governors still in their fourth term. That is to say, they are still within their first 4 years, and the Constitution facilitates for 2 terms, which is 8 years. So they're still up for re-election in 2027, and they fear that if the sitting government waits against them, they would lose their offices. So it serves their political expedience more for them to lean favorably towards incumbency than not, because incumbency wields a lot of power. Mahmoud Yakubu resigning at the end of this year to be replaced by Tinubu Troy. Also, a lot of the permutations permutate more that they should lean towards the government than lean against it. So that's why first-term governors are leaning towards the central space. But second-term governors, they have nothing at stake, especially if they don't have presidential ambitions. So that's how it gets interesting. So they are more like free hands and free spirits to act as they will. The only other thing that a second-term governor can aspire to politically is to end up in the Senate. That's the most that they can aspire to, unless of course they have presidential ambitions. So that's why their movement is a bit more interesting. Additionally, there are indications that a second-term governor is contemplating defection. Adamawa State Governor Ahmadu Umar Fintiri is amongst the few in their second term who have reportedly been approached to switch to the APC. So if Fintiri switches to the APC, is more a damning not an endorsement, is more a damning condemnation on the PDP and Atiku than anything else, because he has nothing to lose, and he's saying to them still that even though I have nothing to lose, I have no confidence in you people, so I might as well go with the incumbency. So that's more impactful actually than a first-time governor. Additionally, there are indications that a second-time governor is contemplating a defection. Adamawa State Governor Ahmadu Umar Fintiri is amongst the few in their second term who have reportedly been approached to switch to the APC. According to correspondents, sources indicate that part of the incentive offered by leaders of the ruling party to attract these governors include assurances of party nominations and support during the upcoming general election. The governors are said to be weighed down by the diminished strength of their respective parties and the lack of prominent figures to advocate for their interest in the electoral process. A prominent member of an opposition party informed the media platform, unlike previous times when opposition parties were characterized by robust structures and influential leaders, the current situation has seen a decline in the strength of these parties, with their leaders lacking control over the party framework. So, if the opposition governors run into trouble, where will they run to? They know that with the ruling party, their interest will be protected. That is why they're entering into negotiations with the APC, the individual stated. So there it is right there. Still a lot of movements to come, and those movements will come fairly swiftly within the next 6 weeks or so. We'll see heavy movements within their political landscape. So yes, we'll see heavy movements within the political landscape. Let's go on from that to this one. So this one surprises me somewhat, but it doesn't really surprise me. Anambra, why I'm silent over Soludo's demolition of my head office showroom. Innocent boss speaks. So this is the boss of Innocent Motors. So I think they're all aware that his headquarters in Anambra State has recently just been demolished by Charles Soludo to make way for roads. But imagine if the headquarters of Innocent Motors was in Lagos and someone who demolished it for roads. Peter Obi never said anything about this, by the way. But then, of course, I think we all already know Peter Obi's form. Anambra, why I am silent over Soludo's demolition of my head office showroom, Innocent Motors. As tongues continue to wag over the demolition of the head office of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing Company in Nnewi, Anambra State, by the firm handling the dualization of Agulu Nnobi, Nnewi Ozubulu Okija Road Project. facts have emerged on why the chairman of the company, Chief Dr. Innocent Chukwuma, has not spoken up concerning the development. A lot has been said about the destruction of the IVM structures, including its head office and showroom located along Owerri Road, Umadim, Nnewi. But Chief Chukwuma, in an exclusive interview with correspondents on Friday, April 25th, said he chose to remain silent over the matter pending when he would meet face-to-face with Governor Charles Soludo. I cannot say anything now till I meet Governor Soludo and talk with him about what was demolished. He is my very good friend and we do a lot of things together. A lot of people were saying one thing or the other concerning the matter, but their inciting disturbances cannot influence me to say what I should not say. I will meet with Mr. Governor over the demolition, and I believe our talks shall be fruitful. Until then, I reserve my comments. So there it is right there. Our former presidential aide, Reno Mokri, has condemned the demolition of Innocent's office and showroom and went further to blame former Governor Peter Obi and ex-minister Obi Ezekwesili for not speaking up over the demolition. Imagine if it had happened in Lagos State. Just imagine that. Meanwhile, a spokesperson, so that's that actually. I think that's enough of that. I think you get the gist of that. This is a very tribalized sort of a setup that Obi is running over there. Ugo Chinyere, 40 lawmakers, 2 governors planning to leave the PDP. So it's the one with the funky hat. You know that guy, that's just suddenly popped into the landscape. Ike Agwa Onu Ugo Chinyere, a member of the House of Representatives and chieftain of the People's Democratic Party Imo State, has raised alarm over the crisis rocking the party. Speaking in a video posted on social media, Ugo Chinyere alleged that 40 PDP lawmakers and 2 governors were on the verge of defecting to other political parties due to the unresolved internal crisis and growing dissatisfaction with the current leadership. Because of the crisis in the party, I can confirm to you that 2 more governors in the party want to decamp, and 40 lawmakers also want to decamp, Ugo Chinyere said. He accused Yemsin Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, and Samuel Anyanwu, PDP's National Secretary, of sabotaging the party from within, and called on the National Working Committee to immediately expel them to save the party from total collapse. Averting this imminent danger, which will happen in a matter of days, that should say, which will happen in a matter of days, the NWC must immediately rise up and summon an emergency meeting of the party with the simple majority which they already have, with or without Damagum, to expel Anyanwu, the political traitor, and also ratify the removal of Damagum by anointing a North Central person as the acting or substantial national chairman of our party. Here in Imo, we don't know who Anyanwu is. We only know him as an APC agent and a political coward who has no shame and is accepting to be the one to bury Africa's biggest opposition party. It used to be once upon a time Africa's biggest party, now biggest opposition party. He noted that Imo PDP had already ratified Anyanwu's expulsion at the state level and urged the NWC to recognize the decision without delay. He also declared Christopher Odo-Emenam as the state acting chairman and called on the national body to do the same. As state leader of the party, I am saying so that's that actually a lot more defections to come. So I think there's a lot of anticipation that will be the case. So now this is the headline piece now. 2027 Rivers PDP National Assembly Caucus declared support for Tinubu's re-election. So so there it is right there. Do we even need to read it? I think that's already self-explanatory. Members of the Rivers State Caucus in the National Assembly have declared their support for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in 2027. This is the Fubara people. They also called on those aspiring to contest for the country's #1 position in the next general election to shelve their ambitions, stating that Tinubu's renewed hope agenda remains the surest path to Nigeria's prosperity and progress. The caucus, comprising 2 senators and 7 members of the House of Representatives, all members of the People's Democratic Party, said their position is based on the visible successes of Tinubu's agenda, which they described as working and on course. The Rivers National Assembly Caucus made the declaration in a statement they all signed, which was read to newsmen on their behalf by Senator Barry Mpigi in Port Harcourt on Saturday. They also lauded Tinubu's economic policies, saying they are aimed at repositioning the country's ailing economy amongst other achievements. The statement reads, "We, the member of the National Assembly from Rivers State, comprising senators and members of the House of Representatives, extend our heartfelt gratitude to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his trust and confidence in our leader, His Excellency Yemsen Wike, following his appointment as the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. We are gladdened by the President's public acknowledgement and commendation of the exceptional performance of the Minister of the FCT, whom he described as the Master of Infrastructure. Now, having carefully reviewed the President's economic policies, which are targeted at repositioning our once moribund economy through his renewed hope agenda, and taking into account the massive rot and decadence he inherited on the 29th of May 2023, including our unenviable debt profile and the terrible inflationary figures occasioned by the printing of 22.7 trillion naira by the Central Bank of Nigeria through Ways and Means, overdraft for the federal government between 2015 and 2023 under former President Muhammadu Buhari, and the near absence of critical infrastructure to support food production, we have come to the conclusion that the President's economic plan is the surest way out of our country's social and economic morals. Further, so on and on it goes. So that's the River State contingent then. So that is to tell you then that Fubara is on his way. Maybe as soon as I think they are actually going to end the suspension early, and part of that they will be, and very quickly he will cross over to the PDP. Kwakwanso NMPP is considering joining Tinubu's APC or aligning with Atiku. So I think we've already read that. So that's how the politics is positioned today. Let me give you the readouts. Let me give you what we have in terms of no, that's the readout. Let me give you what we have in terms of clips. Do you remember when Peter Obi told us that in 30 years' time they would not complete the Lagos-Calabar Super Highway? Do you know that that road, which was started barely a year ago, is already 88 kilometers in terms of works being done? Watch this.
Hi beautiful people, welcome to my channel. Today I am back at the section 2 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, which is the section within Lagos and Ogun State. And as you all know, I am in Igbogun, which is just some few meters to Ode, which is the neighboring community to Ogun State. And as you can see right here, you can see the trucks parking sound around this area. I think what they did here was they had to pump the sound out, and from here they are now taking the sound backwards. So this section is actually the section that comes all the way from Eleko Junction and towards Ogun. Right now I'm starting from this location and I'll be taking you to Eleko section to see what is actually ongoing there. So before we get to Eleko, there are some other places also along the line, which is the Dangote refinery, the Lekki free zones, and all those places. But I don't think construction have gotten there. I'll try and find out where this construction have gotten to in that place as well. But put in mind, these sections are all together, which is the section 2 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. All I'm trying to do now is try and find 1 or 2 pegs. I can locate the exact kilometer that this place actually is, which is what I'm actually trying to do now. So guys, come along and let me show you what is happening here. Don't forget, from here we are heading backwards towards Eleko Junction. Right now, the drone is moving and facing the direction of Ogun State, showing the coastal highway alignment towards the Ogun State section. Turning the drone back, we are now facing Lagos, specifically the Ibeju-Lekki side. And that's where I'm heading next. Down the road that leads back to Folu, still within Ibeju-Lekki. So guys, I was able to get the exact kilometer of where I am presently, and this spot actually is around 92 kilometers. So coming from all the way from Lagos, this is around 92 kilometers of the highway. So we are around the 90 to 95 kilometer of the highway, which is where this.
All right, that's where I wanted it to land. I can still play it, but it lasts for about 8 minutes, and I'm not sure you want to watch the fullness of the 8 minutes of it. But this road that was started barely a year ago, 700 and something kilometers, the works has advanced to 92 to 95 kilometers. So, and they're telling you that they will finish this road probably by the first half of Tinubu's second term. The whole thing will be completed. But even before the end of this fourth term, because I think what Tinubu is trying to do, actually, he wants to build as much as he can of the southwestern part, so that is complete and usable in case anything takes him out of office. At least that remains as a legacy for the southwest. So there it is right there. But they are telling you it take 30 years, but there it is. So there is that. Let's go on from that. If they don't remove Atiku from the PDP is dead. The whole party is fed up of it. I'm not quite sure who they are more fed up of, Atiku or Peter Obi. Not Atiku, not Peter Obi, Atiku or Yemsen Wike. I'm not sure who they are more fed up of, but I think they just want all of them out of their party. Watch this.
It's the same center, the same APC that all of you are heading towards now.
Don't be categorical that we are heading towards APC.
You said it earlier that if push come to shove, you might head towards supporting Ashwadi.
Should we give you present Atiku, which we have been saying that presenting Atiku means that Atiku is PDP. So some of us will not support him. We will support Ashwadi, but support.
So there it is right there. So that's the view from the grassroots in the PDP. Presenting Atiku means that Atiku presented that's a nice little play on words by the way. Presenting Atiku means that Atiku if we present Atiku then we are dead is what that means if you want to translate it. So there it is right there. Let me also play you this one. This one is a throwback actually. This is what Obasanjo has always said about the PDP party. So that was the famous or the infamous tearing up his membership card of the PDP, Obasanjo, all those years back. But you know, not a lot of things shame you as a Nigerian. Well, a lot of things do shame you, but you try to guide it along. But I couldn't guide this one along when I saw it. This is the CEO of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. He in Nigeria discussing matters internet with a Nigerian actor. But what happens next? Watch this.
You know, video as long as 10 minutes. This morning I woke up and I asked my daughter to do something, and I realized that traveled faster, you know, than the normal Facebook page. You know, the mentions, once you put ads and you tag people, it travels a lot. And also one of the effects of Facebook, I mean, before the Instagram of this world and the rest came, I made a film in 2007, and we were gonna have a premiere in London at the BFI, the London Film Festival, and we were able to pull out a lot of crowd by just using Facebook, because we couldn't afford to use the mainstream television or radio in the UK, but everybody was on Facebook, you know, at that time, and this really, you know, helped. And this is Nigeria. This is, I mean, that's part of it.
And there it is right there. Up never fails to fail you. Never fails to disappoint. A whole Mark Zuckerberg, they couldn't even hold the line for him to complete his but there it is. Do you remember when somebody came here and was talking about a white elephant project? So if you want to know what a white elephant project is, this is what it is.
Now see this place. This place now Ebonyi State Shopping Mall. This is Ebonyi State Shopping Mall. This is one of the worst mistakes Ebonyi State government have made so far. Building here is the worst mistake they have made so far. Nothing is happening here again. Here is as dry as no lights, nothing. All the people that have rented here for business are crying for help, and the state government is not doing anything about it. It's a bad one. Waste of resources, mismanagement is killing down here slowly. Look at, they're even playing ball inside here now. They don't play ball inside here. Nothing is happening again. You people should do better in this government. So nothing is happening. Many people should do more better, please.
So there it is right there. So that's a white elephant project, and there are a lot of them dotted around the country, both at the state and at the federal level. But using that particular one as a test case, you wonder if they do any feasibility or more to it, viability tests or assessment or analysis before they do this project. So that's about what? The better part of 100 billion naira right there. The place is moribund. There is no, what economic activity takes place in Ebonyi State for them to be building a multi-billion naira market complex? You know, that's just the thing. It's just wild the way they spend some of these monies. If they had put that money in education, they would have better served the people of that state. But that's Nigeria for you. Is there any more? Oh, let me play you these two clips. They're about, the totality of them is about 3 minutes. But you know, I don't like a lot of the people on social media because I find them disingenuous, I find them agenda-led, I find them dishonest, I find them a lot of things. You know, I don't have time for a lot of them, actually. You know, I don't invest a lot of emotions in it, but it just as a cursory response, I hold a lot of them in disdain. A lot of chancers, a lot of people that have one position, but for reasons of money, expediency, and traffic, they adopt a different position. I detest all of that. But there are one or two people that I have a lot of time for on social media. There's a particular platform called Objective Media. Objective Media, I think that's what he calls himself. It's being run by a guy called Shegun Olo. And if you want to know, for all of the reasons I detest are people like Very Dark Man, who is just there to chase women, do fine boy, and polite money. Remember when they tried to steal 100 million naira of Very Dark Man? So for all of the reasons that I detest people like Very Dark Man, the converse set of emotions invested in liking people like this. So this is a guy that uses social media for the exact purpose that it should be used for, and he uses his influence, which he built. I thought he built the influence. He built this influence, and then he's using the influence for social impact. What am I talking about? Watch this.
We have now taken the Lagos State Task Force matter to the Lagos State House of Assembly in continuation of the advocacy against extortions on the road by men of the Lagos State Task Force who have turned themselves to sharks. It is part of extending our multi-stakeholders network to curb extortions on the road. We went with a petition addressed to the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, and it was received on his behalf by House member representing Ikorodu Constituency 1, Honorable Ogunleye Gbolahan. We also met the House rep representing Ifakojaye Constituency 1, Honorable Temitope Adewale, who also doubles as Chairman House Committee on Transportation. Good enough, both of them are copied in the petition for investigation and prompt action. I went there in the company of executive members of the Lagos State chapter of the Amalgamated Union of App-Based Transporters of Nigeria, ARTON. Our petition highlighted the various extortion gimmicks by men of the Lagos State Task Force, who here in turn we now call sharks. We also listed some recommendations on things that can be done in order to help make the roads better and to make these task force men behave professionally. Attached as well in the letters include flash drive containing visuals of how these men operate, their various extortion schemes, affected victims of their various rackets, and our own interventions so far. We will not stop at this. We will continue to explore every means legal and social to ensure that this menace is curbed.
So that's Segun Law right there. He's been using his platform to pursue all these traffic warden task force sort of things that they have in Lagos. So his argument, because I've been following this storyline that he has been, it's been on it for quite a few weeks, if not months now. His argument is that you see all these BRT lanes that you are driving, suddenly the uniformed personnel will jump on your car and tell you that you've been driving on a BRT lane, and then they extort you for money. So his argument, Segun Law, is that there are no proper signages to indicate where the bus lane is, where you shouldn't drive through. So there's an opaqueness and an ambiguity to all of it, which he argues is just a ploy for extortion. And a lot of these people even lie that you're on that BRT lane when you're not. So it's been tracking their movements, taking victim statements, eyewitness statements, and all of that. He's also been videoing it, so he's collated a whole raft of evidence, and they have now stormed Alauta to force it down their throats. And that all of that out of the influence that he has built on social media. So that's how it's done. Not have one position because of expediency, you change to another position because you are chasing clouds and traffic and money and whatnot. So he did that, and because he has now the voice to impact, his petition immediately impacted that space, and here is the response then from Lagos State. But the response from Lagos State, I'll play it to you in a moment, but the response from Lagos State even opens more query than it resolves what the content of the petition is. Watch this.
Latest we got from Lamata's legal department, just had it forwarded to me yesterday by our lawyer. Highlights of it includes first, acknowledgement of receipt of our correspondence, and then went ahead to hint us that the person responsible for deployment of those we regard to as sharks for monitoring and enforcement on BRT lanes is actually the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on transportation. The person has not therefore alleged that the special advisor to governor is getting kickback. It's only saying that aspect of our complaint should be directed to that. So the special advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on transportation is the person responsible for these shacks, and then we are having a closure gradually. We will definitely pay him a visit whichever way, and then have him call the shacks to order. Otherwise, he might know about it. I believe he will call them to order, because I do not believe he gets caught from these boys. So the legal secretary also said they were going to relate our other observations about the road furnitures, especially the BRT lanes that have no segregating pavements, and the rest of other observations we have, the reboundable rubber delineator that can help in places where they cannot put weighty concrete on bridges. So as many other things that we suggested to them. So it's just the updates with us. We are making progress and having further closure on sanitizing our roads. So you can read the complete message by yourself. I'll leave it on the screen for your digestion.
All right. So that's fine. I really like what that guy does with this platform. You go and pay him some attention if you're not already aware of him. It's called Objective Media. His name is Shegun Olo. That guy is just on the screen right there. And what he was saying in that piece is that the person in charge of the road marshals or whoever these people are, the task force, is not actually even a department, but the special assistant on transportation to the minister, to the governor, the special assistant on transportation, which is Shola Giwa, the image you just showed there. So the person in charge of the task force that for proper usage of the roads in Lagos, the person in charge of it is the person that actually controls and commands that team, is the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on transportation. His name is Shola Giwa. But what Shegun Olo was hinting at there is that this extortion that this task force are carrying out on the streets of Lagos, this guy gets a rebound in terms of a slice of the money. So that's what he was hinting at there. So that's sort of a good use then of social media and influence. So that's that. So that's that. Let me play the K-Guide music and then we see how we progress from there.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agochemi, that have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba, always Baba, to rescue the session. Hopefully he's there. Otherwise, Baba, are you there?
Yeah,
All
one
right.
man. No, don't run away.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you too?
I'm good. I'm good. Not a lot in the news today, but everything still cycles around it. Alignment, realignment. If politics, I was suggesting, Baba, that before we get to the elections, everybody would know who's going to win it.
Oh man, what you are not realizing is that we are no more talking about 2027. This is politics of 2031 at play. Believe me. Believe me. It's 2031 politics that's at play. 2027 actually is a foregone conclusion. It's a foregone conclusion. And those that are fighting that will not go the distance of 2031 are the people who already come to the conclusion that 2027 is their burial ground. And their numbers are humongous. One, those that age is not, their ages are not there for them come after 2027. They will be irrelevant. And there are many too.
Even their football age is not even their football age, because I think it's 80 something,
Exactly.
you know. But even his football age is not in his favor anymore.
And those who are already misaligned themselves and will, without having safety valves also will become political orphan and they will have nowhere to go and thus becoming irrelevant. So they know themselves already. So it's like a last truth of a man that's already gasping for breath. So it's 2031 actually that's at play. It may look too early. It may sound far-fetched, 6 years off, but that is the reality. And people come and we say, oh, they want to turn Nigeria into one state, one party state nation. Oh my God. They just take advantage of those that have short memory or that were not matured enough when this Fourth Republic politics started. After 2003 elections, PDP controlled 31 states. Fact check me. 31 states of the 36. Those who are very good in mathematics will tell you the percentage. I think that will be about 80% if my arithmetic is correct, which I'm not too sure, but it's more than 3/4. But 3/4 of 36 is 27. So, and today, what do we have? Even, I don't think APC is 25 states yet. And they are shouting they want to turn the country into one state, one party state. People like me will always come and then open up the facts. For those who don't know, they can hear it. We have been fed a lot of lies. If you call those things propaganda, you are just window dressing it. Outright lies and fabricated stories. As far back as 2003, PDP had 31 states. So why are they crying now? You see, Kama has everyone's addresses. I look at Saraki 3 days ago, talking about those who want to go, should go. I looked at Atiku because we all forget. In the PDP, what's that thing where their presidential convention of 2014. Go look for that clip and play it back. You will see Atiku, Saraki, Rotimi Amechi, and a host of others sitting whilst Jonathan was doing his gig there. They were eyeing themselves, and at a signal from Atiku, they all stood up and left that convention, thus leaving Jonathan politically naked. That was the day at that convention. At that convention, Jonathan lost that election. Yes, they did all that. In 2014, go search for that clip. They walk out of the convention just to make their point, their strong point, their protest to have effect. That was wickedness at its height. They didn't just leave the party, they left dramatically and made their point. So karma has everyone addresses, whether we like it or not. So the hen has come home to roost for these people. Their lies are just too much. And I'm glad the southern states, absent the southeast so far, at least are coming together. They are seeing the light in the sense that, yes, it is unwritten, it's not constitutional, but an understanding that
Baba.
the North will do their 8 years.
Baba.
Yeah, enigmatic.
Yeah.
Bawo, happy weekend. Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Shalafia ni Lincoln.
Alhamdulillah, everybody there.
Adragba. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I just want you to be very specific when you are talking about the southern part of Nigeria.
Yeah, so I say so far absent southeast. I say so you are not listening. So far, because I believe they will do a rethink. No doubt about that. They will do a rethink.
But Baba, there's very little chance of the southeast onboarding, specifically because of Peter Obi, but really broadly because of that chasm that exists between the southeast and the southwest. I think they'd rather you so, but thankfully though, we know that their votes don't really sway anything. But
even, look, one man, look. Does this even look in a corporate setting? Look at Atiku. Look at Nigeria as a corporate setting and the political parties as departments. Atiku left PDP in 2014, went to align with APC, left again in 2019, back to PDP to contest against the same APP, and did contest again in 2023. So since that betrayal, he has gone back and contested 2 or 3 times. What kind of rubbish is all of that? What kind of political tolerance is that? I mean, I don't get it.
But Baba, speak to us a little bit about the politics of Kwakwanso, who is still positioning himself as the beautiful bride, but his body language leans more towards APC than anything else. And the expediency of politics will suggest that he doesn't really have a choice.
Yes, this is why I say Kwakwanso is 68. Another 6 years, he will be 74. Well, by Nigeria's politics, it's still the same thing. We still Atiku's age. We know Baba's age, Ashiwashi's age. So it's still the same thing. So by his own calculation, I think if he's wise, his fortune lies with APC. Why do I say that? Already he has followership. Even though that followership, the number is at question because of Ganduje's factor. but nobody is talking about it. But I think something is amiss. Something is misaligned politically between Shetima, Borno politics, and Ashiwaju. They may deny it until tomorrow, but I think something is not right.
We're seeing indications of it with the resurgence of Boko Haram in that Borno, because that's usually, and the language that Zulum is using as well when he's speaking to the public.
And not just Zulum, Undume. So you can see that that 2031 is up for take. It depends. Ashwabi is a calculating man, because to actually leave behind somebody that will pursue his agenda, whatever is remained for him to achieve after his second term, he has to put in somebody there who is competent, who, of course, is astute enough to that line. And I think Ashwaju is still looking for his candidate. That candidate, as we speak today, is not Shetima. Because
I don't think he wants to hand over to a Fulani man, though. That's the one thing. I don't have the instinct that he does.
Baba?
Yeah, yes, sir. Carry on.
Shetima is on top of the list. Very, very top on the list. But carry on.
Convince me.
Yeah, I know there are some few skeptics from about what is happening in Borno State. But no politics is a little bit of external forces, right? Crippling in to disrupt some arrangement in the political family, so to speak. When you look at the lives of Ali Modu Sheriff, all of them, I think for the past 3 weeks now, Shetima has been moving around, and then there's a similar understanding quite going on now within that space. There is going to be a political shift, right? And there's going to be a lot of people losing their political grip, and it's a reality. People can see it. Shetima is a very big project. Tomorrow is different in politics, but for now, Shetima is a very big project in Ashwaju's post Ashwaju's 2031 legacy project. That's what's that's a fact. And they are trying to unsettle Shetima because of the possibility of him having the chance of the first refusal at that ticket.
Okay, enigmatic. Explain this to me.
Okay.
As vice president, despite the fact that his own man, whom he installed in governor's house, in Borno, is there, Shetima, by virtue of him being the vice president, is the leader of APC in Borno State.
Yeah.
The 3 senators, Munguno, Kama or Kawawa, and Ndume, they are all APC. He is their leader, as far as I'm concerned. This same Shetima, with his predecessor, I think, Modu Sheriff, was Modu Sheriff his Borno governor? I can't remember. Okay. They have history. I may be wrong. They have history of alignment with Boko Haram, particularly during Jonathan's time, plus Ndume. They were complicit. In fact, Ndume was arraigned in court. On technicalities, he was let off the hook. Same thing for Modu Sheriff. And this same Borno today is states where you were once a governor and you are now a vice president is in turbulence. That's why I say, please explain to me.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I told you there's a lot of infiltration in Borno State. AP, there's a ruling. There's always Borno State is like a one state party, right? Whatever party controls the state, they go almost 80% most of the time. And so far so good. Alimodu Sheriff to Shetima, now Shetima being the VP, and he's been able to have a very stable house this years. His successor is going to be completing his term in the next 2 years. The Munguno that you actually spoke about, Munguno wants to be governor. Undume wants to be governor, but it's not clear from Undume because the Undume's region, they will never be governor unless except there is a special concession for them, right? But Munguno
that's the Christian side of Borno, isn't it?
Yes, even he comes from the other part of that Christian side that they will never be governor except they have to concede some things for them. And the next governor in Borno State has been one of a very big issue now that they are using, particularly from the Atiku side, to create this division. But they've been able to get all things steady for the past 3 weeks. And then there is a possibility that they see either you people like it or not. Shetima is number 1 to number 3 on the list of Tinubu's successor, and they know that.
I agree with you somewhat, enigmatic, but I think it's marginally the front runner to succeed Tinubu. But I think also Nuhu Ribadu is a close contender as well for that. I think it's a toss-up between the two of them.
You are not wrong, but I see more of Shetima than Ribadu. Ribadu will still be a powerhouse in the Tinubu's political family from 2031. But I know for a fact that Shetima is very prominent on that list, and they want to ensure they do everything possible, humanly possible, to portray Shetima in bad light. They've done everything. They've even gone as far as trying to portray Shetima, as a mole, as a snake. But they are preaching to the wrong person, right? Because he knows his level of relationship and he knows what Shetima stands for. Behind the scene, people don't really know much, and that's why they see that they've thrown everything at Shetima, and they've tried to actually rubbish Shetima's image from Borno State, because it's okay if we can actually disrupt the situation in Borno State. You see, the governor is firing on one end, speaking either misspeaking or probably not speaking directly aligning to the central government, or probably misunderstanding the policy of the government, or probably over embellishing or over amplifying some certain things. On the other, this is a governor that has been up and doing for the best part of his of 6 years. All of a sudden it starts, this governor was in front, leading the charge, even with soldiers going to front.
Do you think he may have been corrupted? Because maybe Shetima's hold on him is not as firm as it previously was. I'm talking about Zulum.
Yeah, like I said, they've
been induced by.
Yeah, there has been some significant infiltration into the camp, but everything is getting back steady now. But on Undume, you can't really take that one. That one is a different ball game, right? First, Undume, there has been some calls that Undume should be replaced, right, from his region, and then since Buala is becoming more relevant or more popular within the presidency, Undume has been getting so agitated with that. He believes that why would Buala be having more of, or probably most of the attention that he wouldn't have? But you are a senator. Buala works for the president. Works for the president, and they've actually taken it back home. They've taken it back on one man. the local leaders, the royal fathers, they've waded into this and they've told them significantly, pointedly, Shetima is our son. No matter what you guys are doing behind the scene or trying to portray Borno State now, not even North, Borno State as a state that is not unified. No, we have to be unified behind Shetima. We cannot have Shetima as the VP and he's so trusted, right, by Tinubu, and there's a possibility that this guy could be the president, right, and he's going to be a Borno man. Can't you guys see beyond the primordial sentiment of people infiltrating your camp all these years? So they had a marathon, they had 2 marathon meetings. I don't know if you know, Baba. They had 2 marathon APC caucus meetings where they were able to put everything on the table, and they said it pointedly. If you are you are allowed, right, and you have the right to move on, to move away from APC. You don't have to be a member of APC, but provided and as long as you are a member of APC in Borno State, you have to toe the line. You must toe the line or you move on. They gave them El-Rufai example. You can go and join El-Rufai. You can go and join Atiku. Very easy for you, very good for us. But do not stay within the APC party, particularly in Borno State, where we have the VP. What do you want people to speak about the VP in the presidency, regardless of how he does his job or how proficient he is? We cannot continue to have a divided or probably have a semblance of a divided family in Borno APC. They told them, but that's why you've seen all of them mellow down a little bit for a while. And
just in terms of succeeding Tinubu enigmatic, I cannot see anybody that is more. It's like that's better. You know, Shetima is a northerner, but it's a Lagos boy. Very, very articulate, very, very astute. And in terms of Tinubu's ideological thrust, I think in the north, he probably gets it more than anybody else. It would just be the perfect replacement for Tinubu in 2031.
I spoke with one person from the Southwest, a very prominent senator, right, about this. He said, I said, who are the 3 top men, right, that could succeed Tinubu from the north? You know what he said, one man? He said, I'll give you 4 names. Listen to this carefully. He said, I'll give you 4 names. Number 1, Shetima. Number 2, Shetima. Number 3, Shetima. Number 4, Shetima. That's what he said. And he said, I will give you 4 likely VP candidates from the south. Number 1, this man from Edo State. Number 1, Oshomole. Number 2, Wike. Number 3, Akpabio. Number 4, this current Akwa Ibom State governors. Those are the 4 names he actually dropped. He said they are trying to shield.
Oshomole is the most likely anyway.
So he said they are trying to shield.
You don't think they are too big? I think Oshomole or Akpabio, they are too big for VPs.
No, you can't say that one, man.
No. Their personalities will conflict.
Forget that one, man. Do you know what a VP means particularly in a certain
presidential system?
In a setting that is going to walk through Ashiwaju's consensus idea. So forget that one, man. So and he said pointedly that look, Shetima is trying to they are trying to shield Shetima because most people, I say that's why this El-Rufai is getting it wrong. And some people are getting it wrong. You see, from a section of the north at the time, they were really, really pounding heavily on Ribadu because they thought Ribadu is going to be the anointed. I think they see differently now that it was a smoke screen. So they are trying to shield Shetima behind the scene and create more or less like a facade on other individuals from the north, so that they will take away the shine from Shetima, and at the appropriate time they will launch him. And that's why all the royal fathers and the political bigwigs, including Alimodu Sheriff himself, right, waded into this and said, look, even I am older than Shetima in politics. Shetima, I could consider him my political godson. But so far as we are concerned today, the only possibility we have at the presidency, right, not even from the northeast, but as Kanuri people and from Borno State, is Shetima. So it behooves all of you to toe the line, or you easily ease yourself out of the line and move on. That is the language now, one man. So this man, he was just laughing. He said, don't worry yourself about Undume. And
But him being a Kanuri will be a stumbling block because those are the mortal enemies of the Fulanis.
When it comes to that,
and the Fulani still hold sway in northern politics today.
When it comes to that time, this 2027 election, one man is going to be a referendum on so many things. First, Tinubu is trying to run this 2027 election in a way that he wants to tell Nigerians, right, particularly from the southern part of Nigeria, excluding the southeast now, that we can win election without the core north. That is what he's trying to tell them, because we cannot continue to live under the control of probably this usual or typical north we remember. And you usually come from the not core north. And when you go back to the figures, the fact and figures, the specifics of the last election, one man, Baba, you can even check it yourself, right? Between the northwest and the northeast, right, which actually is considered the core north. Tinubu won just 3 states. 3 states out of how many states between that? I think maybe 10 states or thereabout. Tinubu won.
They gave the rest for Atiku.
Yeah, Tinubu won Borno State. He won Borno State. Look, listen to this. He won Borno State. In the northeast, only one. He won Jigawa State and Zamfara State in the northwest, right? Go and look at the last presidential election.
And they are small votes.
And that's where I'm going now. The last presidential election in Borno State, even though this beavers and everything actually has reduced the number of manipulation and overvoting. Regardless of that, the last Buhari's election in Borno State, Buhari had over 850 something thousand votes. Tinubu won. Tinubu had maybe 250,000. So the conclusion, right? At the end of the day, the northwest and the northeast, Tinubu lost by almost a deficit of maybe 600,000 or 500,000 to Atiku. Guess where Tinubu recovered those numbers? Tinubu recovered those numbers from the North Central. Tinubu had a margin of over maybe 1.5 million thereabout from the North Central. So he was able to reduce the deficit by almost 750 or 700,000 from the North Central. So Tinubu has seen the numbers. They have their analysts. They are not just people who talk on the. There's a reason why Fashola all of. So they have the numbers. These are our numbers in the northeast and northwest. Worst come to worst. Worst scenario in 2027, they will repeat what they did in the last election or do worse than that. But the fact remains that we'll pick some numbers in both the north central and northeast and northwest, and then we'll still recover. We'll still have our 25%. But in the North Central, they are doing very, very good in the North Central as it is. And that's why you are seeing that Tinubu is shutting his election process, right? Through Southwest, South-South, North Central. So whatever numbers he can muster from the Northeast and Northwest, he will go with that. We know already that Southeast will never fall in line. Their only trade is another level. So that is how the election will be won. And they already know those numbers and they know how to go about it. So that's why you see they are not paying too much attention to El-Rufai or Atiku. And the opposition too, it's like they are carrying Tinubu's keg for him. It's like Tinubu is drawing and chatting and drafting his own manifesto into their hands, and they will run with it. And the real manifesto that he wants to actually start his own campaign with, he goes another way. Look at what they did the last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks. I said it over here, one man. Each time they try to keep. It's like you are keeping an eye on your neighbor. It's like you have a neighbor, Baba. Your neighbor is eating pepper soup and Gouda. He's eating that pepper soup and Gouda. You are looking at the throat of your neighbor as he's digesting and swallowing that thing. And at the end of the day, if by the time he's done with this, he's putting his hands in your own food, eating it. You are concerned about your neighbor. You are not concerned about your own food. At the end of the day, when your neighbor is done eating his food and yours, right? Because you were focusing on the wrong thing, you became very, very angry and hungry, and you are saying your neighbor has cheated you. Why would you say your neighbor has cheated you while you were focusing on the wrong thing? Exactly.
No, but the fact enigmatic is, look, come January 1st, 2026, whatever is left of PDP will not be worth the name
It's not even about
or the appellate
it's
political
not even
party.
it's not even about PDP. It is the opposition now. When Tinubu left for France the last time, you know, each time the guy makes a move to go out of the country, the next thing is that, oh, he has gone to rescrew his head, he has gone to replace his leg, he has gone to replace one thing. But you saw that this guy left Nigeria the day he left Nigeria. Less than 6 hours later, 8 governors left Nigeria. Out of those 8 governors, 5 of them were opposition governors. Governor of, you know, I was here that day. I was yelling on those state governor that you idiot, that you went with with all these governors to France. What is your mission in France with Tinubu when we're having issues in Ondo State, right? So 8 governors left less than 6 hours that Tinubu left Nigeria for France. Then less than 48 hours later, right? We had total of 14 governors out of the country with the same period that Tinubu traveled out of the country. Out of those 14 governors, 10 of them were opposition governors. 10 of them were opposition. One of them just decamped recently, the one in Delta State, right? And then from that France, the day he moved from France to London, I said it on this one man platform. He moved from France to London. He met Fubara. He met Kwakwanso. He met Kwakwanso in France, and they met again second time in London, right? He met a couple of other individuals from the north, particularly from Borno State, from London. In London, and they met a lot. And then he came back to Nigeria after those quote unquote is purported sickness. So he came back to Nigeria less than 24 hours. He emptied and he disrupted the opposition. Are they still talking about his sickness now? Are they still talking about the same narrative they talked about 2 weeks ago? They've shifted the gear to, he has emptied this thing. He's turning Nigeria to one party state. He's doing this and doing that. How do you want to speak about the president or your opposition turning you into a one party state? Did anybody put a gun to your head? As far as we are concerned, one man, the governors, they have immunity. Nobody can charge any governor as it is. Nobody.
Well, enigmatic, hold your fire meanwhile, because we can go at it. We will come back to this. I just want to crave the indulgence of the panelists and one man. There is just one subject I want to revisit, more so because AI is here. And that's what was discussed yesterday about the indigenship bill by
you left so abruptly yesterday, Baba.
I think AI is the one who actually nailed it for me. For me, I will say, even though others have diverse view about that, and I constantly was shaking my head when listening to other people. I think I think they are not looking at what land means to man, what indigenship means to man. Forget it. We're all cosmopolitan. We've all been places. We've all gone to higher institutions. We all wear coats, we wear tie, and things like that. But that's not who we are. Who we are is in our soul. And our soul is in the Mother Earth, where we're born, where our umbilical cords were buried. God created so many things until he rested the 7th day. All the other things God created, they multiplied. Which is not multiplying? The earth is not multiplying. Instead, the earth is shrinking. 3/4 of Mother Earth is occupied by water. So what I'm trying to say is, so this thing, this asset that is not increasing, what you hold now is what you hold. What your ancestors bequeathed to you, it's your own. You keep it and bequeath it to future generations. That is how land is important to man. Indigenship, it's not something we should toy with. If you come to my indigenous space and live amongst us, it doesn't mean you cannot contest for election. It doesn't mean you cannot buy land. It doesn't mean you cannot do your business. There's no problem about that. The problem there is when you come now to be competing with me in my own land, in my own space, in the name of an umbrella we called in a country. That is where the problem lies. Because you who come to the other place to wanting to claim indigenship, you have somewhere to go. I'm not going there to compete with indigenship with you there. Look, this thing, let's put it in the historical perspective. And I want everybody to listen very well. I'm not abashed about this. When the British came, they colonized the North, the East, and the West. And for administrative convenience, they brought the East, the West, the North together and put them under one umbrella and called it Nigeria, and gave us a form of government for which we can individually, in our own tripod, develop ourselves, govern ourselves. That's regionalism. Even the parties that were formed then were formed on regional basis. Now, NPC won in the North. They had their own government. They were their people in totality. In the East, NCNC won. Okpara was there. They had their own government. They were enjoying themselves. But when it came to Southwest, a gentleman, an icon named Zeke, wants to drag the West with the Westerners. And he almost succeeded. Another 24 hours, Zeke will have been premier of Western region. 24 hours. Zeke will have been the premier. And looking back now, and looked at our fathers, I look at my own grandfather, and God bless their rest their soul. They were very, very wrong. I know the politics they were playing during that period. It was bad politics. I revered my grandparents very well, and my grandparents, islanders. The Yorubas were very lucky. They invoke what they have to invoke, and overnight, that move was defeated. That was how Awolowo became the premier overnight. Overnight, the Ibadan people, the Ibadan People's Party have to cow and fall in line. The Onife was involved. Obase Desoji Aderemi. Since then, we've been managing this wave. And now somebody came up and said, look, we want indigenship. Look, Lesotho, Professor Lesotho, his book on land rights talked about this more. You don't joke with people's indigenship. If you come from somewhere and say after 10 years you become an indigene, what does it even really mean? If you're an indigene, for instance, in a Yoruba land and you are not a Yoruba, when I'm doing my Uru festival, when I'm doing my Walkpa festival, Gelede festival, or your festival, and you want to thumb your nose at that, or spit on it, or question me why you should not go to market that day. That after you are an indigent, you have the right. This is wrong. That bill will not see the light of the day. Will not see the light of the day. Nobody is saying anybody cannot live in any place you want in Nigeria. As far as we remain constitutionally a nation, you can live anywhere. You can contest any election up to the highest wherever you reside. But to say now you want an indigenship, please don't extend that. I don't even know why they're thinking it. Because, yes, I may have red blood in my veins, but true and true, I'm a Yoruba man. Nobody can take that away from me. It's not about bigotry or anything. It is my God-given identity. It is my God-given identity. It is not by indigenship. It is not by color. It is the space God gave to my ancestors. My ancestors. Yoruba say, Yoruba penile, onu amakburi alajobi. This is what is happening. And I don't know why Kalu is bringing up that kind of bill. Saying 10 years after, you have the right. If you pay taxes, you have the right. If you marry, you have the right. I have things in the East, but never one day it crossed my mind that I own it, even though I built it. I cannot go there and say, I want to claim it. No, it is for a purpose. It is there for remembrance. Other than that, there is no agenda whatsoever. If my wife wakes up tomorrow, she calls herself Yoruba, she's accepted. If she now says, no, these Yoruba people, you are very wicked, fine. It is her choice. It is her choice. But for me, no, I don't have a choice. I am the man. It is my land. They bequeathed to me, and I should toy with it and allow people to take it away. It's not going to happen. So that bill should just be buried. When people come, when they say, no, you shouldn't be thinking it, we have this thing, that, this thing. Land matter is beyond being cosmopolitan or being civilized. It is beyond that. It is about creation. It is about creation. I'm yet to see where people build houses in the air. So when we start building houses in the air, maybe we will start creating territory there. But this one we are, which gravity put us grounded on, it's our soil. So please, whoever is sponsoring that bill should just stop it. And let me just say about the education in Lagos State. I mean, 54% failure on students they paid 1.5 billion for to sit WAEC. I think Lagos State should start thinking seriously about who goes to public school in Lagos. Yes, I yield so far, one man. Enigmatic.
All right, brilliant. So that was Baba's submission on yesterday's topic, which was wrapped around the indigenship. But thank you, Baba, for that. We missed your contribution yesterday. So that was Baba. Let's move the conversation on and revert it back to where it was. Let's bring Rational Mind in. Enigmatic, you were here before Rational Mind, but Rational Mind was here yesterday. He never got a chance to speak. He waited endlessly. So let's give him that moment now. Rational Mind, you're up next. So right now, are you there?
I'm here, woman. I'm here.
All right. Yes, we were talking about obviously Nigeria matters. We were talking about the permutations towards 2027, and Papa was even suggesting that we're misreading the tea leaves. That the politics in play now is not even the politics of 2027 but 2031, and I sort of align with that actually because there's nothing that removes Tinubu from 2027. But how are you reading the landscape, the way it's shaping now? All the pledges of faildom to the state, pledges of endorsements to Tinubu, outright detraction by governors, parliamentarians of the opposition party, all into the ruling party, even though they tell us that they are the most unpopular yet in Nigeria's history. What are you reading of the landscape, Rashford Mind?
Yeah, woman. I want to greet everybody. I greet the other co-panelists here and our viewers at home, commenters. Yeah, you see, woman. I've said this. I think before even the 2023 election, or even I think even after after 2023 election when this guy got declared by INEC as the winner of the election, that Tinubu is a guy who doesn't tolerate rivalry. He's this kind of a person who likes to dominate, who likes to I use the word killer of opposition. He kills opposition, and I was making reference to just take a look at what he did in Lagos. Oftentimes I say here, sometimes you look at somebody, just look at the pattern they've had over time. That could tell you or could give you an idea of what they would probably very likely do in the future. And virtually, that's most of the things I said is what is playing out before our very eyes. For me, I know it's he wants to reign supreme. He wants to continue whatever criminal legacy he has often had or he has always had right from even when we knew him back in 1999 to this very time. That's just the whole the whole reason why he's doing all of this. But what I'm looking at again is that even after 2031 or whatever time, if he chooses to finish his 2 years, I don't know how long he's going to live himself, because if truly the age that is ascribed to him, that's his age, and even if this whole whatever.
Sorry, Ratnamai. When did his age change?
I don't want to go into that, woman. I don't know. This is you see, we've said this guy is a phony guy who everything about him is just shrouded in.
Do you know why I'm asking that? This guy has lived a public life for 2/3 of his life. So he has records at Shell or whichever oil company, Mobil. He has records there. He has records at KPMG or wherever he worked.
Okay.
So when did his age change that now the age is being questioned? Because his age has always been a matter of public knowledge. So when did it change for it now to be questionable?
I think I've seen the NEC form he filled out in around 1990, is it 91 or 1990, something like that, when he contested for. I think I've seen that being thrown around online. The age that he declared was different from what even he provided in 1999. Even the one in 1999, I think it's even different from the one we saw in 2023. So it begs a lot of questions. Who is this guy? That's what I've seen. I don't know how true those documents are, but that's what I've seen. And everything around this guy is rolling. I mean, his time here in the United States that came to light after that. See, I don't want you to bog me down with all of those things. But my point I'm trying to make is that we don't know who this guy is. He claimed to be a member of a Tinubu family, and none of even the Tinubu family really even want to associate with him. None of them really know him as such. Not even anybody of his mates his playmates that went to primary school, secondary school with him in Nigeria. I mean, let's even assume that the only time we got to know about his educational whatever is after he suddenly appeared in Chicago and he had those, what's it called? Those transcripts that we saw. But apart from that, we know even the idiot from Delta State, what's his name? Lawyer guy. He was saying that he was, let me not sound like a broken record here. Let me just go to what you are asking me. So my point is that this guy, we've known him. I said, this guy is an immoral man. He's an immoral person. Somebody who has no regard for what is right and what is wrong. All he cares about is just to dominate and, get his way. And that's what he's doing with the way the politics is playing out in Nigeria. He knew that he never won that 2023 election. Nigerians, they hate his guts. They hate that guy. I mean, look at what happened to him in Lagos. Even his own
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can make that as a. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can make that as a universal statement that Nigerian state is God's.
They hate his gods now.
Which Nigerians?
If you total the number of people that voted for the other candidates to his own number that he got, what is it? What does that tell you? Even his own Lagos there, even his own backyard, his body lawn there. I
love his God too.
I know some people will love his God. Some people love it. Yeah, but I'm saying, but my point is just that almost 60 million people, or even 15 million people hated him. We never vote for him.
You can't really say that now.
Well, that's what we can say because that's what we can say because if 6 point something million for the two major candidates and 1 point something million or somebody, we're even excluding people that did not vote. Who never took anything, who never took sides.
But he got more votes than anyone else. So
you can say that. You can say he got those votes.
Out of the field, he was the most popular.
The vote that's on the INEC, what's it called? The website that does not even reflect what they declared.
Rational man, let's look at it this way. Just a second, right? Okay, let's take your point, right? Hypothetically, without considering the fact, let's take it that on 3-horse race, right? Him, Obi, and Atiku combined 2 votes higher than his. It means they don't like him. They hate his God. Now let's replicate it to what happened in Anambra State in 2010 in Peter Obi's re-election in a 3-horse race as well, right? Do you know? Everything I'm saying now is on record. You can Google it and fact check me. Obi versus Ngige versus Soludo, right? The 2 numbers between Soludo and Obi and Ngige, right? They are higher than Obi's number. And Obi struggled even in the entire federation. Everything I'm saying now, go and Google it. Go and fact check me. In the entire federation, he had the least number of re-elected governor. He struggled, right? He won the election by 34% in the gubernatorial election. So if you because people have been touting this, because this was a 3-horse race, and I keep saying it. Does it mean that Anambra people too hate Obi or hated Obi, that they voted against him and he struggled by 34% of the vote, which was not considered the general the majority of the vote, but eventually he had the highest numbers of the two, more than the 2 other guys, and he was declared the governor. Even go and check the pattern of the election. Obi even himself had a comment about the election. It was one of the most rigged election in the entire Southeast, that election. The people that are trying to say rigging today. So when you say rigged, he didn't win, he had less number than this. What would you say about this same scenario that played itself out in Anambra in 2010?
Well, you see, enigmatic. I don't like doing this. What about?
No, it's not what about. It's not what about.
It is what about. It is what about. We're talking about a presidential election that was hotly contested. We're not talking about.
This was hotly contested in Anambra. Rational mind. I don't
have any fact. I mean, going by what you said, but let's just assume, without even conceding that that's what it is. I just want to assume that what you just said is what it is.
You can check it. I say you should check it. I'm not saying everything on the vacuum. Check it. For a fact, check it.
But my point is this. I'm going by what he asked me about this Tinubu's wanting to grab it all. Because you see, the thing about this guy, one of the reasons why this guy has not been able to attract real investment to Nigeria, or people coming to Nigeria and invest. I mean, look at it. When this guy became president, within a few months, we just saw so many multinationals just closing down shop, moving out of Nigeria at an alarming rate. I mean, we understand maybe the issue of the value of the naira is one of the reasons, but my point is that people knew that this guy, when he is now, as my former governor would say, Al Capone. You know what the Al Capone story is? Is a mafia warlord who reigns supreme. You have to dance to his tune. He goes about collecting rights or whatever from people from your shop. If you don't give him, he will just yamu to you. So my point is that people knew who this guy is. I mean, how many of the countries, even the Gulf states that he went to go and start asking them for money, how many of them were able to give him money? Or even say, okay, they trust this guy so much, okay, we're going to invest in Nigeria. All we just see is their propaganda, like the MAGA idiots here that we have here in America too, same like them. So my point is that people are afraid of this. I mean, no, when I say afraid, people don't trust this guy because they could look at the reflection of that election. That election was just go to IREV there. This 8-point-something million, or what was the thing they gave to him? It's not what was reflected on there. It's totally different. So where did they get those numbers? But let's leave that. The Supreme Court have declared him. Let's leave that. My point is that is the problem with Tinubu is what's that word I'm looking for? That I think that legitimacy is the issue. That's the issue he has. He has the issue of legitimacy. For me, and that is what he's working towards in 2027. He wants to show to the world that Nigerians love him. People love him. People look at everybody's every criminal leaders in government like himself. They are all cross-carpeting because they so love him. No, that's not what it is. We see what played out in Delta State. It was a quid pro quo that happened in Delta State. Ifeanyi Okonwa had a problem with EFCC. The same thing was going to play out in the Akwa Ibom very soon. Because the idiot that was there before, Udom Emmanuel, that was there, himself is in the EFCC net. When this Natasha issue came up, we were hearing stories how, because of that Natasha story, we were so distracted. We were hearing story of how Udom Emmanuel was in EFCC every day, and what is the Akpabio was also going to take him to Aso Rock to go and see Ojuyobo. What are we talking about? So it's a see, when I say you have an immoral man on the ends of, taking the lead in the country, that is it. Besides the issue of legitimacy of that guy, the issue of the criminality that this guy is known for, his past antecedent and his antecedent in Lagos, and even see what is playing out before our very eyes in that Nigeria. Look at it. They're not fighting corruption. Even they said they are corruption. Now, two governors that were known to have embezzled money, misappropriated money, taxpayers' money that is meant for the people, for the development of their states. Suddenly, the anti-graft agency says they will be taken to court. Look at his own man from Kogi State. Where did they? Where? I mean, you see, my friends, listen. I've said it. This guy is an immoral man. He will do anything. He will kick morality. He will keep what is right to the curb, not just for his own selfish, narcissistic ambition. But you people don't still get it, and I just don't wonder. Sometimes I wonder the kind of some of us how much do we love that thing that we come to a society here, we live here in a society. I'm not saying they are saint here, but a certain level of things that they don't play with because they know how that could generate or that could lead to a decline of their society. They don't allow that. When it goes to that limit, they say, no, we cannot go beyond this threshold here. We won't allow this because if you're allowed to go overboard, then it could result in the decline of their own society or to their country. But no, we just throw everything up to the wind. And that is what Tinubu is doing. He just came there and scattered everything because we know this guy is a criminal himself. He's a man with no morals. Now you are putting a kind of like you're holding something against some people. If you don't join my party, or at least we have what the idiot Adam Oshomo once said when he was a party leader, party chairman. If you come to the APC, your sins are forgiven. What does that even mean? I know you can spin that whatever And everything we want to spin, you can say, oh, it doesn't mean anything. Just say it just mean that if you were against our party before, you come and join our party, we'll never remember whatever you said against us. No, this is what we're saying playing out with Okonwa. Okonwa has case with EFCC. Even the Fayoshe that is there in Ekiti State, he has case with EFCC. Well, where are all those cases? Why are we not hearing anything about those cases? Why are they not prosecuting those cases? Because they want to hold it against them, to bring them to their fold, so that they could use it and rig the election for 2027 and show to the world that we have a mass appeal. Listen, you see, the 8 million we had that time was, we trust them that the APC propagandists, they will come here. You see, it was because there were it was a 3-horse race. No, it was because that Buhari changed Naira. People hated Buhari, they don't want to vote for Tinubu that time. No, it's because Tinubu would never win an election in Nigeria. If they do it in a free contest, Tinubu can never win an election in Nigeria. Even the opposition should not even rig.
Sorry, in that last cycle of elections, Tinubu had he had the widest name recognition.
No, you see, you can see.
No, hold on. Did you know that though? He had the widest name recognition. I don't know that. Yes. But more people were aware of Tinubu than they were of every other candidate.
It's not about name. One man. We're not talking about
name. He won the last election. Now even Peter Obi knew that he won.
I hear you.
Hold on. Peter Obi went to the court. Peter Obi said, "Listen to this." He said, "Tinubu, right? This is what in his. I think you can check all these things. And we were here last and those years." He said, declare Tinubu election null and void because of his is it that Chicago or forfeiture thing, right? Forfeiture thing. Tinubu won the election, but he wants the court to declare him an article, right? He wanted court to declare him an article to rerun the election and dismiss Tinubu's. And then render Tinubu's numbers invalid because of the forfeiture thing. He never claimed that he won the election. Obi has never claimed that he won the election any day, anytime. All he wanted was a rerun between him and Atiku. And we had all his reliefs, everything he wanted in court. The only person that was claiming that this thing didn't happen was Atiku. Atiku was claiming that Obi did not have the numbers that he had. That they should get some of Obi's numbers to his number, and then when they put those two numbers together, they can consolidate on Tinubu's number and minuses, and then he can be the winner.
That's not exactly what happened.
That was happened. So Tinubu won the election, and they went to court.
That's not exactly what happened.
They can as well cry till
we will cry. No problem. We will cry. We'll cry.
But that's not you, because you are not an Obi.
I'm not saying it's me, but I'm just saying. A part of the people that are against Tinubu, so I might have as well just cry about the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So my point is you see, enigmatic. We know Obi said a lot of crap, and we saw a lot of crap that he brought to the. I mean, not say a lot of crap. We saw the other things that he made a statement. He said, "I won this election, and I'll prove it." He said that. That's one of the first things he said. And maybe later, like you said, he was saying that yes, we're going to Tinubu. Like you said, I don't know the way he said it. I think I heard him say it that way too. I know he said a lot. The guy was just talking from all sides of his mouth. But when they went to the election tribunal, he said he won 10 million votes. That most of those votes that these people had, they were all fabricated. And he said also he wants to contest on the ground that Tinubu had these criminal cases, or he had this whatever, and then another one is FTT issue. So there were so many grounds that he brought before the court. Not just because of what you just said. Yeah, you just said because he did not contest that he won the election. That he acknowledged that Tinubu won the election. But what he wanted to do is that he wanted to show that he won.
Go and check it now. Look at the receipt.
That's what I'm saying. You see.
Did you see what he took to the court? His relief that he took.
That's what I just enumerated to you now. I said
no. He said he never said he won the election on the papers. He never said it. You cannot ask for what you cannot get what you did not ask for from the court. The court is not a Father Christmas. What he wanted was a rerun between him and Atiku and knock out Tinubu. He was never on the paper, white and black. White and black. Peter Obi is a pathological liar.
I remember, that's on that forum.
Yeah, what he had on the paper was different from what he was shunning out to his obedience. And he went to the court with puff, all these puff plastics.
Okay.
That he went there with
you can
almost
say that. You can say that. We saw that. Yes, he went in there with
But he win election.
With some plastic.
Because in the next 10 years, they will come back and they will be telling their grandchildren, grandchildren.
It's okay. We can debate all these things.
Just as they pass the narrative of Biafra for many years.
That's the same way they said he won a River State, and then we're saying something on different on an IRF, right?
So how come they had all the numbers in the southeast?
You see, Nigeria is a joke.
Baba, look at this now. How come in the entire federation they are the one that will be yelling rigging? What happened in southeast? They muzzled APC, they muzzled PDP, they didn't let them vote. They come back with almost 90% of the vote for only their person. What is that? What was that?
Yeah, you can say that.
They can be yelling rigging every time. But what happened in their own region?
Because you see, I don't want to sound like maybe I'm trying to like be pro-Igbo kind of person.
This is common sense now.
It sounds like a common sense, like you said. But I can understand if he had 90%. You see, I just don't want
to
bog us down
for the north.
All this.
Papa also no even get that for the north.
Now the issue is
only
this.
You.
The issue is the reason why he had 90% of his people. I will give you this. See, everything has context.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't want to go into all these stories because I know there are other things I want to talk about that brought me here.
When you speak with that, they won the election when he did not win, and when they are talking
of won the election, according to what he said.
When they talk of rigging, they should talk about their own region too. How do they get 90%?
He won the election. He won the election.
He did not win the election.
Okay.
He did not win the election.
Either did not win, but my point is, we're talking about.
He did not win the election. We have to correct this.
Now, I mean, anybody can I just say?
Yeah, Baba, I know now because 10 years time they will be saying to their grandchildren that Nigeria robbed them. Nigeria not robbed them.
I'm glad that this thing is being recorded for the future generation that will
not win it.
If YouTube still exists till then,
this
is our argument, and then whatever they will go to the archive. They'll look into it and they know who is right and wrong. I mean, whatever. So my point is this: what I'm trying to drive at is that we know all this game that Tinubu is playing for towards 2027 because of the inflow.
Sorry, Ratnaman. But enigmatic argument holds that if Peter Obisese won the election and he went to the Supreme Court, how come he did not make that plea?
It's part of the plea. He tried to prove it. Hold on. He was asking INEC to give him the form, whatever form that they said they have with them. INEC said they will not give him. They stalled the whole thing. There was a lot of stalling on the part of INEC. Because
that wasn't on his plea. It didn't plea.
We were here now. We saw what he presented. They were almost like
it wasn't. I mean, Ratnaman, listen. It wasn't on his plea. He never pleads to the court that he won the election and was going to prove it.
He pleaded that he had more votes.
No, inside he was challenging the process. That's what he said.
He was challenging the process, not the numbers.
Can we be contemporary, please? Why are we litigating issue? Let's be contemporary. It's about today now and tomorrow.
Allow him to do his own monologue.
Yes. So sometimes these things have to be addressed because
it's becoming too monotonous. Why am I challenging
this? But my point is this: I'm making my own point. Now, let me make my point. That's for the posterity to judge us on that. So my point is this: is that all these shenanigans that Tinubu is doing, you people, I know it's a few days ago, a few months ago, a few weeks ago, months ago. I think Martin was here too. I said this thing that Tinubu is doing, that these people is making people to cross carpet from one party, is trying to kill opposition in Nigeria. This thing it's an ugly thing. This is how a party descend into some kind of a fascist state or become some kind of like a dictatorial state. This thing is not good. It's not healthy for the kind of democracy we're practicing in Nigeria. It's not healthy. It's not good. I said it here. Enigmatic was there. I remember that very month. Some few months ago we did that. We talked about it here. This guy is truly is really a Democrat, like he claims himself to be. He will never even allow that to happen because he knows that in a free contest he will never win. That is why he has to quid pro quo all these compromised criminals like himself, so that they can join his bandwagon, so that he can use them to rig the election and get more votes Because the more of those political leaders in their various...
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Oh, dude, don't ask any question right now, please. Let me just flesh out my
Yeah,
point.
because you're not staying on topic. You're being emotional. Politics is not emotional.
Dude.
Don't do this
Don't do this your crap to me. I'm not going to take this for emotional.
Politics.
I mean, no, don't give me this BS of emotion.
Yeah, because you're speaking to emotion.
Don't come here and start your word with emotional.
The question is the politics is paying.
Don't give me that BS of being emotional. That is you guys. What's it called? You this APC minion. You will come here. You want to gaslight people. Say
No.
They are being emotional.
Because you're not talking to the topic.
Sorry, you use the word emotional. Don't you guys want to have some of that vocabulary?
Yeah, no, man, you have to.
You are getting high pitch, so
exactly. You need to listen.
It's infuriating.
Learn to listen.
Ask the question, Noriola, and then Rashna, and you carry on, and then about 5 more minutes, and then we'll move it around.
Yeah, what I'm saying is politics is not about moral. Politics care less about
moral. It's not about moral.
Let me talk. Let me ask the question so you can answer. Let me just answer the question. Let me just ask the question. Politics is not emotional. It has nothing to do with emotion, or it's not moral. Nobody cares less about moral. Politics is more what benefits me. So that's what I would like for you to actually speak to. That the politics is playing right now. And if you're saying that it's trying to make the country a one-party state, are you saying the other politicians, they're lame? Are they dumb? Why would they? Are you saying they're not smart enough? So the question is, just speak to the politics is playing right now, because every one of them, they're playing politics. They're looking out for what will benefit them.
Let me move on. I get your question.
Let me just add an appendix to that. You know the politics that APC is playing now is the same politics that the Atiku and Co are trying to play, but they have failed. They said they want to form a coalition, and they are throwing Agbada all over the place, going to take photo opportunities.
Yeah,
so
they also play politics too.
Yeah, so this guy forms his own coalition, you know, and he is not throwing Agbada, but he just suddenly announces that it's onboarded all these people. So it's the same politics that they are playing now.
Remember when PDP had 33 governors in Nigeria? Do you remember that time? That almost 90% of the National Assembly. In this National Assembly that we have 109 senators, 80 of them, 80 were from PDP, one political party. So when Nigeria speak, they speak as if Nigeria started yesterday, or some of us were born yesterday. Are they stupid in the opposition that they cannot counter this guy? Is he so superhuman? You have Labour Party, they have 3 factions. PDP, they have like 4 factions. Atiku want to be governor, be president, as if now in Papa get PDP. And you think people will not move around with their? Are they in politics to be poor?
So let me continue. So my point is this: to answer our friend, I was asking about somebody being emotional. I don't know what this crap is talking about. That's the ABC buzzword every time. They want to gaslight other opposition people that doesn't speak their crap.
You're not listening. I'm not saying you are emotional. I'm saying you're speaking to emotion.
I'm not speaking to emotion. There's nothing to emotion here. Don't give me that BS of emotion you're talking about. I'm speaking to
whatever.
What we can see before our very eyes. What is happening? That's what I'm speaking to. And you want to use your emotional crap, that's what's up to you. My point is this: is that our friend here, Enigmatic, said something about at a point. PDP was reigning supreme in Nigeria, yes, but they never played the kind of politics that Tinubu is playing. They did not. They did not. No, they did not. They did not. They did not. They did not.
Was
They did not. Not even in Southwest. What happened? No, come on. If you want us to debate that, I don't want to go into my 5 minutes. My 5 minutes. Don't eat into my 5 minutes. Let me just go.
They can give you all the time. We can go.
They
we can
not.
speak all through the night.
No, they did not. What they did, what PDP did,
PDP that Attorney General died, Attorney General Pai, we never see, never see anything. All of them.
Wow. Can you please allow me to speak, please? What PDP did was they create another viable area for people to come and join them. What's it called in Osun State? Oyinsola became a man. What's his name? I was former governor. I think military governor. Well, anyway, so my point is this: we saw how at some point people like Ogun State fell away from being this Tinubu party then, 1999, party one. They fell away from that, and then Oyo State also joined. Lamidi Ladoja, and they all PDP won those states. It was the implosion that happened in what's that their party now? That their very party then.
ACN.
Not ACN, no ACN now. Local party in 1999 that they did.
Is
it AD? Even on those states, how AD fell apart in those states, they did not infiltrate that. They created another viable way. Maybe they rigged the election. They could. I mean, you can say maybe they rigged the election. PDP rigged the election against them. Maybe they did that. But my point is this: the kind of politics that Tinubu played, whereby he infiltrates, he cripple the opposition. That is what I'm talking to. PDP never did that kind of politics. It is a Tinubu kind of brand of politics, where he would infiltrate those other opposition parties. He will cripple them. He will cause anarchy between them so that they will never settle. They will go to court. Look at what is going on with what's it called? The pronouncement by the Supreme Court that is not too clear. A Supreme Court judge is giving a judgment that is not just, it's just everywhere on the map. And this one is claiming this one is interpreting it like this. That one is interpreting it like this. That one is see. This is what they do. This is what they do. Because they've hijacked the judiciary. Look at the one that happened in the River State. So you see, when you have this kind of situation like this, my goodness, Nigeria is gone. What is going to happen after him? May he live long. May he live long. But I don't know how long he's going to live because with that age that they say he has, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be the third time. We're going to be here to see. Or maybe it's going to be that. He's going to start doing the Lagos State kind of a politics, but he start determining who will become the president of Nigeria. He will become Ada Babasale. He will become the head of the way he was just appointing governors of Lagos. He'll be appointing Lagos. We'll see how this is going to play out. But may he live long. Amen. I hope he lives long. He lives to see all these things.
Amen. Amen and amen.
I'm just being sarcastic.
You prayed. No. You're not sarcastic with your prayer. I don't swallow. I don't amen.
I'm only being sarcastic, Baba. It's okay. But I'm just being sarcastic. But my point is this. So my point is this: is that you see, what I'm trying to say here is this: it portends a bad omen for Nigeria. The way Tinubu is crippling all this opposition party. You can say, it's somebody was saying here to say, did they force them? No, I just give an example of a grant agency having something against some governors, and now they are bringing those governors into APC. Now, what's going to happen to those
governors are under immunity? They are protected by immunity.
No, I'm not talking about this.
Forget all those things. This is
why past governors.
Baba, this is why the opposition will always lose, because they always pedestrian with their political understanding.
Don't give me that.
Only one man. Everything we can.
It is what people want to see. People like a strong man.
All of them gather together and kick Tinubu out. No, they can't hold their party together.
Can I speak? You people like to do this strong man politics, criminal kind of person to be there, and he just wants to rule supreme, and everybody will just stand spinning narrative.
Which one of them before?
The point I'm making is that it's a bad thing. It's not. It doesn't. I mean, you need opposition. Look at the National Assembly. You people can say, "Well, look at how so many of them are proscribing from their party."
So how is that Tinubu's fault? How is that Tinubu's fault?
Well, because we know what is playing out in the National Assembly. How they silence them, they cannot get juicy. Hold on, they cannot give them juice. They will never put them in committees. I mean, we know what is. We know how Akpabio is also doing his own quid pro quo there. Because if you join APC, we'll give you this. What's it called? We are the majority.
We are the majority.
The point is this. or Tinubu man lẹ́yìn. My mom used to say that. These kind of things. We're going to see the end. Because, you know, one thing is when somebody is acting God, wicked, he said people should go and bow down for him. Because you see, in the wisdom of the president, I mean, it's like wisdom of Shioloni. I mean, you see, when people start promoting this guy like as if it's like some kind of, worship his personality. I mean, it just baffles me. So just to end it, just to cap it up one moment. I just see this whole thing that he's playing towards 27 is just to show to the world that he has the mass appeal. He has the backing of the Nigerians, but people can read. One more. Do you think the national community is not seeing what is going on? Look at the ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Nigeria recently. He was talking about something. What was that he was talking about? That they are watching, and I think I read that in the newspaper. That they are watching the Nigerian politics. So they are watching. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying America is a big brother that watches everybody that has to put everybody in line. But my point is that the international community, they have their diplomats in Nigeria. They are seeing what is going on.
That's what.
You wonder why they could not bring in real foreign investors.
That
they create a long-time employment for Nigerians. Or businesses. The only thing I see is, we are bringing through somebody in the oil sector for how many years? All the ones that we bring in, how has that translated into development for that country? All the oil sector that they've been bringing this and bringing that, bringing ELF, bringing that, bring Pina, whatever they call it, bringing that one, Total, everything. How has that translated into wealth for the Nigerian people? We're not talking about the key areas of development in manufacturing. Look at this. Recently, we had this. Woman, I know you got. I have a lot of things to say because you just limit to that 5 minutes. Look at this. What's it called? This tariff we were talking about recently. China is looking for other people to be supplying them soil. Do you know that? It's soy. Soy sauce is one of those staples in China. Then Brazil will be supplying them. If we take a chunk of it, and if we can get like a 2 billion out of it, in north there, we know some big farmers that are producing soybeans. Maybe not at the grade of America, probably, but our own is organic, no doubt. But why can't this Tinubu and his Minister of Trade see how they can even, empower our local farmers so that they could be making mass producing these soybeans, so that we can be selling to. Look at it now. China is looking for somebody to be selling that to them because because they have this trade war with America, and I call it American bluff. What is your president sitting down and going to France? He's going there working whatever crap you call it. How has that even bring me? All the one he has been doing all these years. 2 years has been there. How has that translated into develop for Nigerians? We're talking about people that has brain. And you say the wisdom of the president, What wisdom was Oloni? Talk to Xi Jinping. Okay, since you people don't want to buy anything from
all right. Two more minutes.
2 more minutes. Yeah. We will provide. Just give us a chunk. We're not wanting the whole 10 billion or 50 billion agricultural soybeans agricultural industry. We just want just 2 billion. Just give us people who supply 2 billion worth of soybeans. They could do that. They could negotiate that with China. But no, they'll never think about that. All they want is oil. Nothing concrete. And then some of people will come here and they will be spinning things and they will be talking things here and there. Things that are not that has no substance to them. So for me, we'll all be here. Equal in power, we will not die.
So it's the job of one person to think for the
So why is it the president?
So when it comes to innovation, he has to be the president.
Competent people like himself.
Please, what are you even talking about?
Please,
so when it comes to innovation, he's the president.
Hold on, everybody, please.
All right. So sorry.
He has landed. He has landed. One man.
I've not landed now. Enigmatic.
Let
me say something.
But you will give him a second window and then it will go again.
Woman, please. When we come here, we say a lot of things. Most of the things we say can agitate people in Nigeria who do not know or probably did not care to find out the truth. Nigeria exports soya beans in large quantity. I repeat, Nigeria exports soya beans. In 2023, they export almost 34, how many? Is it 34? I can't remember. Something metric tons. The destination was India, Pakistan, Turkey, and France. So for somebody to come here and be saying that Nigeria is not, in fact, Nigeria made almost $35 million from soybeans exportation.
$35 million, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
From
Right.
soya beans only.
It's okay, it's okay. So,
hold on, please.
I can just let you guys move on.
Please,
okay, please.
Hold on.
Make it snappy, please.
Whenever we come here to speak, we have to be very careful. I listen to some Nigerian outlets, their YouTube channels. What those people speak, only heavens know where they got those information from. I don't know. When we say these things, I don't know how
they just pluck it out of thin air. They pluck it out of thin. It's so disingenuous. Just so much lies, you know.
Can I respond? Can I rebut? Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, before you go, Rational Mind, let me add too. Rational Mind, let me add. Fire shares adjournment date is July 16 or so. Right. Obiano is in court. Yahaya Bello is in court. Sirika is in court. Do I go on?
Okay, no problem. You can go on, sir. Go on, sir. But then
wait, that's where I've been value. Wait. The value put on the soya beans is not correct. That money value is not correct. So I just look it up.
What money value?
It's someone just mentioned the value that in billions. It's now up to billions.
Yes, it's 34 million in 2023.
You said million or billions?
Yes, 34
million.
I heard you. I heard you.
Excuse me.
She said million. I heard him say million. She said
no. He said he heard you wrong. He said he heard you wrong. Yeah.
I said okay. Let
me rebut what you just said. Yeah, you see, I don't like when we come here. We want to make. Well, I know everybody's free to say make the other person look whatever way you want to paint them. But I know what I said here. I never said Nigeria never supply. You see, we do like to do this thing just to make other people look like they are stupid for what they are saying. I never said anything to say Nigeria does not export soybeans. I said we could take a chunk from that soybeans. Talk to China. Oh, China, you people are looking for somebody that will supplying you. We heard that because America, you people have a tariff war with China, with America. You don't want to buy American soybeans anymore. Who will supply you more? Who will empower our? Mind you, woman, a few days ago, we heard that the NEC, National Executive Council, they said they are projecting 50 billion agricultural, whatever crap they call it. I know that's one of them that buzzword they always throw around with no substance to it. $50 billion agricultural, whatever money they want to. They want on 24 billion, 24 billion inside their reserve escrow account. Now they say they're talking about empowering agricultural. You see, my point is this: you can't rule with propaganda for so long. My point is that what I was just talking about is approach China, who will supply you. Let us take a chunk of it, even if it's $1 billion. We inject that $1 billion into our economy. That's something. Our farmers, they will make money from that. That's what I said. I never said they never exploit. You see. What we call
even at that, you are still wrong.
No.
Let me just move on because
hold on. Let's correct this.
Just hold on, Zika. If you push back at him, and then he will have to respond, and then he can just cycle round forever. So just let him round off.
Let me just terminate. Let me just end this way. Some people come here and say you want to correct. What are you correcting? I don't know what the crap I mean. Some people say you're correcting sometimes here. What is the correction you want to make? AI. I've never said anything that you need that warrants your correction. All I've said is go and talk to China, Tell them that we'll
it
provide
doesn't work that
at
way.
least whatever you want. That's not what you
Doesn't
said.
work that way. That's not
You
the
never
way
said it that way.
trade work.
That's another thing for discussion.
No,
I don't
that
want to open
you
that.
can.
I
you
don't want to
can
open that
hate
right
this.
now. But you make it sound like, oh,
Okay.
I said Nigeria does not export any soybeans at all. I never said that. I said approach China. We had you people. The moment I don't understand like I've said it many times. Just take a chunk, maybe another half $500 million from that. If you cannot even give them 1 billion, because maybe our farmers are not up to task to produce up to $500 million worth of crops or soybeans to China. China is a huge market for that. Now they're looking to Brazil to supply them. What is your APC party, the money party? What are they thinking about? All they're thinking about is 2027. They're not thinking about development right now.
My turn to speak.
I'll leave it at that, woman. Thank you.
That may be your turn when you're not letting the guy run off. But thank you, Ratnama. Stay with us, Ratnama. And I think Ratnama even wanted to speak to something else.
Thank you, RM. You're welcome.
I diverted him right there. So thank you, Ratnama. Stay with us, Ratnama, and we look round to you fairly quickly. We start to do 5 minutes monologue just to go very, very quickly through the room. We go to you, Enigmatic, Zita, and then Ekene Oriola. We've not heard from Ekene in a while, so we'd like to hear from Ekene.
MOP is here too.
Yes, man of prestige, of course. Man of prestige is a landlord here now, so yeah, Enigmatic. Yeah, just a short little monologue to the conversation.
No problem, one man. You see,
Enigmatic, can I speak for 1 minute before you continue?
Okay.
Okay. I still want to correct something. That's all I want to do. You people can continue with your argument. That is not the way trade works. If a country has a trade deal with some countries, you are supposed to meet the quantity you have signed up to. Nigeria is already supplying 5 countries soybeans, and they are not even meeting up the quantity. And somebody is here saying Nigeria should go and meet China because China is looking for soybeans and supply China soybeans and make money out of China. I don't know which kind of trade is that. But I still repeat what I am saying. We should be mindful of what we say because most people in Nigeria do not look for information. They just listen to what we say and they run with it. That's all I have to say.
All right, Brenda. We kick off the monologue. Enigmatic, floor is yours.
Yeah, one man. Thank you. Look, the opposition that we have today, right? And they have a lot of their followers. We like it or not, they want to pretend as if they understand Nigeria's politics. They want to preach as if they are preaching in a convent. If you do not have the the understanding of Nigeria's politics, don't speak to it. Don't even get involved in it. It's not about emotion. Your emotion will never get you anywhere. It's not about piety. It's not about Messiah, this Messiah thing. It's not going to get you anywhere, right? And it's not just you about talking about some people. You don't see people, they die. They call me, they send me send money dollar to them. People don't buy. How many people don't buy for your own family? Your wife don't buy. Your pikin don't buy. Your father don't buy. How many people buy where you know directly? But you buy. Every people they hungry. How many? Tell me when people have not been hungry in Nigeria, and you see the opposition that that wants to take power in this divided nation, and all they could do is they told the path that the incumbent political party has drafted and charted for them. They are not charting their own cause. You are looking at the movement of the opposition to choreograph your own rhetorics. Is this the way they play opposition? You have 2 opposition parties now, the PDP on one side, Labour Party on one side, and you have the hems of the affair, their leaders, right? Obi is going all over the world. He went to Rome the other time to go and bury Pope. How does that translate to vote for him back home? Atiku is over there dividing, factionalizing, destroying PDP. He wants to always be the de facto presidential candidate of PDP. and you have young thugs around you,
It translates to
young
votes.
folks.
It translates to votes, for your information.
Okay.
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Okay. No. Okay. So you have young folks around you who are aspiring to be president, who will probably want to even put their weight around, but you want to suffocate them, and you are telling them not to move around. Are they in politics to serve you, or are they in politics to make you happy? So look at PDP, for instance, one man. Wike is pulling on one side, Atiku is pulling on one side, the governors forum, they are pulling on one side. The governors came up the other day, they basically actually told you, right, they are not joining opposition or coalition or whatever they call it. The coalition that the opposition are supposed to be to be spearheading, coincidentally, it is the incumbent party that is having the coalition, and you think these people are serious. You cannot run opposition like a one-man show. Atiku want to run it as a one-man show. Obi want to run it as a one-man show. Look at Labour Party, for instance, the party that you actually you inherited 2 years ago. You went to the party, a united party, you factionalized it, you destroyed it. It's divided along ethnic, political, and interest, drives. A lot of things are happening. Apapa is pulling on one side. Aburi is pulling on one side. What's her name? That lady, Nina Usman, pulling on one side. And you are supposed to be the leader. If you cannot even provide leadership as small as Labour Party to get everybody in line and to a united front, how do you want to blame opposition for that? Is it the opposition that told you, that advised you to come to the TV, right? When Aburi was on your side, you came to the TV and you basically, were embellishing and saying Aburi is your man. Aburi is the main man. 2 months later, things went bad between you and Aburi. Was Aburi not on Dr. Damages when we had all these headless mob who does not know anything about politics? They were short of calling him Jesus Christ that day. 2 months later, they turned against him. How would you come to the national TV and you are picking a side because you did not want Apapa at that time, right? You wanted Aburi, and now that Aburi was in your corner, 2 months later, things went bad. They are talking about Aburi now. So Aburi has taken a faction, Apapa has taken a faction, then Nadi Usman has taken a faction. So who controls the faction now? And when you are asking who is the national chairman, they will say Aburi. This one will lay claim to it. How does that concern the APC or the major party? And let's assume the major party is actually doing that to your house. If your neighbor is turning your wife against you, it shows you are a very weak husband. It shows you are an irresponsible father. It shows you shouldn't even be a father and a husband in the first instance. If your neighbor is choreographing how your wife reacts to you in your home, if your neighbor has turned your kids against you in your home, it means you are a very stupid father and a useless father for that. A useless husband that you shouldn't even be a husband to a goat or a dog, let alone a human. That is what this opposition are not saying. Everything. Look at what Dele Momodu was saying the other time. They are canvassing this. They are canvassing. Look, until the end of time, right? It is you, obedient, that will not agree with people on social media, on everywhere, and you cause them out, you threaten them, you do everything. How do you want to? Are you increasing numbers or you are depleting numbers? And the party who knows how to increase numbers, they will keep peeling from you, those guys that you are chasing away. Why are we having problem in PDP today? Is it not because of Atiku? Atiku's intractable blind presidential ambition. They gave you tickets 2019. They gave you ticket 2023. You want the ticket again in 2027. What are those young guys going to do? Are they just going to sit in that party and keep handing you the ticket every time? And they see you cannot win an election. So they are all in politics. Atiku is a politician. Tinubu is a politician. Obi is a politician. Labour Party is a political party, same as PDP, same as APC. If you are messing up and your numbers are depleting because they are not seeing a semblance of a direction from you. Today, as we speak, one man, today as we speak, the National Secretary of PDP has been ceded to the Southeast.
But the two PDP guy, Okoye and Wanya, they are fighting over it. So if you as a candidate now, why do you think PDP does not have candidates in Anambra State? Because if you cough out your 500 million naira, you want to contest election, and the coast is clear for you. And if Okoye signs on your nomination form, right? At the end of the day, they will do you something that happened to the guy in Bayelsa State that time will happen to you. Your election will be nullified on technical reasons because the wrong person signed. If Anyanwu signed on your paper, the same thing will happen to you. Do you want to waste your money on that political party? So we have to be clear-eyed. Tinubu is doing this, Tinubu is doing that. Okay, and you say Tinubu is not when we say Tinubu is a genius, and you say it's not a genius. If only one man can be controlling two political parties with their leaders, are the leaders blind? Are the leaders so stupid? Are the leaders so incompetent that they cannot combine together and deal with APC? And all they want to do is keep doing this media grandstanding all over the place. You are not putting your home together. Today now, they are saying they are having ID card for obedience. So you are having ID cards for obedience globally, and then when Labour Party tested you to integrate obedience into Labour Party, you said no. You said no. So SDP
can I say something on that one? Because you were interjecting me. Can I interject you on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So now you're talking about obedience now and the ID card, right? I mean, you talk about what's it called? This party, Labour Party. Do you know what was going on in Labour Party? Didn't you hear what Arabambi and all the idiots like himself were saying? That APC, the obedient cannot come and hijack their party. When you people don't want to give them rope, even the ones that are already there that were part of that were obedient, the likes of what's it called? If I can remember some of their name, I mean, this guy is there.
Whose problem is that? Rational mind. Whose problem is that? Whose problem is that?
You said something. You said something.
Yeah, whose problem is that?
People does not want you to become part of them. You cannot force.
Now, whose problem is that? Whose problem is that?
Oh, wow. Hold on.
No, hold on. Because part of what you are sidelining is part of what Arababi said. You did not say that. What did he say? Let me explain to you. When even Dr. Abati was forced to say, I think this is a tribal problem. There's a tribal problem in Labour Party. Let me explain to you. During the presidential election, they came out with the first 15 names, right? Are the major individuals that will be controlling things during the presidential advisory, whatever, those lists that they came out with. 11 of them were from the southeast. 11 of them were from the southeast. You do not have any incumbent member, right? The real members who have been PDP, who have been Labour Party members for the past 17 years on that list, and they are addressed with you. You did not say anything to that. You handed the structure of a national party, Labour Party, to Aisha Yusufu that is not a registered party member. Who is Aisha Yusufu? You brought Kenneth Okonkwo from nowhere, right? Throw him into the limelight as the national spokesperson of your presidential campaign. A national political party. Would that happen in PDP or any political party like that?
Yes, it can happen. A candidate can choose.
Hold on. In a registered political party. So hold on. In a registered political party, are you serious?
Yeah, he's a member. He's a member of the political party.
Where you have party members of you are not looking at what you are not looking at
anything. So you said something. Let us hear what you just said now. You see, that's not. I know you need to move on, and maybe you have other things.
Yeah, because you are not seeing that.
I will see because you want to see what is not factually correct.
That Arababi is lying, and
Abure
is lying on the same time.
It is not factually correct. You see,
because
half-lies.
You cannot come from PDP and
try to control the party is what they do
for 17 years.
It's what
enigmatic. Open the window for you to push up to a little bit, and then maybe bring it home after that, so that we can move it around after.
Let him go, because since he doesn't have much time, because I wanted to challenge you on some of the things he said. But
yeah, because one man, let me put it straight to you. Those Arababi interview and Abure, go and listen to it. Right? There's no way that you will have people who have been in the party for 17 good years. They've produced governors, senators, and 17 good years, and you are coming from nowhere, from PDP and APC And Abga,
here you go again with this factually untrue things you're saying.
Hold on now.
When did Labour Party had any rep member? Or they have one person elected?
Let me tell you, everything we are saying, I'm very happy that you can Google. At least you know how to Google. Labour Party had Olusegun Mimiko in Ondo State. Hold on now. Adams Oshomole became one under Labour Party.
One under Labour Party, and some people say one under
Ovie Omagege won senatorial election under Labour Party.
Yeah, you go.
Under Labour Party, right? Ondo State produced most of the federal House of Rep, House of Assembly members, and senators under Labour Party. Under this Labour Party.
Yeah, it's not factually correct. It's not factually
all right. 3 more minutes, enigmatic.
So when you are looking at this, there is no possibility, and this is what the same thing that is happening in PDP. Wike has been in PDP all through his life. Atiku walked out on a sitting president during their convention with his team. He went in and out of a PDP, and he will stroll out, stroll back, pick up the ticket, walk out, stroll back, pick up the ticket. While Wike and all of them were tilting, right, and ensuring that PDP does not fall. All of a sudden, you just come and want to usurp the power all over again. They tell you this thing got to stop. So at the end of the day, there is a presidential candidate that you call yourself a unifier, that the party has crumbled under your leadership. Put it on Atiku. That is Atiku's failure. Under Peter Obi, you are the leader. You are supposed to be the leader of the party. The party has crumbled under your leadership. Put it on him. You cannot put it on Okonkwo. You can't put it on anyone else.
It's not factually correct what you're saying.
So you put it on Peter Obi, you put it on Atiku. So either you take it or leave it. That's your problem. And that's the problem of people who do not want to see it like that. APC was not an Eldorado. Tinubu had issues when he became the president. He was able to find ways around him and around the leadership of APC and put it on a steady ride. So at the end of the day, if you are now crying that your members are moving, your PDP Labour Party members, I think less than 6 months that they even won the election, they started moving from the House of Assembly. The Okada rider that they voted for from top to bottom, did the guy not move eventually? The only senator they have in Edo State, he just moved last week, right? They've had a lot of senators who moved. This only senator they have in Kaduna State, he moved, right? They've lost almost maybe 10 or 11 House of Rep members. So myself as a politician now, I'm trying to run under Labour Party, right? I want to commit maybe 300 million to an election, 300 million to an election. And I see all this nonsense going on. I don't know who is the leader. I don't know who's going to sign my form. I don't know what direction the party is going or under PDP. And you think I will sink my money, 300 million or 500 million into that investment? I'm not stupid. Anybody can be stupid to do that.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. The way I say Peter Obi, he lacks leadership skills. He has a feminine tendency. Like, if you know what I mean.
There you go.
Like, he's not. He definitely cannot speak.
What nonsense this guy is talking about feminine tendency?
I said what I said, man. I said what I said. I care less what you think.
Sorry.
I said what I said. He has feminine tendency. He speaks like a girl.
Then you are Mrs. Dorothy. Are you not Miss Dorothy?
Yeah, yes, I am. Just like you were talking. You yourself have feminine tendency too, because you talk like a girl.
Sorry, Oriola, but Nnamdi Kanu did tell off that that Obi has preference for northern men, but
did you not call him a gay? Even before the election, before these people become the madness of Obi now, they all over the place. Go and check the footprint on the social media. They call Peter Obi Ada Obi. They call him gay. They call him everything. They say you saw. That's all they call him so many names in Anambra State before they repackage him and throw him to the national stage because they want an Igbo president. If you say you want an Igbo president, good. Don't lie about competence and character, particularly when we know. So He was in Abga, the same Abga that he was packaged to him for him to take him to the national stage. He swore that he will never decamp from Abga to Ojukwu. Did he not betray Ojukwu? Did he not divide Abga? Did he not factionize Abga? Did he not destroy Abga completely to the ground before he moved? Before he moved, this Victor Ume now, go and look at all the silliness, all the nonsense, all the salacious derogatory language he used to describe Obi.
Bring it on, Enigmatic. Bring it on.
As if people do not know what happened in Nigeria again. And they are talking about one party state, one party state, one party state. Is it not in the same Nigeria, one man, this same Nigeria that an Attorney General of the Federation died under the leadership of a president that up to now we don't know what happened? Is it not in the same country that Ari Marshall was killed in Rivers State? Is it not in the same country, right, that people were killed on the line during Yar'Adua's election? People were just, the election were already, the results were already being announced. Is it not this, even in this Nigeria, this same Anambra that Peter Obi shares out the same Labour Party, he never allowed them to campaign. Did he not lock up El-Rufai? Did he not kill people in Ezu River? And instead of him to answer the question, he went to take perpetual injunction in court. As of now, he has not answered to that thing. As if people do not, as if people just work. If you are saying, okay, we want an Igbo president, good, but don't be coming out to lie about what we know. Don't say one of them is a thief or is a criminal. They say Atiku is a criminal, and he was a deputy to Atiku. All of a sudden, because the same party he called the criminal party of a structure of criminality, he's been negotiating with them to go back to the same party. He ruined Abga. He has ruined Labour Party, and you say they should be pointing finger to who? To who? If you ruin your family and you are pointing finger to your neighbor, are you not a stupid husband and a stupid father, like I said? One man.
All right, brilliant. If you want Enigmatic to be pleasant and don't mention Peter Obi, I don't think you can abide that guy. But that Enigmatic, it's this ingenuity of it all that rankles people. Not that people detest Peter Obi, but it's the way that he's been rebranded that irritates people. Because Obi is a public figure. He has been about 3 decades plus a public figure. And we are in the internet age, so everything is documented. So, I mean, all of those things that Enigmatic reeled out, they are factual things. They are factual things. He wasn't even the best governor in the Southeast at that time.
One man, sorry, one man. This one last one. I want people to controvert this. Was Obi not governor in Anambra State when he failed to conduct local government election for 7 years and 10 months? And he was receiving local government allocation funds. He was receiving it, pocketing the money. Why did he have an account in tax haven? He was one of the few Nigerian politicians that his name is on the Pandora. But they will be trying to defend the Pandora thing. Was it not the same guy? The worst governor? Can you compare Peter Obi and Sullivan Shime when they were the same set? Can you compare Peter Obi and Fashola? They were the same set. Can you compare Peter Obi and this governor of Aregbesola? They were the same set. Look at the set. He was the worst governor in the entire Southeast. Say we are packaging this guy because he's the Igbo president what we want. Don't say competence and character. We know him very well.
They say when they package Ojuyobo, Abi.
Yes, exactly. So we can package our own thing.
Sorry, Enigmatic. We have to move it on to Twitter. But do you not recognize what Enigmatic is saying? Rational mind. Don't go expansive, but just a quick response. Because when people try to interrogate that guy, they quickly call you a tribalist, a bigot, a this, that, and the other. But you know factually who this guy is. He is at best unimpressive. It was, if you go to Naira Land, maybe I'll go and bring back some of those Naira Land, because Naira Land was the social media at that time now. All of the people from Anambra, they were just every single day they insulted for his incompetence. Every single day. It's still there. I used to have copies of them. There was nothing he did. There is no abiding legacy. There is
Doctors were on strike 13 months.
You know what I recently discovered? This guy. You know what I recently discovered? until recently, there's a strike going on somewhere in Asia at the moment with doctors. Until this strike that is going on in Asia with doctors, that strike in Anambra State for 13 months was the longest doctor strike in the world during Obi's time. All of these things, the pensioners, they're just not being paid off by forget the guy, man. I don't like to do Peter Obi because you cannot but look at they are telling we know for all of the things they say about this guy, there is no legacy. There is no legacy. There's no legacy that he left behind.
Okay, but you said
there is no legacy.
Okay,
where is the legacy?
It's okay.
They say, oh, he took education from something. The Ministry of Education was after them now. All these miracle centers, it was Obiano within the first 4 months of his tenure. They shot down about 300 and something of them.
And yes,
and the results
Anambra was the best when it comes to their students were the best performing in the
They call them Miracle Center. Why do you think they call them Miracle Center?
Do you know what Miracle Center means? Do you know what Miracle Center means? The same guy that 8 years, I forgot to say this, 8 years, the guy was struggling between 7 billion and 8 billion of IGR growth. Obiano came within 6 months. He grew the IGR to 27.
But you are missing the IGR.
That was on that declaration.
No. So even the IGR percentage under Ngige, it was better in terms of percentage increase. Even though Ngige didn't govern that state long enough, and then under Peter Obi, it plummeted to the lowest in the country. And then Obiano took over and it bounced back. So between the two governors that sandwiches him, they did significantly better in IGRs. We know this guy now. We know him, but
you can say you know him. You see,
it's public record.
I'm just to see what you're saying that is on Ireland about him, that people that are running courses on him.
Rational mind. I'll go and dig them out.
Go and dig them, and when you bring them out,
No, go and fact check us now. You are in America now. Fact check all these things. They are not.
Because I'm busy here as I'm talking to you. Talking to all of us.
We've been saying it for years. You can check it. Go and check it out. The guy that spent state funds to buy 400 SUV for traditional rulers. You'll be there. Yeah. Church everywhere.
You said something. I've not said that this guy is a saint. Don't get me wrong. Well,
it was terrible, though.
Come on, can I just let that land? I know you want to move on. Other people are waiting.
Yeah.
Well, is he a criminal at the level, at the scale of Tinubu? No. At the scale of Atiku? No. Did he commit some infraction?
Are you talking in relative terms?
Very likely.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Are you talking in relative terms, or are you talking
was it grossly incompetent? No, it wasn't grossly incompetent.
Very incompetent. Grossly incompetent. Grossly. I'm telling you what it was.
Hold on, Enigmatic. If you are saying it's not grossly incompetent, what did he achieve in Anambra State? 8 years. He told us he had $500 billion in budget over the course of those 8 years. $500 billion. What's the legacy?
I don't know where you're getting all this in your numbers from. Where are you getting all these numbers from?
Not where his work.
Go and check. I'm not seeing any of this in online, and you tell me go and check.
One more, will you allow us to talk? We don't have much time here to speak.
All right. Let's move it on. So Zita, you're up next. Let me be a bit rigid with the time. 5-7 minutes monologue, just because we've not heard from Ekene a long time. A long time, but Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Let Ekene speak first now.
Let
Ekene speak first.
All right, the Jagaban of Alado Market. Before I don't finish, what's happening now? We don't see your brake light anymore.
One man, data is too costly now. I cannot come here and be agreeing something that doesn't.
Costly for you?
Oh man, so we go.
Everything is just how it is. Everything has just increased, and we are trying to put our own personal economy in a very useful information and very useful argument Not all
No,
this.
no be CBEX with that. CBEX don't hit your pocket.
No, CBEX no fit my money now. So, but the issue is that anytime I hear a useful argument, or what if I have something to say, I'll just come and say it. If I don't have anything to say, I don't come here to come and use one man to make your own topic, forgetting the government you campaign for. I don't do that anymore. So, but to put the record straight so that people can also go in there and also check themselves. You know, one of the most thing that the government of Nigeria, our governance system, and it's still affecting our institution till today. So when you talk about fund management, the man you are trying to talk about today is the best in Africa. When you talk about fund management, you can go and check that. So under his leadership in Anambra State, and not minding the huge debt that he met on ground, I think he left about $500 million as an investment. As an investment in Anambra State, both local and foreign currency, including $150 million in dominated bonds, all those things. So as of then, I'm not the one that said it. Go and check the period 2006. The Nigerian Debt Management Office rated him as the least indebted state in Nigeria. He even received award for not borrowing to fund his project.
He had no project.
So whatever you guys want to, however you want to put him, if you are not, I'm not saying that you don't have a right to say whatever you want to say.
Why is it the worst?
But not the one that you are the one that made him worst, not the Southeasterners.
Is it better than Sullivan Shimel?
Not even the
Is it better than Sullivan Shimel? Sullivan Shimel of Enugu State.
So when you talk about the critical area, human capital development that we are lacking in our system today, I think he came up to be the best.
How?
You know, state, the brightest state during his time, and when it comes to education. Where he met it, the state was still in 26th position. And since he left his mark in that state in terms of education, Anambra has been blossoming when it comes to education. Now, how did he do that? He distributed over 30,000 computers in all our secondary schools, including 22,000 units from HP. The management director group, all of them, they confirmed it. So he provided about micro academies to over 500 schools. So he provided network. He provided internet access. More than 700 buses provided. Over new classrooms were built. About 100 in all our 177 communities, including my own village. I don't say. So when you're talking about benefiting, I also benefited. And during his time as a governor, you dare not, as a child in our state, walk around the street, say you are selling bread or puff on the road during his time as a governor. It's something personally witnessed as a child then during school hour, maybe around 8 o'clock in the morning, and you are still carrying, you are saying for your mom. The child will be arrested, and the parents will come and answer query why this child is not in school. Those are the measures he put in place. And it worked perfectly well. Anambra became seriously minded when it comes to education. You understand? So when you talk about Anambra as being the safest state during his time as a governor, confirmed by the IGP of the police then, the record is there.
That's a lie. Don't say that.
Go and check it. Whether you lie or not, just Google it. Just type anybody here. Anybody here.
Dan Ulasi
Anybody here.
Dan Ulasi said even the elites of the Southeast cannot come. Some of us live in Anambra now. Guy, waiting they talk. The same place where he killed people in River. How did those people die?
Let me finish.
Tell us how those people
Let me finish. Hold
on, can I don't stay too long on Peter, because I think we do put a bit too often.
Why I have to spend some time in it is that I've listened so much on it. So I don't even want to say anything until my own time.
Those people that died in the River, explain
how they died. When I say whatever you want to put in place, or just anybody here, pick up your laptop or computer, just Google. Did P2B regime recognized as one of the safest states in Nigeria during his time as a governor? Just Google it and know what the system will bring out for you. So, and then how did he do that? And it was not even confirmed by the. It was confirmed by the.
All right.
It's them, Abubakar Muhammad.
Hold on, unless you really want to, let's not get too long and winding on Peter Obi. I want
how many minutes did you give me?
No, you have 5-7 minutes, but
if I use this to speak on Obi, don't bother yourself. Unless if you don't want me to speak. Because I have listened since I was here, I was listening to Obi, people degenerating him and all that. So, and I didn't interject any of them. I allowed them speak. You understand? I'm not the one that put out this information. They are there in the system. So if I want to talk about security, the major, and I'm talking about critical things that are affecting Nigerians today, how his performance was. And you have your system to Google it. So what I'm talking about, I still want to talk about security. I will leave other things, but I really want to talk about his security apparatus when he was the governor of the state. Go and Google me. I'm not the one that said it. It's Abubakar Muhammad, the then IGP of police, that rated Anambra as the one of the safest states in Nigeria then.
Why did Dan Ulasi say?
So, and why he was? And what if I want to?
Now leave him to stone. Come back.
If I want to say things, I say it with their record and how he did it. Not just say that this one do this. How did he do it? He provided every community in my state, 177 community, with their vehicles, security vehicles, well equipped, and revamped all our vigilantes, including my own village in Oba. Our vigilante then was one of the best, funding them directly from the state, being monitored by all our local chiefs and all that. That's how he did it. So, and the reason why I just pick up all these few things, you see what he's doing in the nursing system today, even as a private citizen, like him or hate him, he's going around almost all the nursing school in this country today, donating, and the same thing he did when he was a governor.
Can I engage you?
So
let him speak, please.
No, I have a question. We wanted to let him speak, but I have a question. So I understand everything you said that he did, which is good. I don't have any problem with that. But do you think that if he has actually, instead of him doing it by himself, he created an institution to do those things. Would you not prefer that? Because every single thing he did then, if an institution was created, we would still have them today. And I'll give you an example. So just like when he was the president right now, when he was the governor, he created some institution that outlive his time in office, meaning that when he was gone, those institutions, they're still there and we are able to point to it. I'm not saying Peter Obi didn't do everything you said he did, even though I don't know, but I take your word for it. But would you not have preferred that he actually institutionalize those every single thing he did when it comes to education, security? So those things will still be there even after he gone. So what do you think?
Created a very perfect institution. Go and check what is called ANID. During his time, ANIDS. Go and check it. That is the measure of development during his time as a governor. ANID. He created that institution was called Anambra State Integrated Development Strategy. Why? Just Google it with your phone.
Is this still existing?
The institution.
Hold on. Is this still existing?
It still exists. That was if so that institution is what.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that is what we are seeing now. That is what you are seeing in our education today in Anambra State. You see what happened. You see what happened. You see what. Why?
Yeah, we don't even feel building.
Let me finish. That ANID system. That ANID system is what you are seeing in our education system today. You see what happened in Lagos in their WAEC a few weeks ago. Do you see their record? So when you are talking about system, you are talking about system that really touches the masses.
Wait. Can you wait? When it comes to that Lagos, it is the people outside Lagos that are pouring in every day to enjoy free education, and for them they pay 1.5 billion annually that are failing, not Lagos State indigene.
Okay. I like how you put it. I just like how you put it. It is the people that are being poured into Lagos that is making Lagos failing. Yeah, I like how you put it, and I'm not arguing that. But the issue is that now that Lagos has failed, it's no longer your Lagos. It is now the people that are being poured into the state that are making the state to fall. So it's a fair argument. That's to you. But for me, the record is there in the last few weeks that Lagos State education is going lower every day.
Hey, can I just a second? One man, I posted something now.
Why Anambra State education? So when you talk about
come on, Martin, let the man talk. You got all the whole day. Let the man talk, please.
I post
what the heck is wrong with you?
I post something to
they're fast checking what he said now.
I post something to one man. Post it to them. Let them see. I just posted something to you now.
Yeah, I didn't want to tackle him either, but it's okay.
So, how if a man has created a system, why is the system only empowering Agboros and not empowering the children of the state to be more educated? So that's what I call a system. You understand? A system is not made to only empower Agboros, but to empower the children of the state.
That's not true.
I know
you want to.
So, but the system that was created in where the man that is governing our state today is empowering Agboros and all that. This is the most place that if you want to do Agboro work, is very lucrative in this state.
Yeah, but other things he created are doing well.
But I don't know. You can. This is the only thing I'm seeing. So if you have other things, you can bring it up.
So
I
could give it when it comes to transportation, when it comes to
all right.
a lot of things.
2 more minutes. Okay, 2 more minutes.
So the issue is that the reason why I brought up these critical things that you can even bring up your own argument to counter it or whatever, but I don't care. But you see the man you are talking about. Anambra State still recognize him as one of the best governors we have ever had. You see it both in the action of the people of the state whenever he enters the state. Not the one that will enter the state and carry the whole vehicle that is in the whole country to walk around his own state. He's a man that will enter and people will be chanting him, love him, and welcome him home as our own son who has really done well for us. That's how, when you govern. And upon that, after all these things he did, he is the only governor today in Nigeria that is not receiving any pension or whatsoever as an arrears, or the way Tinubu or other governors sign it for them that every year they are receiving billions, maintenance of cars and all that. Go and check it. He's not receiving a penny. He served and go. He served and they go.
No governor in those states.
And let the states, not all these things that you guys are talking about today.
No governor in
very wicked.
Pension. Don't be saying all.
So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. In essence, our critical areas are falling every day by day. Tinubu has come up with. I saw his rally today in a Bayelsa state. Though there was a gunshot that scattered the whole thing, I was just laughing.
Well,
that is Tinubu pro rally. I saw it in their poster.
No, come on, that is Wiki rally.
So whatever it is Tinubu organizing, it is Tinubu organizing for 2027. If you want to use Wiki, everybody knows that when Wiki is doing rally today, he's doing it in support of Tinubu. I saw the statement that they made there. He gave their son this, he gave their son that. In their return, they will vote for him in 2027. I watched it.
What's bad in that?
So it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. But the problem I have with it is this. What have you done for the people? It's early 2025. You already started campaign. Why Nigerians are living in perpetual darkness? At least during rainy season, we used to have a good number of light. But these days, I don't know. Go and check the system today. Our electric megawatts has dropped than what it used to be before.
All right.
So, and the money he increased, band A, band B, even the Asolo cannot pay it. They have to go solar. They cannot even afford it. They have to go solar.
Outside the box. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on.
He's not thinking about it. It's not thinking out of the box. That is a government that cannot be capable to give his people major amenities. These are the major amenities that even you guys there don't lack. No matter how things are costly in your own country, you don't lack it. These major amenities, education, lights, whatever, however, schools and the hospitals and all that, good roads, you don't lack it there. These are major amenities. What has he given? All these major amenities, at least these major amenities, what has he been able to give? So because they lack the competence, because they lack the capacity, to give Nigeria a good electric system, the Asolok has to go solar, and they budgeted 10 billion naira or $10 billion, whatever they want to put it there. Another money being siphoned. And every day you come here, Peter Obi didn't achieve this. When he was a governor, Peter Obi didn't achieve this. We are talking about what is your current president being able to achieve in just short period of time that was given to him. Has he done anything? Tell me. Let's bring out the index. Let's bring out the analysis. Let's know whether Nigeria is going up or is going high. You see our GDP. You see everything. The indices are there. He's the master strategist in learning how to steal power and conquer states. He can be smart in that. Everybody cannot argue it. But there are two ways a man can be smart. And the smartness can only impact both positive and negative. If you become smart in a negative form, you're still a smart man. So the man is smart in a negative form, and he's still a smart man. And anybody who wants to support him has the right to do so. I am not against you supporting a man being smart in a negative form.
Ekene, you are in Southwest today. Southwest.
All right.
So, in conclusion, one man.
Now, Southwest.
I don't come here to. I cannot discuss about 2027 now. No matter the coalition, no matter Atiku, no matter Obi, if Tinubu wants, let the whole governor in the state go to APC. I don't care. What I will say is always come here and say how Nigeria is and what is not working and what is working. But as I'm talking to you today, everything has gone low. Nothing has added. Debt profile, electricity, all these things has deteriorated during his, let me say, 2 years in office. And what the man is after is how to grab 2027. And then some citizens are here clapping for a negative impact to our politics. Instead of asking the man, what are you going to bring to the table? What have you? Write your achievement. Let us use it to campaign for you. You are there, or your mandate, we shall stand. Now you go stand for that mandate, not be me. You go to stand there. But one day,
you never stand there.
Whatever it is,
You never stand.
whatever it is, whatever,
Hold on, Enigmatic. You have to let this guy speak, please. Bring it on.
whatever it is, whether I know that he will not last there forever. Highest 8 years. Highest 8 years. They will take our country back and reform it the way it's supposed to be. But not this current. If I'm telling you it is this current administration, not this current. Just let him use Nigeria the way he wants. And let the people that are supporting him support him the way they want. But 2027, we are going to try our best the more. If God grant us victory, glory be to God. If God say that Nigerians deserve the suffering they are passing through, then let it be. But for me, we'll see how it goes. Thank you, one man. And another thing before I leave, one man. Nigeria has been declared to be more poorer in 2027, no?
No,
By
they,
the
they,
world.
no, they are projecting. They've not declared. They are projecting.
Okay, they are projecting. Instead of projecting, we are looking forward that this policy would have at least 2027 project us to be more richer and the more as the master strategic that he was. All the policy would have. But the policies.
Just hold on. They projected positive about 6 months ago. Then they project negative. So you cannot really, because when they project positives and we bring it here, you slaughter it. But then when you say you dismiss them, but then when they project negative, you take them on board. But land it in just no more than 2-3 sentences, then we're going to sit down.
Okay, whatever it is, however they're projecting it. The only thing I see, I don't like Nigerian every day we come here. Everything they project on us is what evil or bad that is going to happen to Nigeria. I don't like it. But because we have a man in the helms of our affairs who don't even care. Even as a government, when you hear such projection, what is your action? What action are you taking? The only thing you do is to prepare your senators to go to Rome and represent Nigerians in the burial of the former pope that just died. That's the only thing you do. They were there snapping pictures. Why projection are being made on your country about what you go to Senate, you discuss about how you naked a woman and all that. That's what they do. They never work on a policy that will not make this thing happen. I have never seen it for once. To project for something is not bad. After all, during the time of Israel, during the time of the people of Israel, it was also projected on them that 7 years famine. What did they do? When Moses was a king, he was busy gathering in the land of Egypt. At the end of the day, they were able to feed the whole nation. That's how to plan and that's how to govern. But you see all this daft that we have as both president and governors. I've lost confidence in them. Even if you give them, after all, but Daniel Borat said that if you give the man 30 years, he's not going to do anything for Nigeria. So forget about whatever thing that he's doing today. He has already said it how it is when he was in an opposition. 30 years, he's not going to do anything. And that's how I'm seeing it. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That was the excellent Kenneth. So Zita is up next, but just that Daniel Bwala you referenced that he was once a critic of Tinubu and now is our biggest voice champion. Let me just play you this little snippet and then we go on from there to Zita.
Government or national security. If you have the time, I will tell you more about what they are campaigning with as an agenda or as a rhetoric that he did well in Lagos. I will tell you between 1999 to 2007, if you take out context, he actually performed worse than some governors in Nigeria because the Lagos that they say he improved the revenue, he only collected tax. All the infrastructure needed for a state or in fact a country to develop was on ground. Lagos used to be the Nigerian national capital. Before Nigeria was formed, Lagos was a colony. You have all the infrastructure for economic development. As what you didn't establish them. There was seaport, there was airport, You have commercial activity. All the embassies are there. So transaction with foreign envoys is in Lagos. All the hotels are there, headquartered in Lagos. All the banks are headquartered in Lagos. All security apparatus, every facility and infrastructure for economic development was in Lagos. He didn't bring them. Asiwaju did not invite or introduce or brought to Lagos any serious foreign investor or domestic investor. And these revenues we are talking about that they claim he has generated, we are on. It's just that the government didn't have the infrastructure in collecting those. So what he did throughout this period was to collect tax. That's what they claim by revenue. And even then, the reason he did that was because the company that was collecting the tax, the company is allegedly traceable to him. So if you pick a man on the street and you tell him, I want you to collect us in a given area, your percentage is 30%, he will be optimal. He will be highly effective. This is the summary. But let me tell you what he did in Lagos. One, he attempted to destroy democracy. He wanted to introduce what we call monarchical democracy. A democracy that is not reflected by the will and wishes of the people, but reflected by the choice of a man, and people should run around it. He introduced the concept in politics in Nigeria that we call take the queue, follow the queue.
So that was Daniel Bwala when he was Ying before he became Yang. So the Yin Yang of a politician. Azita, you're up next, but hopefully we're not going to stay on it a bit too long because it's not really meant to even be an obese session. But
I'm not talking about him.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, let's go to.
I want to debate with AI on that trade thing that she was talking about, because she just said something like just threw me off. I mean, I need to debate that with her, but if she has time. But if not, no problem. Maybe someone other day.
What are you debating with me?
I mean, you said you were correcting something. I don't even understand what you were correcting. So, and then you went on and say,
no, what I said, you said they should go to China, that China is looking for soybeans because they are running out of trade with United States, that Nigeria or Tinubu should go to China and see a way he can get a trade deal with China to supply China those the soybeans they are looking for. And I said, trade do not work that way. Already, Nigeria has signed a trade deal with 4 countries, I think it's 5 anyway, that they supply soybeans and they are running low in the supply. So how would they, the people they have promised, I'll give you how many tons every year, they're not even meeting up. How would they abandon those people and run to another person to tell the person, are you looking for soybeans? I can supply you. Trade does not work that way. That's what I said.
But yet Brazil is going to supply them.
You are not understanding what I'm saying. Please. Please.
You said because we're not meeting up, right? You said because we're not meeting up the other ones.
No.
So how can we just jump ship?
Understand me first.
No, I'm repeating what you say. I'm trying to repeat what you say so I know you understand what you're saying.
Trade is a deal. If Brazil doesn't have a country that supplies soybeans as of today, or maybe they have surplus, whereby they can make deal with China to supply them, that is fine between China and Brazil. But what I am saying, number one, Nigeria is supplying soybeans to countries in large quantities, have already signed trade deal with those countries to supply them soybeans. And now Nigeria is even running low because of all this ridiculous insecurity in Nigeria. So there is absolutely no way Nigeria will leave those countries. They have not even completed the quantity they approved to give to them to go and look for other places. Mind you, Nigerian soybeans is almost like organic.
Yeah, you're right. Brazil actually, wait, let me just add to it real quick. Brazil is actually the largest supplier of soybeans to China. So if China is cutting off United States, it's only right for China to request for Brazil to supply them more. So it's not the other way around, the way the other guy is trying to portray. So Brazil's already
hold on. You see, come on, let's not do this. I mean, it's like some of us what are we doing? AI, please, let me just say this. I know you have the floor. Let me say this. There's context of what I said. And the context was that go and meet China, negotiate with them. And I said, after that, I said something. I said, NEC, go and look at the newspaper from, was it 2 days ago? NEC said they are putting in a $50 billion agricultural, whatever crap they call it. They have this name. APC is very good at naming things. This is nomenclature they always do every time. Now, why don't you try and see if you can empower our what's it called? Our farmers to ramp up production, so that whatever even our oil, we're not even meeting the quotas. So why don't you ramp up production of that so that we can produce more? Those people we were supplying already, that we're having a shortfall in that. Why don't we supply them and also get another market, another emerging market like China? That's what I said. It doesn't, all this correction that you people are like to do here, it's not necessary. Okay. All I'm saying is that if you are voting billions of dollars to ramp up production, you can do that. It's a project. It's something they should be doing long time.
When I came to
going here and jumping here and be doing politics, local politics, without even having any impact on the people they are governing. That's what I said.
Okay, this is my turn to speak. I came to this platform. The first time I came here, I noticed that most Nigerians don't even know that Nigeria is sometimes the second or the third largest exporter of millet. And I am sure most Nigerians don't even know what millet is. Nigeria has been supplying cash crops all over the world. They are doing their best, but in recent times, because of this insecurity, it's not even sesame seed. Nigeria is, I think, the fourth largest supplier of sesame seed. So I don't
even share butter, cassava, cocoa.
Cassava. Yeah, that's right, but they're cheating us. They're cheating us. You're right with what you said, but they're cheating us.
One thing you will understand is that over the years, Nigeria has had trade deal with so many countries that are supplying those things. But in the last decade, they are running short of supply because of the insecurity, which we turn our blind eyes in discussing. A farmer cannot grow soybeans if Mama has to come and eat up all his soybeans. I don't get that. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't get the direction of this argument. Nigeria as a country has
sorry, Ratman. Sorry, Tita. Let me bring our hand over to Chioma. Super Chatters are Chioma herself. There she is right there, encouraging people to do it. That's Dupsy hearkening to Chioma's call, and that's Chioma again. So that's Chioma. So Chioma, Zita has the floor. Oriola next, Man of Prestige, and then Remy. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. We were meant to have a guest today, and I couldn't. I'll tell you all about it later. If I'm able to speak to him tomorrow, then we'll see. If it's not too angry or pissed off, then I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. But I thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay. So it is, if you have excess and you are looking for opportunities to go sell them, that is fine. But the things you are calling and the things you are saying, Nigeria is not sitting down folding their hands. Most of the things Nigerians produce as cash crop, most Nigerians don't even eat it. The consumption in Nigeria is extremely very low. Most Nigerians don't even know the heck what it is. Like this sorghum that Nigeria is hitting the whole world with. Most Nigerians don't even know what the heck it is. So the problem Nigeria is having today is not that because they don't have a trade deal. No. 80% of the problem they're having is because they are running short of supply because of insecurity. Let me go back to the topic. Shuama, please. I beg, no verse. Chichi, what is the topic? I beg, I don't forget. This argument don't die.
Good evening, Madam Zita. Good evening. Everyone.
What?
I have no idea what the topic is.
Okay,
It has to do with
it's
River
like we've
State. They said
deviated a
that,
lot from the topic. Okay, I
yes,
heard
so
people
you
talking
know,
about the camp and
yeah, how
and
say in the
okay,
River State, he moved to APC.
okay, let me speak a little about it. When it comes to politics, it's not actually, it's not somebody destroying your party. Destruction of a party comes within. And it is not actually impossible for someone to form a collation, what do you call it again? I'm messing up the word. Coalition against a sitting party. We've done it before in Nigeria. When they did it in 2015, everybody never believed. I remember Asare Dokubo on channel television, they asked him 3 times, he said it can never happen. But it happened. So all this, somebody is somewhere destroying a party to win over the party members. It doesn't actually, I will call that warehouse politics. Because there are a lot of big wigs in politics in Nigeria. They can form a coalition against Tinubu and give him run for his money. They have done it before in Nigeria. So, but just like somebody said, if you are planning your election and you have something like 100 million naira to run for House of Representatives, I'm just giving an example, and then the party you are going to run under is in tatters, why would you remain in that party? What kind of politics is that, if I may ask? As of today, PDP, in fact, I can comfortably say that their anger is, I think, is still hitting that he will come back in 2027. I think that is what is trying to finish the PDP to ground. He would have kept quiet. He's actually driving his members. Why would he be hitting that he can come back to in 2020? What kind of man is that? You run an election, you run back to Dubai. You realize in Dubai, somebody will be paying all the bills and handling the party. When the boom, election is coming, you run back again to bribe delegates to give you the ticket. Then you run back, you abandon it again and go back. Who wants to be in that kind of party? People are not seeing it that way. All they're seeing is that there is one demon or one devil or one wish of Trumzo somewhere trying to destroy other parties so that he will be one party. It does not work that way. It doesn't work that way. I cannot have 100 million naira to contest for an election, and you are telling me to sit in Labour Party to spend my 100 million. It doesn't work that way now. Chairman, secretary, bobo, board members and tatas, directors, who side. Then you expect me to put in my 100 million in such a party? Who does that? What kind of politics is that? Then PDP, today they will say this person is the chairman. The next day they go to court, they say no, that man is no longer the chairman. The next one is the chairman. The next day they say no, you go this way. This person go to, who wants to put money in such a party? These are very simple things we should understand. Nobody is an island and nobody is too superior that cannot be handled. I don't even know what you people see Tinubu to be. He's just an ordinary human being. But if you don't get your ass, well, he's going to screw it again. And the skies will not fall. I can assure you, the skies will not fall. It didn't fall in 2015. It didn't fall in 2019. Neither did it fall in 2020. It's not going to fall in 2027. So all this argument, agitating people at home, telling them that Tinubu is one demon. He's a perfect politician. He's meandering, going into other parties, destroying them. I don't get it. You don't have a home. You don't have a home. Saying that you are in your house and somebody come and scatter it, then you never own that house. Look at a party called PDP. There was a time they had almost all the governor in Nigeria. It was PDP. People come coalition, come together, beat them blue-black. And up till then, people are not seeing that PDP members are very stingy. They don't bring money from their pocket. They always want to use state money or federal government money to do their shenanigans. Anytime you remove that state money and federal government money, everybody will go in. That's what is happening to PDP. These people have embezzled so much money, but they don't want to spend it on their party. And whose fault is that? One wish of Tromso in Nigeria called Tinubu. What? I don't understand the argument. Look at Labour Party. Giving to one man.
Can we push back?
Which he would have organized and take the whole of the party and do with it whatsoever he wishes.
AI, can we push back?
Why not?
Okay. So you said PDP don't spend their money. They spend. I mean, is there any party that does not use a state fund to sponsor their party? Is there none?
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you. I will tell you. In 2015, Tinubu was not a governor. Kwankwanzo was not a governor. Saraki was not a governor. Tabawa was not a governor. I wouldn't want to call Buhari because they claim he's stingy. He doesn't bring out his money. These people came together, bring out money, the ones they have stolen. They put hand into their pocket, the one they have stolen, and they brought it out and used it to form that coalition. That kicked Jonathan.
Let me finish. You've not finished your naming the names now.
Let me finish before I lose me. You said, are they not going to use, which party doesn't use state money? I'm just giving you an example. I am not saying that those people were never in government.
It's not factually true what you just said. It's not factually true.
Why? How not?
Okay. You did not finish naming those people that were part of the coalition. And Imo State governor was there. I brought some part of APGA.
Hold on.
River State, Amechi was there.
Hold on. You didn't understand what I said.
You said they did not spend state money.
Please, get me right. Let me explain again. As I said before, PDP members, I would say 80% of them are very stingy. They don't want to dip their hands into their pocket to bring out money to sponsor the party. They lash around whenever they are not in power. In 2019, when Atiku lost the election, he left. It was this week that held that party with River State money. Because he was still in power. He has the money in his, he has the key to the vote. He held that party from 2019 to 2023. If you do not spend money in your... Look at Atiku. He spent money to get the ticket. Pick somebody, Vice. He was looking for where the money is. And when I said that, some people will say, oh, if it's the money, why didn't he pick Wike? Because you don't know that Delta State makes more money than River State. If you know that, you should know why he... And the man loaded the money, pumped money into that election. And they lost. Now they have lost. Everybody has run away. They all disappeared. A group of people wake up one morning, use their money, form a party. Other governors join them.
That's the thing I'm saying to you. They did not use their money. Don't say they used their money. They did not use their money.
Tinubu is not in power there.
Oh, come on. Send me that.
Listen to me. Politicians are still the same in Nigeria. I don't know if new blood has joined them. I'm talking about PDP and APC and Labour Party. They've been there from the time inception. So whichever one that is out is still the money he stole. What I am saying is that when PDP person is not a governor, he doesn't bring out his money. That's bringing out the one he has already stolen.
You cannot use the time in history. So you see, there's certain things we cannot just be cherry picking historical facts to support some analysis we're trying to make here. But the fact that at some point, like you have a point with that PDP they committed this huge error by not allowing one man to finance a party in the person of Wike. Delta State was there, other states were there. Why didn't they at least throw in money to float the party during that Buhari time? I mean, I will give that to you that yes, there was an error, but it's not always that analogy, that example you are trying to use.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Let me explain.
You understand that?
I am not saying that when PD people are in power, they don't bring out their money. That is not what I said. Because when they formed Correlation in 2015, some of their members that joined them later were governors already. They bring out money too. What I am saying is that when PDP members are not in position or have the key to the vote of a state or the vote of the federal government, they do not put their hands in their pocket to bring out their, well, I won't call it their personal money, the money they have already stolen to sponsor the party. I don't know how else to explain it to you. And I have given you an example. In 2015, Tinubu was not in power, but let's assume he stole some money. Saraki, Tambowa, what's his name? Herufai. Just name it. 70% of them that formed that party were not in power then. It was when they have formed it that the governors, some of the governors came and House of Reps and senators come to join them. Tambowa was almost kicked out by what is his name, Jonathan then. He was the Speaker of the House. I remember when Jonathan locked the gate, they were jumping first like one mad high school children. I don't forget that easily. So that's the problem PDP is having. Their problem is not one demon in Asu Rock trying to destroy them. Their problem is one, money. Two, greed. Every one of them want to be the president. Who's gonna be the vice? Every one of them want to be the vice. How many vice are they gonna have? That is their problem. Until they remove that selfishness and ask themselves, what do we actually want? Do we want to kick Tinubu out first? Or do we want to sit down here and be struggling on who is gonna be those so-called individuals? Because as it is now, Tinubu, there is no opposition party, but they have opposition individuals. That's what Nigeria have today. They have opposition individuals. They don't have opposition party. Until those individuals come together and ask themselves just a simple question: what do we want? We got to keep this man out first. But if they continue mumbling on who is gonna be, the man is going to run this time around. I can assure you he will crush them. Because in 2015, if you watch the drama, their aim was to take Jonathan out. So what did they do? They look for a seemingly acceptable person who ain't got no money, even though he is not ready to spend. And they pump money. Everybody became patient because their game plan was to get Jonathan out of the place. But you see, these guys you are talking about, they have not told us what they want. Because as I can see, all of them are struggling on who's going to be the president. After the president, who's going to be the vice? How many vices are they going to have? So you people should stop calling Tinubu. In fact, the guy should just relax one place and be drinking champagne. Because he can assure you, see these individuals, they have a lot of problems in their hands. And until they solve it, they are not going anywhere.
APC had their own problems now. They have many people vying to be vice president when Tinubu was there.
No.
There was, yeah.
Hold on.
We saw them.
Let me
we
explain.
saw many people that were vying.
Hold on. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. Maybe you did not understand what I said.
Come on. There's a way you twist things sometimes. I mean, I heard you now.
Hold
I heard
on
what
now.
you said.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. Maybe you will understand. Let me break it down. When your mission is one, what is our mission? Everybody agree on one mission. Who becomes is not a problem. I said it before, but since you did not understand me, let me break it down. If our mission is to kick Tinubu out, everybody will want to be the person, to be in forefront like the president at the end of the day. But if all of us want to fight it, of course, there might be struggle. This person will want to be, this person will want to be, this person will be. But at the end of the day, everybody will still agree for one person to go for it. Why? Because their mission is to kick Tinubu out. Back to PDP. As I said before, PDP have not told us what their mission is. Because if they agree on one mission, who will be will never be a problem. Yes, they will argue, they will quarrel, there might be squabble, but at the end of the day, because all of them are heading towards one direction, there will be compromises. And that one person will emerge. But from what I am seeing, they have different missions. And when you have different missions, you head in different direction. So please, Tinubu is not Alpha and Omega. He's just fortunate that the people who are trying to fight him have not even gotten their ass cleaned, let alone coming to fight him. That's just the truth.
I 100% agree with you.
Okay. Can I make my contribution?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Good
think, Madam, okay, you are in the evening over there. Okay. I think Madam Zita have laid everything on the table. There is virtually nothing to add more, because you cannot tell me that somebody is coming to your house to destroy your house while you are not keeping your house tidy. Or you cannot tell me your house is dirty while you are not cleaning it up. It's your fault. And I think the person that make that PDP to crumble like that is because of ambition of one man. And that is Atiku. Because he still wanted to be using that party. How come? And you are not contributing to what to the development of that party once you lost an election. And if we want to be fair to ourselves, I want to look at people like Wike that contributed immensely, financially, morally, and everything to that party when all of them chicken out. To now make it worse, you gang up against him, the Tambua treasury, oh my God. And you just gloss over it like that. Okay, it's politics. Politics is a deadly game. He will fight back, and he's fighting back. And I think that if the sole aim of him is also to destroy that party, that article will
not fight back to kill his party, right? Kill the party because he doesn't have his way, right?
Oh, can I finish, please?
No, I'm pushing back. I'm asking you a question. It's a question.
Okay. The question you asked is, to me, is irrelevant. The reason why I say it's irrelevant is because the reason why I say it's irrelevant is because when
you have to tell me it's irrelevant.
Let me finish.
Say the crap you want to say.
Okay, fine. When Wike started fighting with Atiku and the rest, they were together in PDP. It's not known that Wike have already cross-carpeted to APC. So when they do their shenanigans and they push Wike out of that primary of the PDP, and he fought back, and he has been fighting back since that time. So for him allying with Tinubu is an icing on the cake for him to fight them more. So the question you asked now is it's not correlated at all. So what I'm just trying to say is very simple. You don't put your house in order and you are not blaming others. That is nonsensical to say. Look at both PDP and Labour Party. Is it Tinubu that asked Abure and Obi and the rest to be fighting themselves about money? Is it Tinubu that asked Makinde and Bala Muhammad and the rest to have their political ambition? They don't want this guy to come and hijack to be their presidential candidate anymore. Is it the one telling them? If you're a good politician, you look at your opposition as a ruling party. You look at, okay, what can I do to make them more weakened? And you do it. This is a pure politics. Anybody that does not understand pure politics, then you should not come here and be telling us that it's turning Nigeria to one party state or something like that. No, it's not done that way. I remember in year 2007, I guess. Yeah, 2007, not I guess. When Obasanjo sold a dummy to all the AD states. And they accepted who can sink. So, okay, we are going to support you in presidential election. And then when it comes to gubernatorial election, leave us alone. What did he do? At the end of the day, all of them were swept up like that. And that is politics for you. Because they didn't think very well. And it's only Tinubu that was lucky enough not to be swept away at that particular moment. So and to be frank with you, if you are a young person growing up in Nigeria and you have intention of joining politics in the future, please learn. Continue to learn. Don't always sit.
Learn the crap of a politics that is playing, right?
That is you. I am just saying my politics,
right?
Why don't you let me?
Rational mind.
Is that what you are?
Nah. Rational mind. No. Yes. Rational mind. Nah.
I'm listening to you. Go on. I'm listening. Go on. Yeah.
Continue.
Okay. I am just trying to say, for young people who are aspiring to join politics in future, this is for them to also learn, because politics is local. Don't let anybody deceive you that what is happening in America, American policy, politics, Indian politics, or UK or Western politics is the same thing that is going to happen in Nigeria. No, it will never be the same thing, because we are practically not the same level in terms of their democracy. Are you going to compare a country of over maybe 200 years of democracy with a country that have a stable democracy of not even less than 30 years from 1999 to date? So you learn as a young politician. I'm not saying you should copy Tinubu totally, but you learn how you play your game. You continue to learn from. If you are too selfish in politics, that is where you met your Waterloo. But if you are smart enough, then you continue to climb up the ladder. And before you know it, who knows? You can become the president of a country. Politics is not all about being a saint, that I am Mr. Saint, I'm Mr. Clean. The moment you join the political train, go and write it down. Anywhere in the world, you must be ready to get your hands dirty, because you have to buy people in kind or in cash. Nobody is going to just support you just word of mouth alone. Everybody is.
That's how they buy people in your country where you are there, right?
Can you just keep quiet, Mr. Rational Man?
I'm asking you a question.
You cannot ask me a question that you have to.
You have to wait for him to finish.
You cannot just be jumping in like that.
Wait for Remy to finish.
So, politics. Anybody that wants to go to politics, put it in your brain. This is a dirty game. It's not that I'm going to church or I'm going to mosque, so everybody must be very holy. No, it's not like that. And anybody that joins politics, his hand is not clean. Whether you are first governor or you're a rep or whatever, it's not clean anywhere in the world. So that is when you see them. They always look at something to fight against you, because you can never, there's no perfect human being. There would have been something you'll have done, maybe as a past governor or senator or rep or local government chairman, or maybe your academic record, whatever, they will throw it at you. And you must also get ready to defend yourself. And you must also get ready to also fight back. That is politics for you. If today PDP and Labour and all the opposition are not getting their heart very well, it's a plus for APC, and it's a plus for people that are supporting APC or supporting Tinubu. That guarantee an easy path in 2027. So I rest here so that another person can talk. Thank you.
Who is another person? It's rational mind.
You people just come here, you say certain things, I just wonder, what planet are some people from?
It's you that we should be asking the planet you come from.
What planet are
Tinubu, you are making Tinubu look like Alpha and Omega. He's not.
No. You see, here you go again.
No, he's not.
If
he's
you listen
not
to one of my submissions, I said, no.
He's not.
Hold on.
People messed up their situation.
Well, I would agree with you
totally on with their greed and selfishness.
Well, while it is true, like you said, that there's a measure of greed and selfishness and all of that, it equally also applies to the same people that are there that are now having power now.
It did not. Let me explain to you.
No, there's not a you're going to do. I understand.
Hold on.
I've had you many times, Madam Zita. I've had you many times. But let me just special something.
Hold on. So, Madam Zita, some of the panelists, your fellow panelists, they believe that the politics that the politicians are playing now is not for 2027. It's for 2030. So I don't know. That's why they feel like he's Alpha and Omega. That if that one is settled, that he will be president.
No. You see, even if they're playing politics of 2035, if they play it this way, the side that got their ass together will still win them. That's what I'm just trying to say. What they are doing is unpolitical, and nobody will want to put his money in that kind of party to run in that party's name. You will lose. Leave all this, they rig election, they don't rig it. You will lose. You waste your money. Look at Labour Party. When INEC gives them money, come 2027, because the INEC usually give party money, who is he gonna give it to? It's a simple question.
All right, let me ask you something. Let me
finish. Who is going to disburse the money? Because the federal government through INEC gives party money. Okay, that money they use it to support themselves in certain area. Then the party levy people too who wants to contest, and they pay that money. The party use it for some certain logistic and some certain things for the party. So when you have a party like Labour Party as it is today, ask yourself a simple question. If you are a politician, will you stay in that kind of a party that you wouldn't know where your money will go to, or where the money that will come in will go to? Nobody plays politics. So the campaign is just natural. The politicians that already have positions are scared. They actually do not know where to run to. Probably they might not like APC very well, but that's the only one that is kind of steady. So they have to run to it. We should always think these things out. Most of them going to APC, probably they don't like APC, but they're looking for a party where they can hold their political career. Why don't we see it that way?
That's not what it is. That's not what it is.
No, for most of them, that is what it is.
Can I say something? You said this many times, but let me just say this. You can push back later. You see, what is playing out? I mean, like you said, yeah, I know PDP has that issue and those things you mentioned about finances and not wanting to being stingy and also, yeah, I understand. I think I agree with you on that. That I think PDP, they have that problem. They don't want to spend; they just want to take advantage of whatever, and that's one of the that's what makes APC in some ways different from them. I give it to you on that. That analysis, I totally accept that, but that's not the totality of what is really affecting or what is killing the opposition in Nigeria right now. There's the handiwork of Tinubu in all of it. And some of you have made their hold on. You can now laugh comfortably at it. I no problem. But I will hold my position, and that is what I've seen play out. People like Wike are spoiler. Tinubu sim. If I tell you, if Wike was not to be on Tinubu's side, hardly Tinubu will be able to penetrate PDP, because Wike will be on the other side probably. But because this is the same idiotic Wike on the day of their primaries, and maybe that's why he's always looking like he's going to die any minute. May God fire me. May God punish me. May God do this on the day of the primaries. If I did not, anybody that emerged here today, I will support him. I'm a party man. If I did not may I not see what my life will ever be. And maybe that's why he's looking like somebody that's going to die in a minute. He will emanciate, he will depreciate, he will do that. We see him like as he's going to die in a minute. Maybe that's him.
But they broke their own side of the argument now, so that thing would not affect.
There was no agreement.
The agreement was if a northerner picks it, they will all support him. Why the chairmanship will go to the south. So
maybe that's the context. Maybe that's the context. But I'm just going by what he said.
Yes, of course now. Mm-hmm.
So, but maybe
that's the Russian now. On hand. That's That's why he said
my
said.
My point is this, Madam Zita, is that it's because Wike is on Tinubu's side. We know the role he played in 2023 against his own party. He told Atiku point blank, "Do not come to my state." The PDP state, do not come to my state and campaign. He frustrated it. He worked for Tinubu, and now he's in Tinubu's government. He's planting his stooges everywhere to be spying on everything.
Okay, you are right.
So now you are here telling me
no. If you say, hold on, if you say that Tinubu has a hand in some of the things that is happening, you are very right. Let me tell you why you are very right. If you are a politician, you want to be in power, or you are in power, you want to retain your power, all you should be looking out for is a loophole in other parties.
That's not an hallmark of a good politician.
Hold on.
Good politician.
If you look for, wait, that is not. You don't even need to be a good politician to know that. You look for any loophole, a little window. You will just jump on that window, expand it very wide, so that the whole breeze will blow that party off. Who doesn't want to go into ballot box 80% sure that he's gonna win? Who doesn't want that? So yes, you are right. He saw loophole.
Well, you people have not said that I was right. You people said it's just
these people doesn't want to spend their money. They're busy arguing. They cannot even come to a compromise of who is going to be the presidential candidate and who is going to be the they can't even sit down to maintain their old party. They are running to SDP and they are running Heta-Sketa. They are running to Labour Party. Let me use this opportunity and plant what I want to plant. Of course, you're right. He should do that. He must do that. He just doesn't have a choice rather than to do that because he still wants to remain in power. So I don't understand your argument.
So my argument, see, here we go. You and I, we live in countries where there are certain principles, certain ethics that they don't violate. They might do all their shenanigans around certain things, but there are certain things threshold they don't go overboard. If they do that, they know that could lead to the decline of their society. This is the same guy that some people, idiots, will come here and they will promote him, and even himself will carry himself like he's a true Democrat. He fought Abacha, he fought all this opposition, whatever crap. And then yet, if you feel that your handiwork can speak for you, you've done great things for the people of Nigeria, you've really transformed Nigeria to the so-called crap that some people come here and promote every time, after and this and that and this and that and then credit union, whatever. I mean, school, whatever. If we're seeing the impact, let us speak for you. Nigerians will vote for you, regardless of all this shenanigan politics you are trying to.
So what you are saying is you should not fight the opposition.
Let me land, please. You don't need all these things, but it's because he knows that he has performed woefully, and Nigerians will never vote for him. And the only thing he can do is to cripple the opposition, so that they will never get themselves. It will just coast to victory. Because if he knows that what he has done,
okay, you have landed now.
I'm not landed.
He has not landed. He's making sense.
Really? Repeating the same thing now and then.
Oh, come on.
What else do you want to say?
I'm listening.
Educate us, rational mind.
Come on. You see, that's what they do. That's what they do.
I'm telling you.
That's what they do.
You're speaking some facts. I mean,
rational mind.
Rational mind is making mockery of you.
Hold on.
No, it's just the way he's analyzing it now. He's trying to cripple the opposition.
Okay.
Who is crippling the opposition?
Hold on. Rational mind. Just a second.
Let I talk that Zita.
Hold on.
Madam Zita, just allow him to land.
Let me just say something before I forget.
Okay.
Rational mind, you made a very vital point. Mm-hmm. You said because Tinubu does not have deliverables, that's why he's trying to cripple the opposition.
Exactly.
But it is actually funny because that is why opposition should have upper hand against him, because he doesn't have deliverables. So they should come together and run on that.
How can they come together when somebody in power? You know who Nigerian president is? The Nigerian president is a very
powerful. You are Tinubu. Let me just let you.
The Nigerian president is a very
powerful. And Remy, let him land.
So let me just.
How many times is he going to land?
Let me conclude now. I never come, Rami. I never come, right, Remy?
Yeah, you come from.
Don't worry, I'll come this time around. Don't worry,
don't come yet.
Don't worry. So my point is this. If he has proof to show that, I mean, yes, Nigerians have delivered. I've delivered this. I've done that. Please, let my work speak for me. I don't need to interfere with any position. Let them vote for me. They will vote for you. But because he knows that he has performed woefully.
Yeah, thank you. Now let's
let me wait now.
I leave it at that. I don't want to talk.
Let him leave it like that. If you don't allow him to start, continue.
I'm done, Remy. Go on.
He said he has not delivered. The person you are talking about is not even up. It's about 1 year, 11 months in power. And when you talk about his achievement, I will try to talk a little bit about his achievement. The number one is about the NEF fund loan for the students of higher institution of Nigeria. About 500,000 Nigerian students were able to get that loan, and with a stipend of 20,000 every month. Another thing is that since he became the president, the ASU of Nigeria, they have not embarked on any industrial strike. He is able to pay $7 billion of our the money we are owing airlines and whatever. He is able to reduce our debt portfolio from about 97 billion to about 69 billion.
He paid airline. Where did he pay airline?
No. Let me finish.
That
is backward of the money they are owing.
Everything he paid.
Listen, everybody knows about it.
No, everybody knows that. I'm hearing that for the first time from you. These are narratives that you people come here.
Are you kidding yourself? You do not know that
Emirates and let Remy finish now. Rational mind. Then you argue.
Let me finish now. Everybody knows that there was some few years back, Emirates said that most of the airlines were not flying to Nigeria because we are owing them a backlog of money.
As Emirates resume,
they have resumed since almost like 3 or 4 months ago. If you want to fly Emirates from Nigeria, you can fly.
Really?
The rest. Yes. Go and check it out. And then when we talk about our reserve, we are able to increase our external reserve. And when we talk about governors getting more money, although you make a counter-argument that there was inflation, but there's no gainsaying that most of the state governors have been receiving double or triple of their allocation. And none of them can say that it does not have money to pay his or our workers, to pay for their workers in their state. Even if they are not, if some of them are not paying the minimum wage, at least about 17 governors are paying 70,000 or above minimum wage now. There was a relative peace in Nigeria in terms of security until recently when it spiked off again. And then we have seen a lot of investment that pouring into Nigeria. And recently there were decreases.
Investment where?
Relax yourself.
Don't be saying all this. Don't
jump. You said it's a good.
I will talk.
Relax. You can't just relax. Okay. Then you come back and you said it's not doing nothing. And then in terms of infrastructure development in Nigeria, we can all see that the Lagos to Calabar highway is taking shape. The Sokoto to Badagry is taking shape face by face. East-West Road, you can go to YouTube. There are audio and video.
What kind of, where are you from, Remy?
Listen, can you just calm down, rational mind? I gave you.
Calm down.
I'm taking sorrow now. My jump. Don't jump. Just relax. Hold your coming. If you are not sure about it, YouTube is your friend. Go and be typing in the search section. You will see both audio and video of phases they have completed and the ones they were still working on. That is the easiest way to find out the truth so you can do it by yourself also. So there are so many things that he has done, although maybe it's not enough. Until today, the price of foodstuff in Nigeria are decreasing. Maybe not at what we want. And then we have also seen compete. Okay, I will tell you. Okay. I will tell you this. The price of rice, 50 kg of rice before the Christmas or during the Christmas, some of them are more than 100,000 per 50 kg. Today, they are selling them below 70,000 naira. So you can call your people in Nigeria and ask them how much is the price of it.
What rate did he meet it? What rate? What rate did he meet it?
I think you are here just to, okay. Let me quickly conclude this way. All these things you have been saying, I think at the end of the day, both PDP and Labour Party, they are the cause, they are the architect of their own downfall. Because if I'm the ruling party, I will be happy. Why not? Look at what transpired in America too. During your last election, or maybe your last 2 elections, there were accusation and counter accusation of bribery, of mailing ballots, so many stuff. That is the local politics. Relax. I'm not relax.
You've been talking. That's you relax.
This to 1 minute.
Oh, South America. You're talking about American politics.
No, I'm just trying to give a. Oh my God, what kind of man are you? So fine. But I'm just trying to tell you that politics is local. But she ain't America and they do different things.
America. You these are bad people there. At
the end of the day, you, national mind, you continue to will like this till 2020.
Yeah, I will wait, right?
I know how you will. You nearly nearly crumbled in 2023. You will again in 2037.
I will.
Wait until you cannot have a voice.
I will wail and then you drink my tears, Abby. You drink my tears. You see these Agbado people then. You see, the devil, even the demons, when they see people, they will say, they will go off when you are and people you people, you ain't going, but you raw. You see, where you people are from. They're just like these MAGA idiots that I have here in America.
So, Rational Mind, I want you to take your
narrative.
Chema, can you ask Rational Mind to pick he's in front with his laptop or mobile phone? Now, I'll be saying by one, go and fact check it, like your Obi always say. 500,000 Nigerian students are benefiting from their fund loan. Go ahead now and fact check it. Put it in your Google search.
You know, we did fact check it on this show, and we found out that the universities are the ones actually stealing the so-called funds.
No, I'm not talking about the fund. I'm talking about the students that are benefited from the loan. This one is from their fund itself.
We have to see the students first to confirm.
No, there were so many people coming online telling all the experience that
I think it's the problem. I don't believe that a whole Nigerian government paid for any scholarship for any students.
No, this is not scholarship. You Chema, you don't know what is happening. Maybe if you don't know.
Even if it's loan, I don't believe
you don't know about it. I can see that you don't know about it.
Chioma, it's true. My cousin, my niece benefited from it. He's benefiting. Like, it's a continuous process.
It's a continuous process. Every year.
It's not much.
I have a niece. Hold on. I have a niece in Osu. I have a niece in Osu. But then his father is paying from out of pocket. I've told them about this thing.
It's not everybody now that gets it. Now, it's not everybody that gets scholarship. Even in the United States, it's not every student.
Oh, come on, let's not do that.
They will scrutinize you first now, not just like that. You apply.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
That is not the problem. When you apply for it, they will scrutinize you.
Okay, fine. He has done all this thing now, Abi. Let him use it for campaign. Let him use it to campaign and stop this meddling in affairs of other people's party.
It's not rational. I think you're a man of yesterday. I'm sorry to say that. Okay,
don't give me that crap. You're a man of yesterday.
You're a man of yesterday. Yes, you're a man of yesterday. Because to be frank with you, all these things we have been saying, you just continue to talk out from.
So Remy, the reason why I said that scholarship thing you're talking about is not substantial, because before anything, Nigerian government gives you anything, they'll put you through a rigorous process.
So that is why I'm telling you that, Chairman, you don't know about it. Even you yourself, if you have a person in Nigeria, everything they are doing is through platform. You go to the platform, you apply for the loan, then the NAFOM, they'll get a corresponding document from your university to check your admission letter from JAM. They will talk to JAM, they will talk to your university, and everybody in your institution that apply for this loan, then NEFA will do one check to cover that. And if you also apply for stipend that you don't have money to pay for your upkeep, they give them 20,000 naira every month. And there'll be a success story from so many people that are getting this. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. Now on this platform,
it's not to say we don't know. It's not true. That's what we're saying. It's
what do you mean? And you're lying.
It's not true.
I don't believe it.
I'm
sorry. I don't even think I'm sorry. I don't believe those things.
Okay, I'm sure rational mind.
You know what I'm saying is not true. You know what I'm saying is not true. Let me just say this. In 20
wait, irrational mind.
You see, want to say something now? I beg, Madam Mayor. You will talk, please. I'm sorry. In 2003, late of I think around December or November of 2023, Tinubu said, was it 2024? I'm sure, maybe 2024. Don't quote me wrong, but I know Tinubu gave a different figure. Then the guy that was in charge of it, this guy, Minister of Finance, that old man that does not know that he's old, that you go and sit down one place and let a young person lead the finance ministry.
Are you not the same age?
Always Hold on.
You say you are also an elderly man, so you are the same.
Let me land. Always talking gibberish. Then he gave another figure. He mentioned about, was it about 80 something billion, is it $120 billion have been shared on that issue, on that Tinubu said they shared about 300 billion.
You are not even sure of the figure. You are just quoting anything.
I posted it here some weeks ago when we were debating it.
You don't know about it.
There were 3-4 figures that were brandishing around. They will increase it, they will bring it down. They will increase it again, they will bring it down. So the question is, which one is the truth there? Chairman, if you can do us that favor, just type in net fund or whatever fund, the crap they call it, that thing, and look at the different figure that the first one that Tinubu gave, the one that this guy, the Minister of Finance, gave, and the one that
I just gave you a simple task to do. You are just jumping around the bar. I said, go and
that's the thing. I mean, we don't have to do your own task. We just know that we don't believe that Tinubu.
You don't know because you
see.
Can
I come in? Can I come in?
Chairman said you don't know.
I have not seen any strong testimonials.
Calm down. You see, most people don't believe in the things that is happening in Nigeria. But the way you people argue it is actually very ridiculous. If you say that they gave 500,000 Nigerians scholarship and they only heaven knows how much they have stolen, like doubling them, like putting up a certain amount and using a few amount and then stealing the rest, you will be making a point. But for you to come out and say that thing is a lie, you ridicule yourself because it's true. Now, let me tell you what Buhari did before he left office. And I thank God that Tinubu sustained it. He makes sure that the computers are talking to each other. It's very important in managing government finances. In the sense that if you apply as a student, that you are studying so and so course, blah, 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 in so university, blah, blah, blah. All they need to do is to go to that university data. I'm talking about my niece here. Did she get that? Did she get? How much did she say her parents earn? How much is this? How much? All those things you did. The moment they put your application, that data from that school will come up. There will be a confirmation. It is not a joke. But for people to come here and say it is a lie, that kind of a thing cannot happen in Nigeria. I wonder what you see Nigeria to be, but that's still okay. I don't really mind whether you believe it or not. That you don't see it doesn't mean it's not existing. That you don't believe it doesn't mean it is not existing. But if the argument is that don't mind those criminals, they will now put 20,000 for those kids and maybe it is 300 they signed in for, and they're giving them only 20, and you might be making a clean and probably possible argument. But coming to a global platform to say that's a lie, that kind of a thing is not happening in Nigeria, it's actually ridiculous. But I leave it now. After all, you people can say anything.
Let me
say one more
thing. Everyone.
Hold on to Nigeria. Greetings. But the reason why, so Madam Zita, like, we're in the age of social media, but I've not seen even one student in Nigeria give a strong testimonial, or they highlight.
And you think at my age I can come to this platform to tell you my niece is benefiting from it when she's not? Is that how ridiculous I could be?
I'm not saying that, but we need to confirm from your niece also.
So indirectly, you are telling us that Madam Mia is a liar.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm saying
that's what we are saying. Confirm from your niece. I think you guys are funny.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, Madam Zita, I respect you. You're a truthful, honest person.
At least, Remy, at least this is better than Wish of Stronghold. Now, calling me a liar.
Sorry,
which of Chicago, which of Toronto? Calling me a lie is still better now. I've been called worse days, so why are you bothered?
To Nigeria, what do you want to talk now? When we get to Nigeria,
Oh, God of mercy.
From what I can see, he says 500,000 students applied. Applied is not doesn't mean they got it, and some of people are already saying that there are misappropriation of funds going on in that scheme. If I'm looking at the Punch here, saying the recent expose concerning the misgovernance of funds under the National Education Loan Fund is deeply troubling. President Bola Tinubu, his Education Minister Tunji Alausa, and the Managing Director of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, Akin Tunde, it's almost like they're all Lagosians, must probe the scheme and ensure its success. So, yeah, even if they have applied.
Before you start dabbling, roasting, or do whatever you want to do, what happened was simple.
Here you go.
Let me talk, please. I beg you.
But he has the floor. Let him talk now.
I know.
We don't want to hear you. We don't want to listen to you. Let us listen to you first.
We continue. Name from the institution, they disburse the check to the university. Some university in Nigeria, they collide with the bank to hold the money in a certain account so that it can yield interest for them before putting the money directly into their bank account, to the university bank account.
What you are saying, see, hold on. You separate two things. It doesn't mean students didn't get some money or this.
No, they are not giving the student money now.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You've not let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what you are saying didn't happen.
If you want to say,
can you let me finish one thing?
That's the problem with these people. Let them
you are in a public domain. Make it clear.
Let me just make it clear so you can understand. So you can understand what I'm saying.
Don't come here.
I'm not saying that what you are saying. Can you just keep quiet for a second?
You said they are from Lagos.
Okay, Remy.
No, I will comment on what I see that I don't like. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Remy, please, let's hear To Naija speak facts.
You won't let anybody say anything. I'm reading from the Punch here. What are you going on about? So the point is that what you are saying may be true, but you don't conflate 500,000 application for 500,000 approvals. There are going to be this in denials and this in applications that are just going to be thrown out. So let's not throw it, because this idea that 500,000 students are benefiting from it, that's not accurate. At least on paper, it's not accurate. And if there are some funds are being misappropriated, because I saw a quote of some students saying, "I'm not going to pay back for a loan that I didn't get." So you can see that some people are having issues with it already. But that said, even if people benefit from it, and the idea behind it is not a bad thing, is it? Question is the president going to enforce anything to do with corruption? I don't know about that. This president, the only time he enforces corruption is when you are not on his side, which is quite sad. And I actually said it that when he gets into office, maybe he will close down the EFCC office because there will be no use for EFCC office. But now I just understand. I've come to understand that he's using EFCC office to cajole his opponents and people that are not on his side to come on his side. So the entire system is being run like the way he ran Lagos, whereby everybody comes under his control. I think the mistake he's going to make is that if he doesn't govern well, that is going to be the biggest judgment, and they are going to break his back. And what is going to happen in Nigeria is going to reverberate for a very, very long time to come. Because what we are seeing now, where he's appointing specific people into this thing, and they are manipulating the system so badly, like it's really this bad. And we had a military leader, the Buhari, but he is doing it so terribly. You would think he's a Democrat that fought for democracy, and he's going to want to uphold rules. Look at the kind of behavior you are seeing. It's so shameful. Look at what they tried to do to Akpoti. Till now, they are still doing it. They tried to do to Akpoti. These are people that don't seem to. This guy was in the UK and France, while people were being slaughtered. But when this thing exploded in Rivers State, he declared state of emergency. And then Akpoti wants to go to our village. They put all kinds of laws, say, "Oh, there's a state of emergency, curfew, and all that nonsense." It's like, why they just use the state to intimidate people? It's so for the life of me, I would never have expected this from Tinubu. And the problem with this type of people, the way they are behaving like this, because they know they are not going to govern well. Because if you are going to govern well, he will be the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen. They will praise him. Why does he have to do all these political machinations if he intends to govern well?
To Niger, let
he
me
wants
tell
to
you,
cheat.
please be informed that there is no amount of deliverable Tinubu will do, most Nigerians will be pleased about.
Come
In
on,
fact,
come on.
Oh my God, I can't believe you said that.
Yes,
They
I
will
said
always look
it.
for one excuse.
Hold on.
I can't believe you just said
You
that.
know, I am
Give
this
Nigerians
kind
power
of
and
person.
give
Hold
Nigerian
on,
power supply and
please
tell them that they
now.
will not like it.
Abba. Can I
I can't
speak?
believe you just said that.
Yes, I said it. Because you've
It just
not
shows
discussed
you are not thinking
with
straight now. You are
Nigeria.
saying all that
Hold on now. Don't make it personal. You've not
No, but
discussed.
because you accuse people of
Hold on.
that if they say that they're lying, somebody's lying, that they are completely saying for, and you are making a categorical statement that Nigerians will not appreciate no matter what he does.
Hold on. Haba. I said it. Can I own my words?
Okay.
They will not. Because the kind of hatred they have on Tinubu is disgusting. The moment you mention any of that man, you people are saying that never did and is not doing anything. You try to mention one that you are very sure of he did, they shut you down. They don't want even hear it. So forget all this. If he has done this, if he has done this, they don't even want to hear it.
I don't subscribe to that. Like a lot
Yes,
of
you
South
should,
people,
because it just happened on this platform
a lot
now.
of South people didn't
No,
like.
People always look for
It
excuses.
just happened on this platform now.
If you say some people, if you had said some
you were
people,
not listening.
if
Maybe
you
you
had
were
said
not
some
listening.
people, I would
It
have
just happened
disputed that
on
with
this
you. But
platform
you said
now.
Nigerians will not appreciate it. That is what where I say you are wrong.
No,
because
I'm
even
not
this
wrong.
Lagos Calabar road, South people appreciate that project.
Hey,
so the idea that all
hold on.
Nigerians are just going to disagree with Tinubu no matter what he does, it's not true.
Let me give you an example. Can you listen? How many Nigerians have come here? When I mean Nigerians, remember my word. I said they hate him to the extent their hatred on him is disgusting.
Wow.
They don't want to hear. Remy, you are saying you don't believe me. Hold on. You said you don't expect that to come from me. Remy came to this platform this morning and was trying to mention the little, I don't want to call it big, the little the man has done. He was shut down. And when I came out, I said, at least that, I have said this severally. I said, at least that loan. It's not actually a loan anyway, though they called it a loan because it's kind of a scholarship.
Oh, stop it now. You're just
hold on now. Let me finish.
Just stop this, man. You just said people should not be making false statements, and you look at what kind of statement you're just making now.
Hold on. Do you know why I said?
Man, you're just making me lose all kinds of.
Hold on.
I used to see you as someone that at least sounds reasonable, but you're being disingenuous now.
Let me end my statement. Then I walk away. You people will continue with your argument. I said why I said it, and I'm doubling down on that thing I said. The kind of hatred most Nigerians have on that man, they don't even want to hear. It happened on this platform here now. Secondly, when Remy was railing it out, I came out to talk about that student loan because I was opportune to read what is written on that loan when my niece got it. And they've called me all manner of names here, but I don't really care. They shouted that that was a lie, that is not happening. There is nothing like that. And I said, my niece have it. I'm like, this is a living witness. They said, no, I must have to bring her to this platform. And you are telling me such a man, when people don't even want to hear his deliverables, then
That is some people, not all Nigerians. That's the point I'm disagreeing with.
Sorry, can I interject you to Nigeria real quick? I wanted to ask you a question.
He's so hated that some Nigerians don't even want to.
But that is not true. That is not true. What you are saying is not true.
So let me ask you one question.
I don't hate him blindly. I don't hate him blindly. I see somebody that had the chance to do the right thing by the country, that claimed he fought for democracy.
Tunaja, do you think President Tinubu alone can dismantle EFCC? Do you think he has the authority to dismantle EFCC?
No, in a way that if he wanted to, he can dismantle it and create something else.
Tunaja, I just posted information for you on the private section.
EFCC was as a result of.
There were about more than 600,000 people.
Who are the 600,000 people?
You can go and you can ask Choma to put it on the platform directly.
Yeah, I'm looking at one where they say 600,000 students get.
Yes.
That's how the trophy go around. You just trophy go around.
Tunaja, I asked you this question. I want you to answer because you are the one talking about. You was
around. I beg you. The one
I answered the question already. I answered the question already on that one.
What did you say? What was your answer?
I said if he wanted to close it down, he can close it down and create something.
How could this? You accuse him of not dismantling the EFCC. This is an agency that was, as a result of legislative act that established it. How can a single individual from executive dismantle an agency of government? If anything has to be done, it has to be done through the legislature.
Is it not a single individual that removed the governor from office that is supposed to be immune from these things? Is it not a single individual that did that?
Follow the constitution.
No,
but that is my point. I'm trying to make the point
that is subject to another discussion. But as far as EFCC is concerned, he has not even used it. He has not even used it as a tool to witch hunt anybody, even political opponent. Even in these 2 years that he has spent. Look, we all knew Emefiele's sin, even way before he was even arrested. We all knew that it's going to be picked up.
All the people around Emefiele didn't sin. It's only Emefiele that sinned.
Emefiele issue didn't start from Tinubu. He himself dug his own political grave.
Like
you can't use Emefiele as a witch hunt or using EFCC to witch hunt him. No, you can't.
Why can you say witch hunt and you can't even recognize it?
You cannot. The guy overstepped, and we knew he did more than he's supposed to. However, Tinubu himself, no president can dismantle an agency without resorting into legislation that established it in the first place. So that's your accusation.
That is not a barrier for him, is it? That is not a barrier. This is a guy that
if it's interesting, even though there's been a debate about the duplicity of role where you have police, a section of police.
Why are we digressing? What are we doing?
No. He was. No. It's not a digression, rational man. It was to Nigeria that says that he was expecting Tinubu to dismantle EFCC when he became president, and that was what prompted me asking that question.
That statement, I made it in like a tongue-in-cheek statement that it doesn't have any. The idea was that he doesn't have any inclination to fight corruption, really, because he is emblematic of what that is in Nigeria. That is what he lives for. So why would he fight it? That's the point I was making. That EFCC has no purpose, but it turns out that the EFCC has a purpose because he's using it against his enemies.
That is not true. That argument is not true. That's using it against.
You think it's not true? Really? It's not.
Look, Emefiele is. I can tell you his sins. Point number one. In fact, this guy was almost even arrested before Tinubu became president. You guys remember when they were trying to use military or DSS to arrest him at the airport?
Who was sending those people to go and get him?
Was Tinubu the president then?
when the DSS were looking for him, was Tinubu the president?
Tinubu was
No.
holding power behind the scenes. The president, are you telling me it's
So
Buhari that
you are saying
authorized
that Tinubu command military and command security operatives to arrest somebody? What are you talking about? This man does not even assume the office. You're already accusing him.
No, okay, let's not make too much noise. Are you telling me Buhari was the one, Buhari that appointed Emefiele, that gave Emefiele permission to do everything? Is the same person that asked Emefiele to, they said they should, now I mean, that authorized that Emefiele should be arrested? Come on.
If you care to know, it was actually coming from National Assembly. So it wasn't Tinubu. All these
Oh my God! It didn't
because
come from National Assembly.
it was coming.
These men.
The accusation was coming from the National Assembly. Majority of those people who were in National Assembly, the senators, were the one actually trying to
they have
use the security against them.
it doesn't have anything to do with Tinubu at all, or about protecting Tinubu.
Look, the same thing you guys said during Lagos NSA, that it was Tinubu that ordered militaries to come to the toll gate. Look, if you may hate somebody, but you know this flimsy accusation left and right. Oh, he's using this to do that. Oh, he declared national emergency at Rivers State because of his own.
Why do you people defend somebody that just is sabotaging your country?
Some of the argument sometimes is baseless. You are accusing somebody where you don't even know the fact.
Everything I disagree with him on, I don't have any personal animals against.
So how could you have assumed that it was the one that put the security to arrest Emefiele?
People. There are two factions going on in the presidency during that time: the faction that supports Tinubu and the faction that doesn't support him. And I know it's not the Buhari side that authorized his arrest, because they sent people to come and protect Emefiele, and in the end they took Emefiele out of the country. Then Emefiele came back, and he arrested Emefiele, put Emefiele inside prison. Until today, Emefiele is not out. They have not tried him. They have not. In short, how many body has ever had Emefiele say anything?
So you are protecting your tribesman.
Hold on. How many? No, hold on. You see what he's doing now? So you are not protecting your tribe's person. That's what you're saying. Hold on. This is why you are. The only reason why you are. Can you let me finish what I'm saying? Can you let me finish what I'm saying? They don't want to hear the truth. You see, they don't want to hear the truth. If you are, see, just like Nnamdi Kanu, you see what he's doing. Just like Nnamdi Kanu, why are they not trying him, putting me in jail? I don't have any problem with them jailing Emefiele. They just can't take him, put him in prison, and they are using it to intimidate other politicians. Look at what they've done to this in Fubara, and look at the timing when all these governors started decamping to APC.
This same Nnamdi Kanu was the one requesting for.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Are you going to say it's not connected when Fubara was removed from office? Suddenly, all the governors are running to APC after Fubara was removed from office.
So it's Tinubu's fault now.
You think that's not intimidation that is going on?
Come on, man. Come on.
Believe what you want to believe.
Let me give you an idea of reason why they are moving to the central. You know, those people belong to the party that is almost in comatose, about to die off. And they know, number one, is that they are going to need the government of the day, whether to borrow money from the foreign institution, or for whatever reason, they're still going to need the federal government. Now, here's the thing. PDP doesn't get their act right. And they knew that if they remain in this party, even though they have followership at the state level, they will be the one to lose out. So for them not to remain when the ship is still sinking, they decided to pitch their tent with the party at the center. Look, it has nothing to do with Tinubu. Tinubu cannot intimidate all the state governors. And you know, I know that PDP is just a matter of time. It's about to liquidate and close shop completely. So you can't say that it's intimidation. How many EFCC has gone out, after governors as of now?
Okay.
Although still having his own, former governor of Kogi State, he's still in court. Would you say the Tinubu that is after him? No. If you have any call to answer, you answer it, but don't say this intimidation. Those people willingly, we all knew that the Delta State governor, it's just a matter of time before you jump ship. You have all your senators jumping ship and you want to remain. These are practical things.
Mr. Dewela, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why then is what you call it? Wike, why is he still in PDP?
because they need his money. They need the money from the river states. The
No.
moment, no,
Okay.
he can't move to APC. He doesn't have base in APC, and most of his followers are still PDP. It doesn't even matter because he's working for the party at the center. But they need the money, the resources coming from River State, and it loom large in the PDP, and that is the reason why PDP cannot discipline him, because they know that the moment Fubara declare for APC, it is done deal. It is done deal for
Look
the
at that.
PDP.
Look at that.
You know how much is coming from River State to PDP? Do you know?
Let me
The
finish
same
what
thing-
I'm saying. Let me
the
finish
same
what
thing
I'm
with the
saying.
Delta State.
See, the point. See, the way you people think, you just think that the moment somebody gets this presidency and they get governors, they win this thing completely. But that's not the case. You can see that even in the election of this election that just occurred, it doesn't necessarily follow. That just because you have a governor, then they will vote for your party's president or something. It doesn't necessarily follow.
You are the one in charge. You have everything in charge. You can do and undo. So don't say it doesn't follow.
I've watched a lot of election cycles to realize that to read the obituary of a political party is extremely naive. Parties might look like they are limping, they are dying, and they end up in office. I've seen that in the UK where they are saying, if this party loses one more, they are going to be completely dissolved. That party went on to rule since 2010 to 2024. That's what happened. So you have to be careful when you start reading the obituary of a party, because they could come back and bite you. And the reason why this president is behaving the way he's doing right now, because he won 36% of the vote. So he's a really bit paranoid, and he's pissed off the North. So he's a really paranoid, and he needs this house. That is the only reason why he's doing all the things he's doing with this Fubara shenanigan that is going on. That is the only reason. It's not because he really needs the money. He really needs to have a place where he can say, "Okay, I got vote."
I disagree with you, too, Niger. If Tinubu have not intervened, that of Fubara would have been gone. They would have impeached him already.
Then they would have faced the consequences now.
Listen,
your president is the one that intervened in the first place for the situation to be that way. Your president is the one that created that situation. Why you saying he didn't? No, why you are redrawing the history by saying because he intervened? But he created the situation that resulted in it. He's the one that empowered Wike to do it. He's the one that is nurturing Wike in Abuja to do.
Okay, I will ask you. I will ask you one question now. Is it Tinubu that asked Fubara to go and destroy their state assembly?
Oh no! I don't. Definitely not.
Fubara was a
totally useless person for doing that.
Is it Tinubu that asked both Fubara and Wike to be shooting one another in the River State, gunshot?
He could have stopped it.
Is it Tinubu that asked the militant to go and blow up the party?
Oh my God! So he can declare state of emergency. He cannot settle.
No, I'm asking you all this question.
Fighting each other.
I'm asking you. You say he's the architect of the problem, and
he's the architect because he had the power to stop it. Don't you see that?
So the power to stop it is just to. If I were Tinubu, if he has not intervened, this your Fubara would have been gone. They would have impeached him, and nothing would happen.
He wouldn't have been able to remove Fubara if he didn't.
No, it is the state assembly that will impeach him.
Wike is not a governor. Wike is not a governor.
Supreme Court judgment.
Calm down. Wike is not a governor. If not because of Tinubu,
we are not talking about Wike. There are two things you are not factoring.
You see, why are you dodging from the real point?
I'm not dodging.
Not because of Tinubu, Wike would have lost his power. And the only reason why Tinubu is supporting Wike right now because he needs River State.
Do you know this? Do you hear about the Supreme Court judgment that nullified the local government and all the action of Fubara as nothing?
And Fubara, from what I gather, Fubara adhered to that judgment. He didn't defy the judgment.
Thank you.
And
they said that he should go and represent the budget to the state assembly. And
but that is not the point.
Listen.
You keep changing the goalposts all the time.
I'm not changing the goalposts. You don't allow me to talk.
The point was that Tinubu is acting to create a situation, and you are trying to make excuses for him.
I mean,
trying to make excuses for him. He's the one that created the situation.
Don't put your mouth there. When you are losing, that's how you always talk.
They are lost gods.
You are losing.
People are lost.
What you are saying here, what you are trying to say is that Tinubu should just keep quiet there, calm, leave everything, let the opposition be doing whatever they want so that they can just kick him out easily in the next election. He's the president, for God's sake.
They could have waited for the next election for to.
Are you kidding yourself? Who waited for that?
Secondly, he could have said, "Wike, focus on your job. Don't keep interfering with Rivers State."
And then your military
can you calm down? Can you calm down? Let me finish what I'm saying. Is in Tinubu's favor, political favor, if Rivers State is stable, and sure that entire region is stable, and oil is being pumped out. Is its own advantage, a political advantage for him. But yet, what he's doing is destabilizing that region, and what I fear is that he's thinking he's going to gain from it. What could happen is going to be the opposite, where that place will explode before the election. What he's doing is endangering Nigeria, and you guys are not looking at the bigger.
Can we make it a conversation? When you make sure and make sure.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, fine. From the way I see it, Tinubu saved Fubara. If he has not declared that state of emergency, and he did not even declare the state of emergency alone, all the National Assembly from both out say yes to it. That is according to the Nigerian Constitution. So no matter what you guys say here,
whether
it's
they even bastardize the democratic process. I can't believe that Tinubu is the one.
That is where you guys, when you talk, sometimes I
saw it with my own eyes.
So what next?
They bastardize. You are removing a governor. Hold on, you are removing a governor from office, and you didn't even bother to take the people that actually voted in the direction that they voted.
No,
you didn't bother to do that.
According to their
this is where we are now.
According to the Constitution, they can have several ways to vote. It can be voice vote, in which they did. It can be through their electronic gadget. They have a lot of options. So you come in here. Can I ask you a question? No.
They should be voting with their voice on very serious matters, especially when it requires to. How do you know to tell?
I will leave the floor for you.
How do you know
to tell? Question, and I will leave the floor for you to say whatever you want to say. According to the Nigerian Constitution, does the president follow the right way to declare the state of emergency and getting approval from the National Assembly? Yes or no?
He may have technically followed the process, which I'm not very clear about that. Whether they require.
Oh, come on, man!
Can you let me finish? You ask me a question.
I don't want to talk to you again.
I'm trying to answer it. So he may have followed the process, which I'm not very clear about. I'm not going to tell you that I'm sure that II is valid for a vote where you need 2/3 of the House. I'm not even sure. Nobody has actually checked that out. But for accountability, for something so serious, to use II, where it's not a precise way of measuring, and people cannot hold people accountable on their vote, that is extremely dangerous. Because now politicians can come out that voted for this thing, and when people ask them what did you vote, they will say they voted yes, or they voted no, based on what they want. What kind of system is that? It's not transparent. Man, this guy is running a gangster system here. And this is supposed to be a Democrat that is running the country so that everybody is held accountable according to what they believe. He's just doing it so that he gets his way and use Rivers for whatever he's going to use this for. And that's what I'm warning about. That. Don't be surprised. What he thinks he's going to get from it, or what his followers think he's going to get from it, is going to be the opposite. I fear that this man knows the danger he's putting this country into, and he's willing to do it because his purpose is not to make the country grow. And that's the mistake you guys are making. You just think these guys that go to France, England, and America and listen to all these people, they are there to build your country. They are there to destroy it. They will keep creating these situations in your country. We are going to be here arguing, and your country is going to keep going down. That is what my fear is with this man, because I watch him halve the GDP of Nigeria. I watched him devalue the currency of Nigeria, and people are defending him. God help us. What does it take for you not to defend the president like this? A president that has done all this to your country within how many years, and you are still defending him? I don't know. I won't defend somebody. If you try that in the UK, they will throw you out of office and they will make sure nobody is named after your name again. David Cameron had to resign because the currency lost about 30% overnight. he had to resign from office in the UK. Nigeria's one lost value more than 100%. And this man is still there, and people are still defending him that what he did was the right thing for the country. Our GDP has halved. Halved.
You mean removing the subsidy?
It's not the subsidy. It's the currency devaluation. He devalued the currency before his CBN governor even got into office. Why was he?
You mean he floated the currency?
Pardon?
He floated the currency.
Yeah, he floated the currency now.
But are they subsidizing the currency in the UK?
Pardon?
Are they subsidizing their currency in the UK?
They are not subsidizing their currency in the UK.
So why do you expect Nigeria to be doing it?
Because Nigeria is an import-based economy. Because
no,
Nigeria,
you are saying the UK they do this. Well, why?
I just told you the reason.
So now you are admitting that we are a different society from the UK.
Of course, we are a different society.
Okay, so why were you doing a comparison then? Like in the UK,
that is why we had the pegged currency in the first place. In other words, because we are dependent on imports, you don't want a situation whereby your country is not diversified. You go and float your currency and it devalues it. People are speculating on our currency now. Do you know how much billions are being harvested from the Nigerian currency? You can't even start estimating. When we are talking about round tripping, what they are doing now is global round tripping on Nigeria. And because that's the people he favors. You know, this man is a banker, he's an accountant, and the people around him are financiers. They support finance companies. That's why the first thing they did when they get into office is to pay off our loans to foreigners. That's their priority, to pay off our loan to foreigners, float our currency. Who do you think is profiting from this type of behavior? The damage it has done to our people on the ground. People have lost their lives because of the hardship. People
lost their lives.
Hardship in Nigeria.
When was the last time you went to Nigeria, sir?
Last year.
You're a liar.
Well, I'm a liar. You see, this is.
I've never seen a day where you were not lying. Hosting damages.
For how long?
I've never seen you hosting from Nigeria, man. Come on, stop it now.
So, Mike, are you in your wildest dream? Do you think this man is actually governing to make Nigeria better?
Tunaja, he's doing things in a positive direction. Absolutely, yeah.
You think he's actually?
Yeah, I mean, they are doing things compared to people we always had in the past. They were not doing anything.
So, to make the country better, his solution is not secure the country.
What do you mean not secure the country? I mean, he's doing. I mean, what is he the one that create? What do you mean not securing? He's doing his work. He's working. I mean, the law enforcement are doing their work.
People are dying all the time.
Well, people were not dying before. Wait. Were the people not dying before?
He said it himself. When he gets into office, you should hold him accountable. You are here making excuses for him.
Then he's doing it. Give him time now. Let him do his work.
No. He's had 2 years.
The fact that 2 years. What the hell are you talking about?
He's had 2 years.
So Tunaja, would you have solved it? Well, I don't know. Here's the deal.
Nigeria. Oh my God.
Tunaja, here's the deal.
You know, Nigerians. I said it before. The only thing that is going to solve our problem, a catastrophe, a day of judgment will have to come to Nigeria, and that will teach us.
In what sense?
God help us that we survive it. There will be a day of judgment. You know why? See, I said this thing because I'm beginning to see a correlation between how religious people see the world and how I'm perceiving society now. Everything we do, there will be consequences.
You are just as guilty out of Nigeria. You play politics. Your views are based on political views. It's not really based on sincerity of
somewhere along the line. I might be playing politics.
So you just do obedient talking point. That's it, and you expect others to be. Come on now.
I'm not playing politics when I say, okay, this man, if I look at what is good for the nation, he's doing things that are not good for the nation. That is what I'm telling you.
So you are the expert. Everybody have their own.
I'm looking at other countries, how other
what's good
countries
and
are
what's not
functioning.
good.
I'm looking at other countries and seeing how they build their country, how it functions today, and he's
like who?
Exactly the kind of stuff that he should
like who?
Like the UK, like Japan, like China. All the other countries, even Indonesia.
How did they build it?
They build their country first by securing their country. Secondly, by ensuring that there is law and order.
Okay, how did they secure their country?
By building a strong military, building a strong security force.
Okay, so Tinubu should build a strong Nigerian military.
That is his job.
Okay, wait. But Nigerian military is stronger than most African military now.
Oh, you are trying to.
Okay, hold on. Building strong military is subjective. Like, when you say strong, are you saying you have to build as strong as Japan?
If you first of all, you can't build as strong as Japan overnight.
Okay, so why are you comparing Nigeria with Japan then? I say give me an example of the country.
Let me give you what you can do. You can raise the size of your military because you already have that too. You can secure your nation so that these bandits are not going to be operating within the country. You would deny them space. You cannot expect one soldier to defend 1,000 Nigerians.
Okay, but then they're asking your people to come and join. You're saying people are campaigning that no one should go and join.
They are trying to recruit about 10,000. They are saying the number that is
your people don't want to sign up to join now.
Excuse me, the number that is required is in the hundreds of thousands, not 5,000.
Okay. So here's the deal. You always say you want 2 million soldiers. Okay, let's go by your number. So now, how much budget would they need for that 2 million soldiers?
Somewhere around $3 to $4 billion.
How do you come up with that number?
Not the.
But America doesn't have America doesn't have up to 2 million. I don't think so. Or maybe around that number.
2 million soldiers.
Hold on, maybe around that number. But their yearly budget is about $680 billion.
Yes.
Something like that. So how is Nigeria going to be able to? Why would Nigeria get the same number and only be spending $2 billion?
No. America spends a lot of money on equipment and different other things. The one
we will not need equipment.
The one I'm talking about is manpower, basic arms that they need to be able to secure the nation.
Okay. Let's try to use simple mathematics to kind of like have an idea of what budget will look like for 2 million soldiers, right? Let's say let's use just basic welfare of soldiers, right? A soldier, at least you feed them 3 times a day. They don't feed themselves, right? So let's say the cost of feeding a soldier 3 times a day probably be what? Give me a number.
Pay them salary. You don't feed them.
Before we'll go to that. We'll go to salary. Let's say
you don't feed soldiers. You pay them salary. That's what I'm telling you.
No, they have mess. They have in the military. No, you feed them. They have military.
This in amount.
The way military work, you have to have. You can't rely on soldiers to go feed themselves. You have to feed them. You pay them. That's where military work.
You are going to feed soldiers. It's going to cost a few $1 million. It's not that expensive.
They feed. They do military back. They have. They call it mess. They make officers mess and troops. So soldiers mess. They cook 3 times a day for soldiers. Trust me.
Yeah, because it's a mass feeding.
Okay, let's say salary. Let's say salary.
$1
let's not stick to the argument. Okay, let's say salary. Okay, each soldier, what's the salary?
The salary. The calculation that I use 150,000 as an average salary.
Okay, 150,000. Convert it to dollar first. Convert it to dollar.
I didn't convert it to dollar yet.
No, let's use dollar, man. Let's not use naira. By the time I do the calculation, my calculation will not be able to put naira.
$150,000. 150,000 is somewhere around 80 something.
Hold on. Each soldier, how much a month? On average?
150,000 on average.
Naira.
Yes.
Okay. In dollar, that's what?
In dollar is just about 100. This in dollars or
maybe about 100 or 110.
Yeah. Okay, $110. $110 times. Well, the officer will make more than that. But we gotta put it. Okay, let's just 110. 2 million total times 2 million. How much would that be?
Change 2 million.
Yeah.
Do your math now, so you find out now. You will learn that same number.
Okay, 110 times 2 million. That's $220 million. That's in a month, though.
Yeah.
So $220 million a month.
You are going to
times 12. Hold on. Times 12. Times
He's working
12. That's like 2 billion. 640 million. So almost 3 billion.
I told you.
So that's just salary. Then the other things, the weapons, training, camp, because you got to house all these soldiers, housing, everything. So if you put all this together, we're looking at about maybe $10 billion or something. I don't know. Well,
yeah. See,
and maybe it's possible, Sha.
Of course, it's very. Now you are beginning to see what I mean. It's very, very possible. The amount they borrowed from just pay for the mess that they created by floating the currency is more than that. They borrowed that much more money. The NNPC was owing $7 billion just from extra fuel subsidy they had to put in place.
You know that security thing. Me, I agree with you that we need to secure the country. However way they have to do it, whether your way, your method, or
Because you have to deny the criminal space. That's one of the biggest problems. The one that happened in Plateau recently, they said they were operating from around 9 p.m., 11 p.m. the night till around 5 a.m.
You have a point. Any security country, where I agree with you is I think one thing the leaders have not been, even over the years, like all these problems.
Why do you think they don't do it? They don't do it. You know,
they don't want to spend the money.
A European official said that it's very, very dangerous for Africa to have military sovereignty. We don't even have military sovereignty. I didn't even know that term.
But don't you think part of it is that we don't have a company in Nigeria now to make weapons for the government?
They are beginning to. I think this government said. I think Buhari started it. Then this government said they were going to start doing it with Ajaokuta steel plant. I think they've started it already. They claim.
Well, that'll be good. If they started it, then give them credit. Now, are you now?
No, because they've started manufacturing guns. They've not started recruiting.
So it started under this APC, Abi. So what has all these PDP that ruled for 16 years? What were they doing?
I don't care about parties. I care about what is good for the whether.
Okay, so give credit to the Buhari and Tinubu now for at least starting to build this thing. At least they started the step of these things you talk about.
See, I gave Buhari the credit. As a matter of fact, most of the stuff Tinubu has done right is Buhari's policies. The ones he's done wrong are the ones that
it's the party policy now. It's the APC policy now.
Okay, call it APC policy, whatever.
And they continue with it,
Like the Dangote refinery, that was a good idea. You can't argue with that.
The APC are doing well. Then even me, like, to be honest with you, when I went to Nigeria I started supporting Buhari for one reason. Because I went to Nigeria, I go to Nigeria a lot, and during this regime, I went there, and every time I go, I see there's just project being done. And Nigeria is a country where before Buhari came in, like during Obasanjo time, Jonathan, even in the 90s, like the roads in Nigeria, everything was gone. Like they were getting worse and worse and worse. No infrastructure building, fixing or anything going on. You understand? And I just like Nigeria, just a place I didn't want to go. But then during Buhari, the moment they got entered, I just started seeing the fixing road, building new structure. I'm like, dude. But that's when I became a fan of APC. I was never a fan of any political party.
PDP did a lot. They brought telecommunication and all those things. But
no,
that is not
here's the deal. You guys always talk about, and for me, I don't live in Nigeria, and you, right? Talking about you get salary. So me, I enter country. You tell me say you increase once on somebody's salary or you get this, bros. No, without me, when I enter that country, I just want to see infrastructure. What I want, what I want when I go to Nigeria, I want to see good road, good lights, infrastructure. That's it. I don't have business with increase my salary, increase my salary. Because that time, you always in the 90s, they clap for somebody. They don't increase salary, you don't increase salary, you start clapping. But everything is a mess. So who cares about
what I see is that for me, it's very, very simple. I see a country whereby if people do something, a little bit of stuff, people forget that the sickness is still there. It's like when somebody's ill from chronic illness, then they give them painkiller. The person feels a little bit better. Nigerians say, no.
But at least you agree with me that the APC they do more work than those PDP guys. When they were there.
I cannot say that.
But the way you guys always describe them is like it's all doomed.
Why do you do that? Because both of them are doing the same thing. They are not putting Nigeria in any state that is going to free us from the problem we are in. What you are not seeing.
What's the problem we are in?
The problem we are in is that we don't have sovereignty. We don't have our lives are not our own.
What do you mean?
Even our country, we barely control it. We don't even control the country. The
people that
decide our fates are not inside Nigeria.
Where are they?
They are foreigners. Where do you think your leaders run to? Where do you think all your governors run to recently?
Okay, which fate are they deciding? Tell me now.
Whatever they say is going to happen in here, that's what they're going to. If they say they want to kill us, they will kill us. If they say they want to feed us, they will feed us. If they say they want to starve us, they will starve us.
Really? So they are the one growing our food. You're not really making a lot of sense, man. So if UK say they want to start, hold on.
Don't worry. There will be a day of judgment.
I asked you to tell me how they are control. Yeah, I have full control. Where you don't have any control.
I just
and
told
you are
you
telling
now,
me things that just don't make sense.
Cardoso this week was with IMF, talking to IMF people. And remember, he went to Washington to get trained before he became this is CBN head. These are the trends that goes on.
Do you want me to be honest with you?
Be honest.
The reason why your leaders go to these Oyinbos is because the thing they need to get done, they can't find Nigerians that can do it.
Wow.
The reason we go, hold on. The reason why we all go to Oyinbos is the same reason why you and I go to Oyinbos look for jobs, because your fellow black man, if you build company, build corporation. You understand? So the reason why your leaders also go to Oyinbos or go to Chinese or go to other people is because the technology they need to do work in Nigeria, their own people cannot build it. The black man don't know how to build anything. Black man like me and you only know how to talk. We're supposed to spend time for. We're supposed to be scientists. Start to innovate something for our country, so our government can come to us. They don't have to go to another white man scientist to bring the technology. Me and you are supposed to spend our time for science lab. They do research on how to make. Hold on. Me and you, black men, we're supposed to come together and say, guy, how can we build equipment, come up with the technology to solve our societal problem? And so that way we have the tools, so the government can now come to us and say, Tunaja, Mike, you guys have built the machineries, and you have this thing to manufacture this. Oh, you guys know how to build even weapons. We don't have to go to Oyinbo to buy them anymore. So we'll come to you, so we just make everything ourselves. So we don't have to beg this Oyinbo to come and run to them to give them. So the failure is that a black man just don't know how to build anything. And then his leader, even you, Tunaja, will make you president of Nigeria today. If you say you want to start working now, you have to go and call a Chinese man to come and do it, or Igbo man. You run to them, because if you don't run to them, you won't do anything. So blaming your leader for running to, just say black man, me and you are the problem.
Let me add something. See, there are some aspects of what you are saying that I would say, okay, there's a kind of truth to some part when you said black men can't build anything. I wouldn't say black men can't build anything. I put it in the form of
black men is not building anything.
I put it in the form of black people are not in the right mindset to be able to build anything. All they care about is their individual interests. They don't care about trying to build something.
They want to marry more wives.
Serious. And we are actually, and now I'm beginning to see why sometimes when white men call us boys, we don't behave like true men.
Exactly.
We really don't. If you cannot secure your children, your women, your heritage and anything, you are not a man. The people that secure it, they are the men. They decide your fate. And I think, was it somebody that just said something recently that says the hand that feeds you can starve you. The people that are deciding whether you eat or not, they can also choose to starve you if they choose to. If Oyinbo decide that they want to invade Africa now, what is going to stop them? Is there anything? We have zero. And our leaders have ensured we remain that way. And this is when I criticize people like Tinubu, this is where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the point of view that no matter all this that we think that they are doing right now, they are not serious. Because if they were serious, you would. I've seen other nations when they want to do something serious for their people. The way they move, this is not how they move. This is the movement of collaborators that have been groomed to collaborate with people.
Tunaja, what is your point? What is your point?
My point is that these people are not governing for you. I've been telling you this forever. All these people that
Tunaja, you keep explain it. You keep saying they're not governing for you. Explain how they're not governing for you.
They are caretakers.
And every time you say they are running to Oyinbo,
they are caretakers running the country for Igbo people.
Explain how they are caretakers running the country for Igbo people.
The way they are doing it is to ensure the country remains strong enough.
Tunaja, let me explain it. Stop using all these you got
what
to
do you want me
down.
to do? You want me to tell you that they walk into somebody's room and make sure?
You can't keep saying the way. Which way? Explain the way.
Give me precisely what information you're trying to hear.
You don't know. All you do is superstition. Because all you're telling me is
not superstition. I'm telling you. See, I just gave you one, like the floating of the currency.
So Oyinbo man has
for Nigeria for it.
So he ran to Oyinbo to go and float currency. He needed to run to Oyinbo to float currency.
Because the IMF advice. See, I wouldn't even say
the IMF advice.
He's already on the same page with them. These people.
So it was the IMF that decided to float.
See, let me tell you this. Let me say this to you.
You like blaming Oyinbo.
Let me finish my point now.
Don't they hang around black Americans so much? You're going to blame white man for all their life.
Let me finish my point. See, one of the reasons that what I found is that all Nigerians, and sure, not all Nigerians, most Nigerians are the same way as Tinubu is. If you study Nigerians right now, you will see that
you moving go. You still haven't explained what you are saying. Now you moving to say something.
I just explained it. I'm trying to. You are just trying to badger me, and
at the end of the day, you will not explain anything. You just do a bunch of
You're not making any
sense.
Even when I tell you the answer, you still say you don't understand.
You didn't tell me any answer.
Maybe that's the problem with black men. You don't even have comprehension to understand common English. I didn't use big English. I told you exactly what it is. If you cannot understand that,
when you give accusation, when you go to court and you lay an accusation, you have to prove it. You can't just enter court and tell
I just gave you proof.
Now,
I gave you
proof.
Didn't
give me anything. You can't enter court.
He sabotaged the currency.
Mike is a this, is a that. Mike is one that. I'm just okay. Explain it. Show me. Break it down.
I gave you proof. He sabotaged the currency.
And then you say because he's the one that did this.
When he could have.
When the judge asks you, explain. You say, you tell the judge because he's the one that did it. No, you're not explaining anything to the judge. You keep his accusation that you keep making. When you make accusation, you say, okay, explain it. And you make another, you say because you give another accusation as an explanation.
See, I've tried to give it the answer. I told you he sabotaged the currency. He refused to secure the country. These same people refused to put even power supply. Iran, a country that has been under sanction for almost 50 years, it can generate 70. Let me finish what I am saying. Now, you just finish your own say. Iran can generate 70 gigawatts of electricity. This your Agbado people
because Iran has scientists. They have their own local scientists.
People they call themselves leaders cannot even generate 70 gigawatts of electricity.
Iranian government can look into Iranian society and find scientists there to do nuclear power for them. Nigerian government cannot look into Nigerian society and find a single scientist there that can do shit. The only people that will find is people like you just talking and complaining. That's it. That's the difference between Iran and Nigeria. Iran is sanctioned, is blocked. Iran can look into their society and see professors and there are people, even young people with talent. They will say, they raise their hand like, hey, government, I know how to build supersonic weapon.
Let me shock you.
If Tinubu look into Nigerian society and say, if Tinubu say he wants to do what Iran is doing and ask Nigerians to come and do it, he won't find a single one. The people will find is people like you just crying. Even power, we are hungry.
I'm gonna be crying. My crying is now. I'm crying now. When the day of judgment arrives, there will be no crying to be done anymore.
Yeah, black man is a crybaby.
The people that cry are people that are not expecting it. When you are expecting something, there's no need to cry anymore. It will happen.
Are you talking about rapture? Are you one of those people that are waiting for Jesus to come?
You know, I'm beginning to think that you know how the ancient prophets.
It's only black man that's waiting for.
Can you just listen? You just want to talk. You don't listen. I hear you out. You talk about religion, but I'm trying to create a kind of correlation between what I'm observing that the ancient prophets used to do. They tend to not like what is going on in society. They talk against it and they always talk about the day of judgment coming. And what I see going on in society, because they talk about morality and all those things, and they talk about the day of judgment coming. And in a way, it's similar to what I'm seeing in Nigeria, where you see the degradation and the kind of behavior, the decadence you see in Nigeria, and you see the ignorance of the people, the level of ignorance, the me attitude, and they somehow don't understand that there is great consequence coming from that. That is the judgment that these prophets keep talking about. I believe that some of all these things that were written in the Bible is a way of
forget Bible. Black man has been receiving judgment for the past 500 years. They pack you into slavery. They don't colonize you.
No, if you think that is
how many judgment do you need now?
That judgment
which judgment they find? Which one?
That judgment. Okay, you look at it now. That judgment occurred already based on what we were doing then.
They don't. Which black man ever see? They don't.
We are still paying that
genocide.
Price.
Everything don't happen. What else?
Hold on, we are still paying that price today. But today now, instead of
us judgment you waiting for? So now instead of waiting for judgment, you should start solving your problem.
But we are still carrying. Well, are we solving it now?
That's what you be talking about. How can
defending failure?
Tunaja,
are you not here defending failure?
Tunaja, no one is defending anything.
You were.
No, what I'm telling you is we need to start solving problems instead of crying.
I'm not crying.
That's what you guys do. Just cry.
No, I'm not crying.
You point finger at another black
man. The only thing I do is
you don't do nothing.
I did today was that
you guys hang out on a platform every weekend, do 3 series of shows in a day when you could spend that time in a lab to trying to solve your country's problem.
It appears you are the one doing the crying now.
You can instead of doing
3 shows a day.
I never see a white man get problem. You can create YouTube platform and do 4 series to cry by his problem. I mean, white man don't do that. White man has a problem. He spend time in a lab, doing research on how to solve his problem. White man, you don't see white man saying, "Oh, they have problem," and I create YouTube channel and then they spend 4 series crying, pointing finger at another black man for not solving the problem. I'm telling you, in Europe, America, look at that. If you analyze the society will not be built by their politicians. It was built by corporation individuals with talent, skills. They came up with solutions to their problems.
It was built by
today, everything, even including you two where we did. No be politician inventor. It was a white man that is not a politician that invented it. Everything.
The reason why you
but me and you, we are the black men that don't want to invent nothing, create nothing.
It was built by the energy of people that were forged through tests and trials of tribulation. They went through their trials and they came out from the other side and they came out stronger.
At the end of it, they didn't need trials.
They have been subjected to trials.
We have not been subjected to the Oyibo man that's invented something in Silicon Valley today. He didn't experience any trial of rubbish. They are there. Some of them are 20 years old. They were born just 2014. You understand? They didn't go to any street or rubbish. They're not going to tell you the reason why I'm able to invent is because my forefather went through war somewhere in this other bullshit. No, they just believe they can do things and they get busy. They do it. I see all these white. Even when I go to white man's YouTube platform, they're talking about science and theories, how to invent new things. Well, black man is whether I go to Black American channel, they're crying about slavery or Jim Crow or how white man is wrong, and then we go to Nigerian channel, they're crying about we are poor, colonialism. Oh, we are poor. The president.
Okay, so you two are doing the crying now too.
My president.
I'm sorry to break it to you. This is what I call lamentation of the broken.
I'm just telling you that
it's not going to be. I was proposing solutions.
Mike,
people that are messing about.
Mike, sorry. Mike, when there is a problem in EU, Europe, or America, have you ever seen them talking about going to Nigeria to go and solve their problem for them? No. Why is Nigeria? You have problem in your country, and then you're talking about you go come and help you, or any problem that happened to you. So you go that.
Who says you
some of them like Nigeria, we go protest. They go protest in the Nigerian embassy in London.
You are joke sometimes.
Then why is your president running? This is your president you've been defending. Why is he running to Igbo country all the time? Is that not what I'm complaining about?
Yeah, because he can't find his people to do the work.
Because
no,
he can't find his people.
There's innocent cars. There's another car maker in Lagos area. Do you see them buying it?
They are not car makers. They are assembling there. Do they have the material?
They are assembling.
They assembly. They import everything from China.
Almost all car makers are assembly. Most of them don't make their parts.
Don't say they are car makers, something like that.
They are car makers like every other people. Most people buy their parts from others too. Come on. Let's not do that. You think Mercedes makes all their engines or all their body?
Are they not patronizing them? They are patronizing. I remember that some states bought a lot of.
They should be using it wholesale.
Did the government even give assistance?
Innocent. So
very little assistance.
Oh, very little. No matter what they give, it's going to be very little.
Of course, because if you look at what
is the government not helping?
Look at this one. Look at this cry, you are crying a moment ago that Africans don't do something. When they try to tell you how it's
they feel that are doing something. The government is working with them. The government was Nigeria. There's no someone that's businessman in Nigeria that the government are not assisting. Whether it's Dangote, whether it's Innocent, whether it's Alan Onyema. If you're productive, every government society needs you. That's why government, when they say, hold on, Tunanja, stop lying. Let me finish. Tunanja, first of all, it will be counterproductive.
They are frustrating Dangote.
When government want to grow economy.
Oh, stop it, man. These are saboteurs. They are not even people that you are supposed to be defending.
Tunanja, when government wants to build the economy, the people they meet with are the entrepreneurs of that society, because there's the people, the private sector.
Oh,
Because they have to partner with them to grow the economy.
I never knew that.
So in Nigeria, you can't tell me anybody that know how to make something, they're doing something. Government, you can't go. You go to government will not assist them. They are assisting them.
They don't assist them.
They
I'm
are
telling you,
assisting
they
them.
don't. They don't.
They don't.
You don't listen. I'm telling you.
Show me. How do you know they don't?
Because I know people that
they
have
came
done
to you and said the government is not helping. When Oyema wanted to get it,
I know people that have done
we were all there when the Minister of Aviation, what's his name? I forgot that guy's name. Kenyamo. When the British were trying to play on fair deal with Oyema airpiece, he stepped in now.
That is about 10 years after Arik Airline failed.
Dude, stop giving excuses, man.
No, I'm telling you that
you said they don't. I'm giving you an example of what they do. Now you're trying to shit.
No,
that's what you do. Man.
See, one help is not the
one
same.
Help.
As
Oh, there we go.
The kind of help we're talking about.
You said they don't, and I'm telling you how they do. Now you agree that they do, right?
Continuously, you're not having a conversation.
If you are saying maybe they don't do enough, if you say they don't do enough, maybe you have a point. But if you say they don't, and I'm telling you that they do, now you're trying to shift the argument. Oh, no, one. Come on, get out.
They do. So if somebody does something once, you say that's what
nice. There is only one. What about the oil they are supplying Dangote? Is that not help?
That is not help because they are not supplying
really?
the scale that is actually needed to benefit the country.
It's not help at all.
Oh my God, this guy, you
really
are lost.
You say they don't when they tell you say it's not enough.
You see, if somebody needs, if they tell you that if the more oil you supply to Dangote refinery, the more
how about you go create something and then they don't help you?
Let me finish the statement. Can you shut up for a second? Let me finish the statement. If somebody tells you that the more oil they give Dangote refinery, the better the country is going to do, and you see people that are withholding that oil from Dangote refinery, what judgment should you pass on them?
To Nigeria, your argument is that they don't help at all, and we are telling you that they are helping.
I didn't say they.
The arguments.
I never said they never do it at all.
You said they don't. I said they are helping people that.
Maybe if you are listened, I said they don't support them to the scale that they should. Scale matters.
No, it's shifting arguments.
I try to tell you.
So how did you measure this scale? So you are the one to determine the scale, right?
The scale is
you that you don't do nothing. You are the one that determine the scale, right?
No, of course, the kind of scale is so.
You the one that know the scale.
You see in France, you see in the UK, you see in Japan.
Okay, tell us the one you see in UK.
Scales here, billions of dollars poured into industries to help them grow. Like, look at the US now. They are looking to pour about $500 billion in cheap manufacturing.
Okay, so until Nigeria, so until we pour $500 billion before we reach the scale, right?
No, don't be silly. The point is that we don't even
that's your argument. You always say
your leaders have run the country so poor that we don't have $500 billion.
We are asking an example of scale. Whenever we ask you an example of scale, you run the US, and then you mention the number of US, and then we're asking you that, okay, so until we put the same number US is putting before we know
how long it's going to take Nigeria to get $500 billion at this rate.
Exactly. So why did you mention it then?
Almost 50 years. No.
So why did you mention it?
No, it's going to take almost 25 years.
So why did you mention it then?
Because I'm giving you an example of what Trump just
did. Mentioned scale. I'm asking you to give me the scale, and then you mentioned the US.
I'm saying that if the Nigerian government wants to support innovation in Nigeria, the kind of scale of support you are going to need.
No, the first thing they need is human. They need black men that know how to use their brain, first of all. Because if there's the empty room of black men,
there's no point that this conversation you just came to.
Yeah, because people
you're not here to have conversation.
If Nigerian government wants to invest in innovation, they need innovators first. So people like you that's supposed to be innovating, you are on YouTube. You are innovating, complain every day. You understand? The only thing black man know how to do is cry. Cry and
how do you know I'm not innovating, man? Look at this guy.
Black man know how to cry and make babies. That's it, man. After making all these things, after you spend 3 shifts on YouTube making crying, you're going to spend out 3 shifts banging your girlfriend. That's it. And then come again. When your wife, your counterpart. The white man, your mates, they are busy in the lab.
Your lifestyle, so that's why you
don't want to make it personal.
It's describing your lifestyle.
That's what black men do, John. They just complain and chase booty.
I think, Mike, you say stuff, and I don't think you even believe in half of the things you said today. But this is serious, though. In my mind, it's quite serious. I don't like when Nigerians just trivialize everything about, oh, it's going to be because he's my tribe person, so I will defend him no matter what. He's going to be my party person. In short, it's not even party, it's mostly tribe. Nigerians do here. And why defend him? That person you are defending is selling you. It's like
I'm not defending anybody.
It's like Madam Tinubu that was selling our own people as slaves, and this modern one is basically behaving like that.
Tell me, Tunaja, you can't just say these things. You can't do accusation without showing some kind of proof, and that's what kills me about having a conversation with you, arguing with you. It's like you just say this person is selling you, selling you. You have to break. You have to tell me how the person is selling me.
Oh, how the person is selling his people?
Yeah.
How the person is selling his people is by ensuring the same fate meets the people as the ones that came before. Like Madam Tinubu that used to sell slaves and was quoted as saying that she would rather drown a slave than give discount for it. This same one was found saying that it doesn't mind whether people jackpot. That if they need more, they will supply them more people. That is a statement.
So he's telling
our
you
current Tinubu made. And secondly, let me go to things. That's a circumstantial statement. But let me go to
you answered the question.
You see, now you want to take this one and
you
say
already answered the question now.
No, I've not answered it. You see, that's your problem.
Okay, finish answering.
What you like. Now, let me go to the area that is even more
consequential. Now you want to go to another.
Let me go to the point that is more consequential.
No, before you go to the point, hold on. Ask your question. Don't run away from that. Ask your question.
You are just trying to harass
before
me.
you
You're
run
not
to
here to talk.
If
you want to just call
Tunaja, I ask you a question, you give an answer, and then you want me to respond to your answer. You want to run to something else.
You're not letting me talk.
You already gave your answer, no?
No, I haven't. I just told you I haven't.
How do you sell? And then you said
you just want the answer you prefer to deal with. You don't want to hear the answer you don't prefer to deal with.
Oh, are you done answering? Are you done answering how they sell?
Done. It's not going to take 30 seconds for me to finish even. The point I was trying to add to it was that where Tinubu truly sold the people out was ensuring and even making it more difficult for Nigerians to stay in the country so that they would choose to run outside. Now, Nigerians, instead of them being gagged, tied up, put in a ship and travel overseas, they are voluntarily throwing themselves overseas to the point whereby more people are leaving Nigeria now than even during the slave trade. Now, go ahead and make your own point.
Okay, so I ask you to explain how he's selling people. First of all, you explain how Madam Tinubu was selling people. That one, you gave details of how she sold people. You explain it. She actually sell them, collect the money, and then she even negotiate with the people she's selling them to that, hey, I'd rather drown slave than give you money. I don't know how true it is, but I just take your word. Maybe that one, you actually explain how she was selling people. But now I ask you to tell me how Tinubu was selling people. All you told me is, by creating an enabling, why can't you go to the same details you went into like when you explained Madam Tinubu that sold people? But this one, you're just saying it make it so difficult that people are fleeing country now more than the slave trade. So before Tinubu became government, we came to government, we're not fleeing. So now it was when Tinubu became government.
Before Madam Tinubu, there were other slave traders too, and even during her
time. I'm not talking about Martin. I'm talking about this government. You telling me that? No.
That point makes no difference.
No, you didn't hear what I said. You gave to. I asked you to explain to me how this president is selling his people, and the first thing you do was explain the history of the woman that was selling slaves, which was a Madam Tinubu, right? The woman, not this Tinubu, Madam Tinubu. The history you read, right? How she was selling slaves. She was one of those slave merchants, right? And you went into details how she was selling slaves. And that makes sense because, yes, she was selling slaves, collecting money, right, for the slaves. And then she was negotiating. That's evidence that she was selling slaves. You gave good evidence. But now we're asking to give evidence how this president is selling the people. And you can't even give your explanation. Just a bunch of fallacies, man. Like,
okay.
He make it difficult. What you did was
I talk now?
No. Hold on. All you told me is that you made the country difficult, that people are now fleeing. That's why he's telling us. Oh, really? You were not going to abroad. You were not going to America before this government came in. So because now he's in, anyone that goes abroad now is being sold by him. But before that, oh, we're just going abroad. We're not being sold, right? So now, because he's the president, I know people going abroad now, they're being sold. Now, before he became president, no one was going abroad. Is that what you're telling me? So you were sold, right? Because you went to England, Abi?
Okay, so now let me make the point I was making. And if you are struggling to understand this, then you wonder why black people cannot. Some black people lack the ability to imagine things. If somebody slaughters you with a cutlass, or they release cyanide gas or this nerve gas from somewhere, the results are the same. If somebody puts a hit on you, even just because they didn't carry out the hit, doesn't mean they didn't kill you. So the idea that because Tinubu didn't physically take them to a marketplace and sold them as slaves is not the same thing as what Tinubu, that's the ultimate outcome that Madam Tinubu did, then it just shows that you lack the ability to understand the bigger picture and how things actually work. Because my point was that the results is the same. These people are ensuring that our society is dysfunctional. They are ensuring that our children don't have a bright future. Some Nigerians, I'm not going to make this only about Tinubu, to be fair. It's Nigerians that are doing it. And the reason why they are doing it,
we
I
ask you a
also
simple
understand
question.
it too.
Itunaja, listen to yourself. The definition of selling, when you sell, you get something, right? When you sell something, you get something. When you sell a slave, you get something in return. You get cash or whatever, or mirror or something. Now, when this government sold you, according to you, when you went abroad, how much did it sell you for? What did he get in return?
Okay, you want me to answer that?
Mm-hmm.
He got good health care
in
Paris. He's got good health care in Paris. Whenever he wants to run away from his people, he goes to London or this thing. He's comfortable with all those his masters. And just like Madam Tinubu, let me finish, please.
Okay.
Madam Tinubu took that money. Did he make Nigeria better? He made it worse. Just like all the benefits he is getting right now, it's not going to make Nigeria better, because all he cares about is himself, just like Madam Tinubu cares for herself. They don't truly understand the bigger picture. Whether they understand it or not, whether they care or not, it doesn't matter. The result
I think you already answered the question, the payment. Okay, so you're saying that the payment that Tinubu, the president, gets for selling you to London was the healthcare he got from France. So the French government reward him with healthcare for selling you to France for
governance
you.
too.
So hold on. No, you said people that flee Nigeria, they are being sold. Now, and it's Tinubu is the one is selling you indirectly and collecting payment, because to sell someone you have to collect payment. And I ask you, where's the payment for you being sold to UK? Now you're telling me that the payment he got is the healthcare that is receiving from some doctor somewhere in France or something. So if he didn't sell you, if he didn't allow you to go to UK and all these places, he won't have access to the healthcare that he's receiving. The same healthcare has been receiving before he became president. The same doctor has been using in France before he became president. So you are telling me that the payment for you, Japan, that means you're being sold, is the healthcare is receiving in France. That really makes sense. Just like Madam Tinubu, right?
You are struggling to understand concepts. The idea is it's not necessarily about Tinubu. Tinubu is just one person, just like Madam Tinubu is one person. But what they represent is they have similar names, so that's why I'm using them as an example. And the father is the president at the moment. What they represent are people that are selling their people out and getting their narrow benefits from it. For whatever benefit it is, they are getting something out of it. And they don't care what they do to achieve that benefit. And the truth is,
this guy is how to have a conversation with this. What is that benefit to Nigeria?
The benefit is the money that they get, the privilege that they get, the power that they get. All these things is what they want.
From who?
From the people that grant it to them, like their colonial masters that they like to worship.
So Tinubu is getting paid by colonial master for selling.
Oh my God. You don't understand how people get paid for doing the bidding of a more powerful nation.
No. Tell me how President Tinubu is getting paid.
You can get paid in terms of being allowed to rule, No, in terms of being allowed to rule, because if you are not the kind of person that does those type of things, they are not going to let you become a leader.
So, okay. So, wait. You're telling me that the payment that Tinubu is getting is that the West allowing him to become president of Nigeria?
Yes, that is part
of
it.
Oh, wow. So the people that determined that he became president were Oyinbo people. It wasn't our electoral process. It wasn't the process that we all went through, that he went through, campaigning against, running against opponents. That's not, it didn't get good. So it was a white man that made him president of Nigeria. That's what you're telling me.
The people that granted
this guy, I black American.
Go and listen to Jonathan. Jonathan will tell you the truth.
He was a white man.
Why you are just saying stuff as if what you are saying makes sense?
So why are you wasting your time campaigning for Obi? If he's only a white man, I'll make Obi president.
I'm not saying that P.O.B. is going to transform the nation. I'm just saying
that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying
is saying clearly that P.O.B. is better than
what I got from you is that you're saying is white man is giving us our presidents.
We don't have sovereignty. Who else do you think? Do you know what sovereignty means?
Tunaja.
Do you know what that means?
Tunaja.
Do you understand the concept of sovereignty?
Tunaja. Don't shift this, man. Who's picking our presidents?
Who is picking your presidents? Mm-hmm. You want me to spell them out from you? Go to Whitehall, go to Paris, and go to Washington.
Okay. So it was Washington, Paris, and England that decided Jonathan became president of Nigeria. They were the one that decided that Buhari became the president. They were the one that decided that Tinubu became president. So the Nigerian people, they didn't vote. They were just sitting down. Paris just called Paris, whatever. I don't even know. You mentioned 3 people. I don't know which one of them. Whether they did it together.
Mike,
it looks like you guys should stop blaming white man for all your problems, man. Mike, we all know the Nigerian people went out in the millions. We all voted. 6 million people voted. 6 million.
It's like what you are saying. It's almost as if
we are not. Tunaja, we're not.
Let's give Mike a chance to speak.
Tunaja, nobody else was born yesterday. Tunaja, let me talk. We all watched the election. 6 million people voted for Obi. Another 8 million voted for Atiku. And 10 million voted for Tinubu. INEC declared Tinubu winner based on election. Now you're telling me that it was Oyinbo man that unpick our president when we all know how the president got there. Tunaja, come on now.
Are you done?
Yes.
Before your wife decides to interject. The what you just said just now, whether the Oyinbo man handpicked Tinubu to become president. If I want to put it blatantly, basically that's what it is. If you didn't know, go and get the memo.
Then tell me the memo now.
Can you let me finish?
No, I'm not interjecting you. I'm just asking.
Can you let me finish? Because if I was them, I would do the same thing. I would not do anything less. I would even do worse to our people. So what Tinubu is doing is not different from what many Nigerians are going to do. If you didn't know that, go and test the Nigerian today and test their integrity. You will find out that many of them barely have any. They would take any advantage against a fellow Nigerian fast, as long as it's going to lead them to just a higher financial this in a position or a higher position in office, whatever. They will stab you in the back and go up. And if Nigerians are already inbuilt like this because they don't
already shifting the argument.
You see that? Because
you say it was Oyinbo that picked Tinubu.
I just gave you the answer already, and I'm kind of trying to let you.
Okay, who did the Nigerian people pick? Who did Nigerian people pick?
Even in the West, many people in the West consider the election an illusion. It's already been decided. Democracy is an illusion to an extent.
Okay, fine.
Ours is on a different plane. Ours is on a plane that is operating under, for want of a better word, the table of more powerful forces. That's in terms of the Western people that colonized the country. Because it's very clear why that is happening. And you see, that's why I'm not going all out and say, oh, all these leaders are evil or Nigerians are evil.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so when we conducted our election and the Nigerian people wanted to vote to pick their president, so what you're telling me is we went to vote, pick a president, but we both pick another president. And then Now the question is, did we and Yoyibo pick the same president, or is it that we pick different president and Yoyibo pick a different one?
Sometimes, you know, they may prefer, like, most of the candidates are their candidates already. That's one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria. Most of the candidates, the top candidates in Nigeria, already their candidates. If Atiku wins,
so Yoyibo that pick our candidates.
Let me explain now. If Atiku wins, they are fine. If P2B wins, they are fine. If Tinubu wins, they are fine. Most of these people
what
are
about other candidates like everybody else?
I think Shewore too is part of it.
Okay, so all the candidates will be all of them. It was Yoyibo that gave us all the candidates.
Why do you think many African countries that know where their bread is buttered always call Nigeria the sellout? You don't understand that. Go and check. Go and check what Nkrumah was calling Nigerian the leaders. Go and check what they were calling Nigerian leaders. We are the biggest
what does
sellout.
It matter? Anybody have opinion now? I don't want to argue whether anyone is a sellout or not.
How many? Okay, if you look at Nigeria right now, we hardly produce prominent nationalists. We hardly produce prominent Pan-Africanists.
So what's the process of producing them now?
Because these people are the ones that build nations that are strong. They enable the nation to express its highest potential.
Okay, so you're saying other Africans are producing them. We are not producing them. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying African countries are like midgets, but they are taller midgets than Nigeria when it comes to nationalism and Pan-Africanism.
What makes them taller midgets?
Because they don't. We as Africans, we have been sheltered to an extent. We don't fully understand how to play in the global arena at the moment. We have not engaged the world on the high level that they are operating at.
And when you're saying we, who's we?
The entire Black African continent. The entire Black, maybe even the entire Black world in general.
But these are knowing what and not knowing what. It's based on individual, intelligence and individual knowledge.
The evidence is right there. Go to North Africa alone. Sorry, I think I removed that thing just now. I think something was there. I went and removed it by accident. I think that's it there. Let me bring it back. So if you go to North Africa right now, 4 North African countries that are not Black have more soldiers, or just have as much soldiers as more than
talking about soldier now.
Hold on, as more than 40 Black African nations. What the reason why I'm using that as an example?
So
I'm not talking about militarism. The fault of is our people now. Our people. That's why I said our
you
people.
You keep telling me that Oyinbo man is doing. You were blaming Oyinbo all day. Saying Oyinbo man is the one picking you. Is the one. Like everything you're doing wrong. You blame Oyinbo man.
Why are you struggling with understanding concepts, Mike? See, let me put it in a way that is easier to understand. If you have a snake on the road and you get bitten by the snake, one, that person that gets bitten is at fault because they should know, they should be looking at the ground where they are going. That person is the number one fault. But the snake is also a problem, isn't it? So it depends on how you are dealing with the problem, the point of view you are coming from. Both sides are accurate. You can see the snake as a problem and you can see the individual as a problem. That is the concept I'm trying to paint to you here. It's not about whether we don't have agency and we shouldn't be responsible for our own fate. But it's also, if somebody is saying that Westerners control things within our environment and they are partly responsible for the problems we are having, you should understand it from that context, because it's like any negative thing that happens to you from the outside. If somebody comes and mugs you, it doesn't mean that you are at fault for the person mugging you. But you have to also take a look at look at it from the point of view that you put yourself in that situation. That the person got and mugged you. Why are you walking on the street maybe at night? Or why are you walking on the street even in the daytime? Maybe you should be traveling with a bodyguard or something. So you can choose to blame the individual that got mugged, or you can choose to also address the mugger.
Is that clear? That's the deal, man. That's the deal. You know, if I'm the one that produces everything you consume, let's say, for example, you don't know how to cook, right? And every time I want to eat food, I'm the one that cook the food. You always come to me. That's just the reality. You, no matter, even if you hate me, even if I don't like you, even if I start giving you a bad deal, telling you that, okay, every time you want to eat my food, I'll make you pay so much money. I decide whatever, amount I want to charge you. You understand? Or telling to sell me your house, everything, or sell your children to me, whatever I would, the fact that you keep coming to me, you don't know how to cook, and I'm the one cooking the food, and you need my food to survive. You can't start be blaming me. You got to blame yourself for the fact that you don't know how to cook. So here's the deal. The reason why these Africans get bad deals from everybody, the white man, whatever, is because we all want to consume things the white man makes. We all want to drive the white man's car. We want to wear the white man's clothes. We want to use white man's technology.
I don't want to always
Hold on. You can sit there and sell out all you want. Calm down. And the white man realized that, even the Chinese, all of them, and they tell you what they want from you. They get whatever deal they want. They want your mineral resources for free, whatever, for cheap, for penny, and So today, if you want to stop that, just as you can stop me taking advantage of you because you don't know how to cook, you always come to me for food that I cook. Go and learn how to cook. And today, I can guarantee you, if Africans, you and I, we start learning how to make things, whatever it is that the white man, we want the white man to get, just like during slavery. If how slavery would have ended, if one Africa would have woke up one day and say, hey, let me figure out how to make the umbrella and the mirror that we are selling people for. Guess what? Slave trade would have ended, because nobody would need to go and selling money for mirror, because now we make mirror too, mirror and umbrella. You understand?
Yeah,
it's not different. Hold on, wait, calm down. It's not different today.
You are diverting.
We all of us want everything when woman is making. We don't want to make nothing. And then we just sit around and cry and blame when you're saying someone is selling out. No one is selling out. Even if your leader today, he says, okay, let's ban importation of anything we is bringing, so we keep our money to ourselves. The other, they were buying, like, who wants to give up on all these things?
Well, let me ask you.
You yourself, you shout, because you yourself cannot survive without the woman. Everything from your head to your toe is made by white man.
Jeez. So the point you are making is that Nigerians don't make stuff. Are you taking the leaders? Are you including the leaders too?
It's not leaders' job to make stuff.
Okay, you see, now you are.
Name one politician in America. Name one politician in America.
Even paraventure criticize the current president in office. That's why you say it, you put it that way. He is just as a Nigerian as everyone else.
Yeah. So Tunaja, name a politician in the Western world that has made anything, that has created anything.
Presidents create the environment that people can thrive in. You have a president in office.
Now, environment is the reason you are not making anything. Black man always blame everything. It's the same thing in America. The black Americans too, they will say, "Oh, it's the environment." They live in the same country as they are.
You don't understand the concept.
They are fellow.
Mike, you're acting as if you're a little bit slow this time. I think it takes you about 4 hours to.
You want to blame environment for the reason you're not making.
Normally, when you have conversation with Mike, he starts off very, very slow at first. It takes him about 4 hours on average to actually get smart. But it's okay. Mike, we already know that. We know that about you already. So let's carry on with this way.
You know that environment excuse, right? When Nigeria will tell me the reason I'm not innovating or learning how to make anything, even toothpick, is because there's no enabling environment. Tunaja, 200 years ago, even 500, even 1,000 years ago, the thing white boys in Europe were making without electricity, that and the environment they had back then is nowhere as enabling as the one you have today in Nigeria, where you still can make toothpick. You understand? When more people were making even like compass.
What is your conclusion? What is your findings? What is your findings on
what
that?
I'm telling you is the things they were making before even electricity or even today you have AI. You can Google.
What is your findings now?
When you start telling me that the reason Nigerians we are not making anything because enabling environments. Are you kidding me?
Okay, then what is your findings? Are you saying we as black people cannot make anything? What I'm saying is that includes Jagaban, that includes all your bars and everything. Is that what you are saying, Mike?
Yeah, that's where the problem is. We need to, what I'm trying to tell you.
So you are saying Jagaban cannot make anything. The Obas cannot make anything. Everybody cannot make anything.
What I'm trying to tell you,
Are you scared now, Mike?
No, the point I'm trying to tell you is that we need to stop blaming white man. 1, 2, and we need to stop crying like bitches, man. We're the only race of people. If I go all over the internet, the only people crying are black men from all over the world, crying.
I must say though, a lot of other people are crying though. White people are crying too.
They don't cry. They just white people go around solving problems, man. And
I think the crying is not the problem. The point I was trying to make is that too many people cry for
racism.
The crying is not the problem. Mike, it's actually their culture. Culture is a very, very powerful thing. How they hold each other accountable, how their level of integrity has been maintained, their morality, their ethics, how strong it is. Because those things are the kind of things that enable people to function very well together. If people believe that when that man says something, I will stick to it.
Do you know what one white person told me? You know that all these shows that we do, all these Nigerian, all this podcast that we do, you know that it's not only Nigerian that are watching it. There's a white person that told me that I thought Nigerians were smart people because you say we like whenever they come on our spaces on YouTube, so like what we do is just cry, just like the blacks, like we just cry. Like I'm like, oh my god, this is embarrassing. And when I asked them to name the shows, you guys know what the number one show. That's your show. All you guys will come there every weekend, just cry. Yeah, bad. This is hungry. This bad government. Just
all because of Yoruba money. Look at how
you guys have said the same thing over and over that the show has become boring. Like at least, come on, man. I mean, talk about ideas now. What is it all about crying every day?
You know what, Mike, you are forgiven. I'm not going to blame you because you are still a mental midget because Yoruba man is in office. You can't see anything wrong with what is. I forgive you for your sins. It's okay. You're allowed to be.
No. The thing is, at least if you want to talk about what someone is doing wrong, at least go straight, be specific. It's not like you just say the same thing. Oh, he's bad government. Oh, he's bad government. Okay, get into the detail ways. You know, and then also propose solution, propose alternative. You know, like just
that's why
propose something so that way we can learn. We can even the government maybe they can.
Panel they have more gravitas than the people that show up here. Let's face
it. Check this out. Check this. Let's say Tinubu listen to you guys now, and he needs solution. He can't get no solution from anything you guys say.
Tinubu doesn't want solution, don't you get it?
Okay.
Why do you think he wants solution?
Forget whatever I need or not. I just say let's assume that the government in Nigeria, they listen to you guys, when you guys talk, and they need idea. They can't get any idea from you guys because you guys don't discuss
ideas from us.
You guys just cry.
See, even my this thing. Look at that. If you want to know what is going to solve Nigeria,
they are killing people. Fulani. Bad government.
Look at the comment under my.
The only person that bring ideas is you. At least you come up with 2 million soldiers. I'll give you something, Sha.
Oh, look at that. I come up with 2 million soldiers. That's the only one I come up with. How about the nukes? We need the nukes too. We need to be able to threaten anybody that tries to threaten us.
You come up with 2 million soldiers and nuclear bomb.
You know, the only problem is that about nukes, Nigerians, they
you didn't tell us how to build it. That's the only
problem. You are not allowed to say those words, nuclear weapon and Nigeria together. You shouldn't ever
even a 5-year-old can come up with that idea like you need nuclear bomb.
Actually, they don't.
Idea, we'll tell you what you need.
Do you know that while I was growing up, I've not had one Nigeria utter that word. Like
when you say Nigeria need nuclear bomb, I think we don't know. We don't know we need it. That's not what we need from you.
We know it exists, but we never utter it from the point of view that we build it. It's crazy. Like, why not? You have 200 million people to protect. You have maybe the voice of many black people around the world to protect. And when it comes to big stuff, we just get scared. I don't blame us for being scared. It's because we are afraid.
Scared. Sunaja, I don't think we are scared. We just
are scared. Our leaders are scared.
Sunaja, we don't know how to build it. Sunaja, we don't know how to build it. It's not like we are scared. We don't know how to build it. We can't even build pistol.
Building nukes is easy. If Americans
and I ain't never start.
So you don't know it's easy. Oh my God! See, that's your
why
thing.
Why didn't you tell us now? So we could have donate money. Make
one of those people that need sociology.
So you don't have to build it, and you haven't approached anybody to say you are.
See, nuke was built in the 1940s with technologies that
you know how to build it.
We have more technology now in Nigeria than the
Tunaja,
technology
do you know how to build it?
when they built nukes. Yeah.
You know, Tunaja know how to build nuclear bomb. Ah.
Why you see? Go and check it. It's right there.
Oh, yeah, tell us how to build. Tell us.
Go and check every physics textbook. The formula is there.
Okay, tell us the formula.
Huh?
Tell us now.
It's to get your this is the radioactive materials, get them into the space where you are going to be able to enrich them, and it requires some serious engineering to get those things done. And you apply the necessary power supply, the necessary current, the necessary this in particle this in processing systems. And if you build it, if you are able to build it, it will work, but it takes serious precision work, because you're talking about things that operate at atomic level here. You have to be controlled. You have to be able to control things properly there. So it's just precision work. It's like something that makes an expensive.
Let's clap for Tunaja. Tunaja just broke down how to make nuclear bomb. Hey, I don't learn how to make nuclear bomb. Tunaja.
You know all those Swiss watches that they make, or those mechanical watches that they make, how complicated they are. Nuclear weapon is even more complicated than that in terms of the precision that is required. It's higher precision because you have to be very, very careful about leaks, because these things, when a container that you have, like when you put the water in a container, you seal it and the water doesn't leak. No, that kind of level of sealant doesn't work when you are dealing with something at that level of precision. It has to be tight. Everything has to be tightly done. Every inch and millimeter, even below sub-millimeter measurements, has to be precisely done. So that's where the engineering challenge is. But in terms of the process, people know how it is done. It's just that if you try to do it now, a lot of people will come and stop you. People that have the technology to monitor chemicals, they said if you use the radioactive chemicals somewhere, 50 years time they come there, they will know somebody used it there. 50 years time. That's how powerful some of the equipments are now to detect those things. So this is why it's hard for any other country to make it now. You think they wouldn't have hidden to go and make their own nuclear weapon? It's very, very hard to do it without being detected all around the world. So and in Nigeria, they came and gave us some cars to detect radioactive material. They give it to us to help us fight potential dirty bombs that Boko Haram might bring into the country. While in reality, we are using it to monitor ourselves from never being able to build it. Those vehicles, they are driving around Nigeria, they are busy inspecting the Nigeria for Igbo people to make sure we don't build it ourselves. So
Tunaja, who should be the president in 2027?
I hope somebody new shows up that has the kind of voice that maybe someone like Traore has, that actually means the business of trying to actually extricate Nigeria from this terrible grip that we are under. It's a terrible, terrible grip. And I've seen it at work under this government. And I see how Nigeria has remained the way it is. Fela tried his best to tell Nigerians, but they can't seem to. In short, it's the people he's telling that are doing it. So I don't even know what the point is. Nigerians are just like this president.
Tunaja, I'll be honest with you. If you ask me, I think if we want to develop that country, I think people should, individual Nigerians should focus on their states. You understand? And just trying to get things done through your state. Because as far as me personally, I don't even care about Abuja, whoever is in Abuja anymore. I care about my state. Like right now, I'm from Lagos, so I focus on Lagos. In fact, where I'm from, part of Lagos I'm from, so I'm focused on, because if I can develop, if that can advance where I'm from, I don't care what other part of Nigeria.
The only reason why you believe in that,
because
the president the Yoruba man is in office. Why do
No. In fact, I was someone that always prayed that Yoruba man doesn't become president. Because
are you sure?
I'm serious. No. Let me hold on. Wait now. The reason this last election, the reason why I got involved was because obedience they were insulting everybody. They literally recruited me to join this thing, because I was never someone that I just, because I know that when the president screw up, people will go after his ethnic group. You understand? Like when Obasanjo was president, everybody was insulting Yoruba people because people when it was fucking up. See Yoruba no be see your brother and he fuck up. Everybody attack your ethnic group. We all know that.
So me personally, I know a president is not going to do anything for me. So I never care where the, I was always like, I don't want the Southwest president to be there. I'd rather, but this one was more like you guys turn into this. The way Obedient came out, just they turned into a tribal competition. Like, okay, that's what I want to do. Okay, now let's get it. That's why I even, so I'm not interested in my tribesman being president. I've always concerned about.
I hear what you're saying. In some ways, I don't like when I hear some Yoruba people gloating, and you can see this kind of wry smile or smirk in their face when they don't seem to realize that some of the reasons why some other people are complaining has to do with the fact that even if he's a man that is in office, there are tribes person that is in office, that the person is not performing very well. And there's also this other aspect whereby the trend now is that what you see in Nigeria is that Nigeria has favored the Southwest the most. And there's a little bit of smirk that is going on about that too. Personally,
how's Nigeria favor the Southwest the most?
Oh yeah, right. Let's not even debate that one. Let's not even go there. The Southwest, if you look at Nigeria as it is, the Southwest shouldn't even come close to being the most developed in terms of, especially Lagos. It shouldn't come close.
Why not?
Because they don't produce any real stuff.
What do you mean they don't
produce? The only reason why they produce is because Nigeria made it so.
Wow. Like you saying the oil we produce in Ondo State and Lagos State, Nigeria made it so.
Let me give you an example. Remove Lagos as capital. Let's say Lagos was never capital of Nigeria. Let's say it was Abuja.
You can't just say want to remove.
Hold on.
Okay,
now.
I'm saying in terms of capital.
No.
Okay,
I just wanted to see it.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Let's say Abuja was the capital of Nigeria forever. Lagos was never the capital of Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Which part of the South, that southern region, because Lagos is South technically, which part of the South will be the most developed?
Lagos has been a prosperous city way before Nigeria. Lagos has been
even Calabar will be more developed than Lagos.
You are out of your mind.
Doesn't even have that much oil.
You are smoking. Lagos has been a prosperous.
But that is the truth. You don't want to embrace it because you just Lagos doesn't have natural resources. Does it?
Lagos has oil. Lagos has been even
Lagos has as much oil as Akwa Ibom.
Dude, forget whether not wait. With your natural resources, like are you telling? What is this guy talking about?
It's a straight question, Mike. Answer it. Does Lagos have as much oil and natural resources as Akwa Ibom?
The whole Akwa Ibom state.
Yes.
Akwa Ibom is way bigger than Lagos now.
Okay, let's say
forget natural resources. Lagos is not developed through natural resources.
Okay, so now you know. You understand what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. Lagos
does not. More states get way more allocation than Lagos. Lagos is not because of natural resources, and it's not because of Nigerian government. Lagos has always been a prosperous city.
Lagos will be like Benin.
Lagos has always been a prosperous land.
No, not Delta State. I mean Edo State. Edo doesn't have a lot of oil. Lagos doesn't have a lot of oil, and you can see that they are not.
It's not oil. It's not oil that's making Lagos develop.
Oh my
it's not
God.
Oil.
It's not. Of course, that's my point. It's not oil. It's Nigeria.
Lagos. They discovered Nigerian oil in 19.
Nigeria that made Lagos develop.
No, it's not Nigeria. Lagos has been prosperous way before Nigeria.
Yes, because the British came there and built their capital there. Or the Europeans.
No, the British were in Calabar. They were everywhere. No, they didn't. No, Lagos was not capital. Calabar was capital. In fact, Lokoja was also capital.
No, Lagos was.
Calm down. Lagos has that water. Lagos is blessed with that water, deep sea water. He also been a. Hold on.
Same other parts of Nigeria, just in case.
Calm down and listen a little bit now.
I'm just trying to. Okay,
you gotta listen a little bit now. Lagos, as Yoruba, the way they create their towns in those days, you understand? We always have cosmopolitan environments, and Lagos has always been a cosmopolitan environment way before the British came. You understand? It's always been that. So
it's funny.
Hold on. Wait. Don't forget that when even the slaves were returning, the people from diaspora where after slavery was abolished, many of them, educated ones from Sierra Leone, from all over the place, when they came back to West Africa, came back to Nigeria. Lagos was a place they picked. It was already a place that was already booming in terms of economic and everything, where they could already start afresh. So all these people were already there and investing and so many of those things. So it was already a place. So when British came, they were in Warri, they were in Calabar, they were everywhere. But they also saw Lagos as a place that already established, and it was easy for them to even invest and do things. So that's why they came there themselves and trade. Portuguese, everyone have been trading with Lagos for so long.
Mike, can I
you
come?
can't tell me that it was Nigeria that made Lagos what it is. It's the nature of the place.
Let me explain what I
And
was
also the stability of the culture.
Mike, come on, man. You know,
Okay,
when you are talking so much like this, it just shows that you are struggling with your argument.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So the point I was trying to make was that even the British came, they made Lagos. Even the Benin people came, they helped build Lagos up. So all those people that came to Lagos were the ones that got Lagos to where it is today.
What you got to do with Nigeria?
Hold on, now let me finish. Now I'm just trying to say what I mean by Nigeria is that outsiders came and built Lagos up, and the same thing. Yes, and in the case of Nigeria, the reason why
everybody.
Let me finish now. I want to tell you the reason why I restricted it to Nigeria is because you can also argue that why is that Edo State was doing very well before? After all, they even expanded as far as Lagos and helped develop some parts of this Lagos. Why are they not doing that well now? That is why I brought it back to Nigeria, because by the time it came back to Nigeria, everything reset itself again. And Edo fell back, but Lagos didn't fall back. Why did Lagos not fall back? Because of the Nigerian factor.
It's not Nigeria. Stop talking rubbish.
Oh, look at that.
Wait, Mike, let me say something here. Let us not deviate from the real topic. But Mike make a very good point. I agree with him. He said individuals have to develop their space. We shouldn't take that away from this.
That is not the point we are discussing. The point I was
let the man talk now to Nigeria now. He hasn't even landed. You are already arguing with him.
Let me finish my point. I was trying.
He's the one making point now. He's cut him and saying
we don't change the topic. The topic was that.
But he hasn't. You don't know what he's trying to say now. You already are judging what he's saying. He hasn't said anything.
Let him talk. I'm just trying to read that. I would have finished by now. The point I made, so that he comes from the context I was addressing the point that Nigeria has benefited the Southwest more than any part of the country compared to the resources, especially Lagos has. Am I wrong?
My friend.
Kunaja, if you want me to come in there, see, Mike make a very valuable point. It's like someone that is trying to place, whether you pointing to a problem or pointing to any problem, but someone is trying to provide a solution. He said everybody have to develop their space. And now you use a
conversation. You're just changing the topic.
Tunaja, let the man talk now. Give him chance now.
Tunaja, just be patient.
Yeah. So now you use Lagos as an example. The Southwest they have benefited. Look, if you look at Nigeria closely, there is no single tribe or region that are not crying for marginalization. Even when you say the people from that particular region, they have benefited so much. Now let's go back to history of. I don't want to go to history before the British. I just want to talk about regional government now. During the time of regional government, our intention was for everybody to focus, and Ahmadu Bello most especially, even that of Awolowo is also controversial, that everyone have to develop their space. And indeed, let me just say, before that civil war, people were really trying to develop their space, because Awolowo, even under the British, make a very huge contribution to that development in the Southwest, to the entire western part of Nigeria, but the Southwest benefited more than we, Edo and Delta. And because of that crisis between Akitola and Awolowo, it led to the creation of Midwest, which later became Bende. If you look at that era, only the rubber from Edo, it was attracting industry. The cocoa from West, East, they were contributing on everybody. But since they now centralize every one of us, the Abuja don't know what Edo people need to boost their potential at all. I'm telling you. What the Southwest need to boost their potential, people that gather in Abuja don't know it. They're just trying to put us together with one idea, and it's not producing results. Until we go back to where we have to, now we have states. Let's focus on what those states can produce. Indeed, Lagos is favored historically. It was not even a Nigeria territory, just because they don't want to even teach history. When the British seized Lagos, they make it their own colony. It was their own country.
The black there were almost like citizens of the United Kingdom. Then they haven't had this Berlin Conference. They describe it as British West Africa settlement. They have to place their army there, supporting the Royal Niger Company. They were just exploiting us, and they themselves were also, these Europeans were also fighting themselves. So even the French, they put their own settlement in Stubatoon, this Mali of today, as their West Africa settlement. So, but as time proceeds, things continue to change, and that is how Lagos got that favor. But Calabar was even more developed than that Lagos, and that's why they use it for capital city for almost 14 years before they return it back. Before they return it back to Lagos and create regional amalgamate both north and south together, and later create this east and west from it. No, they amalgamate it and create east and west the same year. So this is my own take. If we don't go back to that place where people can type into their potentials, because there is no way we're going to develop Nigeria. I'm just telling you the truth. We are different people. And now this generation would have been enjoying that development, and they would have been building on it. Now, if you look at it, it's a very big problem. How this one person is in Abuja, you just say, okay, regional development. Now you pump money to a regional development, and people that own that region, they don't stay in their place. They bring their healthcare burden to another state. Anywhere in Europe, I can receive free healthcare. But who will pay? The region where I live in my own country, because that's where my tax goes to. So who is caring for those people healthcare? This is another question we have to ask. You pump money to a state as an allocation. Why the indigenous people don't stay there? And when they go to another place, the government, they have to take their responsibility. Then who is paying for those things? So look, it's a foundational problem. If we go back to really type to whom we are, every state will document those that are living with, irrespective of place they are from in Nigeria. Then you know those who are contributing. You know, you have their history. You transfer it to the federal. Look, Obasanjo came in. They told him, go and identify Nigeria, or else there will be a lot of problem. They pump hell of money to give useless ID card, and before you know it, they abandon it. The other guy came. Now they are in Senate. They are not debating another one that this knee is no longer good. They will capture. They will fingerprint. I say, why can't they just add it to that very platform that has been capturing the data of Nigeria for years? Because these things are possible. You see? So these are my little submission to this. We must go back to that place where we have to type into our state resources, or even possible regional, and let us be honest to ourselves. This idea of we are one, and that oneness, we can't manage it, we can't develop it. This one is saying this one is my problem, the other one is saying this one is my problem, and people trying to drag space, drag territories, because you have allowed them to coexist with you, and all those kind of things. And at the end, if we are not careful, one day we'll turn against ourselves. And though there are international dimensions to our problem, those people will come and exploit crisis. They don't put end to crisis. They just say we are going there for peacekeeping. And when they go there, they start taking the resources, and they will make sure that war never ends. And that is what I feel for my country, because the way we are going, the level of challenges that we have in that country is very enormous, and the government is not doing anything, particularly when it comes to this insecurity. They are just talking, and the whole thing is getting worse. Sometimes they load people full of trailer, and all these are fiscally fit young men. Sometimes when they intercept them, they don't even know where they are going, but they have a mission in their mind. So I don't know whether they are already distributing barefoot soldiers across the whole country to light it up one day. And this is what I am a little bit concerned about, because a lot is going on in that country. So tonight I give you space, make you still talk your own, you know.
I didn't catch. I know you are talking about state. This thing. I don't know why people keep saying states should do their own thing. The states are already doing their own thing. They are very, very different states. Zamfara is not the same thing as River State. That is this Lagos is the same as any other state. To be frank, I just like to look at things for what they truly are. The issue of the point I was raising was that the Southwest has gained a lot from Nigeria. I didn't say the term I should be using is gain the most, not a lot. in terms of proportionality based on the resources that they have there. If you look at all the southern states, Edo doesn't have a lot of oil resources there. I think Ondo does have more, and Ondo gets more resources. So if you look at all the states that have more there, they tend to be generally more developed.
The level of gas living in Edo State alone, if you know it, you will cry. So don't say there's no.
My point is that when you go from Lagos to Onitsha or River State or Calabar, from Lagos to Calabar, what you observe is that the states that have the resources tend to do better than the states that don't have it. But when you look at Lagos, that doesn't have
what exactly do you use to measure that better? I don't understand.
The resources, the oil resources, because Nigeria is not doing well on.
What are the states doing better? What are they doing better?
They have more developments there.
Look, and, my dear brother, the greatest development for a country is capital human investment. Now, none of them is doing that.
Don't be changing my own. Just let me finish talking.
Economic activity.
Let me finish talking.
Believe is natural resources.
Can you tell who this guy?
Forefathers, Niger, please. Let's
wait.
Finish.
I just want to understand what I'm saying.
Let me push back now. Give him a chance to push back.
If you want to understand where I'm coming from, because that's why I ask you that question.
If you integrity, we suffer from lack of integrity a lot. We can't.
No. You have the floor, but just will push a little back, like 10 seconds. It's not like trying to give
he's making a different point.
Okay, continue.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Who should finish?
Tunaja, look. In Lagos, from Lagos to Weda Madiguri, what you are going to see is that some people inside AC car, and you will see that rusty life in the life of Nigeria from that place to Madiguri. You see children back your water, all tribes, all states. Which state is improving? You go to their primary school, it's almost the same. Neglected. So all they do, all this project they praise. If you go there, you look at the administrative bureaucracies and procedures, they are just for them to share money. Nobody account for anything. And all the budget goes into those kind of infrastructure. We are talking about human capital. Why are Nigeria running away like that? We train the best doctors. They have to go out to go and be the best out in there in America. Because the government is not doing the rightful thing. So all these kind they are doing better. We have to really measure it. Which area? What is infrastructure? None of them that is the same road.
I'm measuring it because even when I went to Nigeria, I was on the road. What I found was that Edo wasn't like Benin City, that wasn't as developed as, in terms of improvement, didn't improve as much as Onitsha or even Imo State. If you look at that corridor, you know, when you're traveling from Lagos to somewhere like even Calabar.
So I got a question for you.
The improvement is not as much, but Lagos experienced a lot of improvement. So that's the point I'm making, that Nigeria has favored.
So the governor that improved Lagos now is Nigeria.
I agree with you too, Nigeria. Because of the airport, international airport and airport, yes, there's a lot. Those are services as well. And it's also
Tunaja, I have a question. Tunaja, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
There was one topic they had. Was it yesterday or the day before about this man that was trying to pass a law that, you know, that man, is he the president of the house that said he wanted to pass, I think his name is Manuel Kanu or something like that. He wanted to pass a law that anyone that's living in another state for 10 years, something like that, automatically become the indigene.
Yeah, they
like
should.
an indigenous law. What is your take on that?
I think the law is valid to be passed.
It's a good law. So now, if I come to your place now and study for 10 years, I become an indigene like you, have you?
Yeah.
I become an indigene.
And the truth is that most people are already indigene, but they don't just know it. That's the truth. If you look at that, was it Bode George or not Bode George, the guy that ran for Labour as a Lagos State governor that is half Yoruba, half Igbo. You will have a child now, and the
Yeah, he's
child.
an indigenous. His father is he's an indigenous.
But that's my point.
No, but what I'm saying is okay. Wait. So me now, hold on. If I go to Calabar now, or and I go to when I stay in a village, I say a Yoruba person, right? And then I stay there for 10 years. Now I become an indigenous, and then I begin to just challenge whoever I'm you know, like whatever the culture they got going on there. I begin to do my own challenge, challenge their culture and things like that. Disagree with their culture if I want to. Disagree with maybe where I was raised, where I come from. I don't respect the kind of things they do there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I begin to challenge them. I'm also an indigenous. Begin to challenge them. So do you think? I mean, what do you think?
That's the right of an indigenous now. If you are a citizen of an area, they regard you as one of them. You have the right to chime in into what is going on there. But it's actually different to being indigenous to an area. Being indigenous to an area is a bit deeper. It has a deeper meaning. And I don't know why people use that term quite loosely. It has to do.
You sound like you're contradicting yourself now.
Let me. Yeah, that's why I use the term a kind of. I think they call it resident.
No. The one this man is trying to do is not saying resident. He's saying like you live there, you move there, you live there for 10 years, you become you're an indigent.
Yes, but what he's doing
but he's not saying you're a resident. I'm talking about being an indigent, meaning like you are now an indigent of that place.
He's using the term loosely because he can't.
No, you forget loosely. No. We know what he's saying.
Can you let me finish? It's like somebody says, I will pass a law, and if you live in this town for 10 years, you become a goat. That sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Because you know that person will never be a goat. Even if you call that person a goat, it doesn't mean that person is going to turn into a goat. To be an indigent has specific meaning. But the context is using it probably means resident, somebody with the rights of everybody that is in that state from the context of the Nigerian constitution. But it doesn't mean the person is an indigent. Americans today that have been in America for 400 years, they are not indigenous to that land.
Tunaja, the one you are saying that already exists. The right of residence already exists. Now we are telling you that also in Nigeria they are indigenous. Indigenous indigenous identity is recognized. You understand that? Like for example, they ask you state of origin, so indigenous identity is also recognized. Like for example, as we speak in Nigeria today, if you migrate to another part of Nigeria, you are not an indigent. You are not recognized as an indigent. So there's certain things if you want to do, like for example, in federal employment, for example, they always want to do this federal character thing, right? Where you must hire indigenous from different locations of Nigeria for that job, right? So now what he's saying is this new law is saying like you now and Agboman, you move to Abeokuta, you move to Ogun State, you stay there for 10 years. Now you're an indigent. So now if they are recruiting people indigent from different parts of Nigeria, now you can apply as an indigent of Ogun State. That's what he's saying.
For what I can see here,
do you agree with that?
The term indigent is wrong, but the concept is right to be done because you don't want people to be living in a state they don't have any rights to even run for governorship. They don't have it. No, that is not appropriate, especially since
currently you have right to run for governorship in any state. That right is not taken away. But
you can't if you are not like somebody from Edo can go to Lagos or Ekiti State.
You can run for governorship in anywhere in Nigeria. Tunaja, you know that, right?
They won't. How many have you seen?
The people will not vote for you, but you are.
How many have you seen that did that?
Hold on, Nigerian constitution give you right to do that.
I'm not so sure about that actually.
Am I lying, Midwest?
I don't think
you have to be from that state. The thing is that every Nigerian have right to settle in any place they want to settle.
Yes,
work. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
But do they have a right to run for governorship in every state?
Yeah, right. Yeah. There was a South Eastern guy that ran for government in Lagos. He couldn't even speak Yoruba.
They have a right, but for you to contest, there are due process. And once you register with any political party, then you will know exactly who is your father. It's always like that. People grow up with you.
Yeah, but the technicality will kind of cut you off. I get that. But the law itself allows you to. The Nigerian
But
law.
where Mike is going for, we not to deviate from it. That bill, there is a hidden agenda behind it, and it has been there even before the independence. It's from expansionist ideology. The danger is this: those who are trying to raise that bill are from eastern part of Nigeria because they spread everywhere across Nigeria. But what they don't realize is that what of these people who are occupying our bushes and buying people, doing everything. So after 10 years, then they are original people owner of that place. So that's what they are trying to say. That will light up the country because we are living in a country where we are suspicious of one another. It's very unfortunate. And two, we have this tribal problem. We have to be honest. Those who are honest about it will say, yes, there's really tribalism in that country. And if you pass a law, take for example, like what is happening in Igbanke today in Edo State, I use this as an example. Ogbemudia was born in that place. He never spoke a Ka language. He was raised in that place. And most of the people bear Benin name. Even from there to a Ka land and all those places. But after the Civil War, there was a policy of reconciliation that, look, war is over. No matter what has happened, we should learn a lesson for let us coexist. And the Colonel Aziki will push hard for it, and this guy saw it go on then. But that fear was there. The first place that the Igbos were able to enter, as far as Nigeria is concerned, were that Bende. They came freely, and they started, they can even join the people in the village, in the city, everywhere. People gave them space to settle. And today, they are not claiming they are the original owner. But if we go back to archives, when that region was created through a referendum, the 12 tribes that make up that place, no one is Igbo. And when it was created, Igbo man was the Senate president of the country. Igbo man, which gives signatory to that region from the House of then Federal Parliament, they call it. And the president of that country was an Igbo person, while Northerner was the prime minister, and which also have the executive powers, and both of them sign it into a region. And most of the head of secretaries and all those people that have to back it up were from eastern part of Nigeria. Now today they are claiming they are chief, they are everywhere. So how do you expect the indigenous people to feel? When somebody say, I'm not Igbo, you say, no, you are Igbo, you don't know your history. Is that not an insultive something? Everybody have different culture. For where they are coming from, they make it clear that they don't respect king, they don't do anything. We respect our king, and we don't see anything wrong with that if you don't respect your own. But don't come and disrespect our own. And it crossed down to Lagos. You saw what happened some time ago, when almost like this, as an example, who said somebody made everybody were campaigning. They don't care who is Igbo. They don't care who is half Yoruba. Somebody address a group and said they are going to take Lagos. They have developed it. And it made that statement, and everything leaked out. And it became a concern for indigenous people. And up to today, they are unable to, emotionally, they are unable to resolve that issue. So, and it's cutting across the whole country. Then when you pass a law, take for example, someone is coming from another state and they don't know how even to talk. They brag they are the best. We are the one that is born to rule. They have been doing this before the independence. It led to a very deadly crisis at that Kano or Kaduna, and many innocent Nigerians lost their life. When we got independent, it was still the same thing. And till today, it's still the same thing. So if you pass that kind of law with the kind of crisis on ground, that 10 years, I will tell you that will fasten a very big crisis. People are not happy. Either they are not happy because someone is insulting them, or perhaps they feel cheated. So I don't think it is proper for anybody to go and pass a bill that you cannot manage. If you want to give indigenous right to people, allow state to document. Don't need for federal government to say I want to give ID. Create a platform where state people will go and register themselves, or else you can't do anything within the state and transfer everything to the federal because you owns it. If the state is doing it, you're already receiving it. And that is how it's being done across the world. Now, if that is the case, then you know exactly those that have been living with you for years, because some people who settle in a particular place, they were able to build that relationship with it. No suspicion. They live freely. But when they knew, like Southeast now, they are a huge population of their indigenous youth are terrorists, according to Nigeria description. They describe them. So they spread to my own place, and they are trying to continue that rubbish in my place. And then you will not say they are indigenous, they have right, they can do anything. It shouldn't be so. They know who's going to control that place. These are some of the worries. And the Fulanis are spreading. Then they become indigenous. Look at what is happening in Benue. The government cannot give clear explanation about what is going on. It's like life doesn't have meaning again. So, and in that process, my dear brother, they need to do a lot of foundational work before they start passing law. I know it is like that in every country, advanced country where we live. But since the day I entered this country, I became a legal person. They have my history. They know my hand. If I've committed any crime. But if you go to Nigeria now and say you need a police report, even the Anini of those days, if he's still alive today, say I need police, they will tell you he doesn't have crime. Because they don't have forensic data of the people, no fingerprinting, nothing. So at the end of it, once they set you free, except those that sometimes they know themselves physically. Yeah, now this guy don't still come back again. We don't catch him before. Now police say they know them. You see? So in that space, they're going to create problem. It's not going to work. This is my own submission. Those who are from Southeast who are planning, they have they want to expand through IPOB. They feel stock through they even most of their cities are ghost town. Then you become an indigene of my place. So all this development you are even talking about that they are doing is the governor that's supposed to build road. When they don't build, the place is underdeveloped in terms of infrastructure. So, but the money is coming. It goes to their purse. It's unfortunate. But what are they really doing for the indigenous people? The answer is nothing. You don't develop their life. You don't put on technical schools. You don't build anything for them. People just have to fetch for themselves. When they can no longer fetch for themselves, they turn to one crime or the other. So this is the problem. And I think, I don't really know. That law, somebody that initiated it, for me, they have hidden agenda and we should resist it. They should go and develop their place, not coming to come and be DJ in my place. Their place should attract people. 45 years of colonization, they have capital city. Why didn't that place attract other Nigeria? That 45 years, I know Yoruba people will come Benin all those years. They are indigenous people in Edo land. There are Edo people who went to their land, who are indigenous people there. They don't have problem. So we know of people who come from Southeast who stay with us. Why didn't people go there? They will say they don't have support, but people are traveling to Maiduguri to go and settle down. So that is my own submission. Everybody is sleeping, sir. Some people are already snoring.
Does anybody want to rebuttal? Tunaja, are you there?
Tunaja is not there. Mike?
Yeah. I'm listening, man. I'm just doing something on the computer.
I had you snoring.
No, that's not me, man. I was muted. I wasn't snoring.
Okay.
The fact that Tunaja didn't say anything, I know Tunaja is gone. Tunaja can keep quiet for
your caller day now.
Minutes, so no way, it's not possible. I mean, Tunaja is gone, man.
So, Mike, do you agree with what he said about the Fulani? They're spreading across the Southwest.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I agree with him 100%. Like, you can't, the Nigeria, see, I always have a problem with Nigerian state. They haven't defined that country, honestly. Like, it's almost like people there, everyone is just there. Everyone go to the position of the governors just to go catch, just to ride, just to join a ride and make money. And I think Nigeria exists because some people just benefit from that thing that the British created. They go there because there's money there, but it's never been defined because it's a country that customs, traditions, that have existed for thousands of years are still there. And you create a country without addressing all these things like, oh no, we have ethnicities, they have their unique customs and traditions and everything. Like where I'm from, for example, Shoma, let me tell you, Yoruba people have something we do. It's called, so it's a I don't know, they do it in some part of our South South, so I don't know, where we bring it out whenever there's like a lot of bad spirit in the land, or maybe there's a lot of evil people that have come into the land, right? From other places, right? So we do that ritual in the middle of the night. Like when we consult the oracle will tell us that, oh, in this town, they have a lot of bad energies. Even a lot of maybe evil people have come to destroy the land. So we have to bring out our deity in the middle of the night. We have to tell people not to. Women cannot see it. Women cannot come outside. You understand? And people will have to stay inside. So we usually do that stuff in all over Yoruba land. But now, many parts of Yoruba land, people can't do it again because the foreigners have come there. We complain. We say we don't know anything about this. Why can't we come out? We have rights. We are Nigerians. That kind of stuff. So now what we find out is that the part of towns in Yoruba land where they don't do it anymore, that's where crimes happen a lot. That's where you hear about some foreigners came to armed robbery or maybe killing by some bandits. So we all have our customs. We have our way of life.
But
we have our traditions. But this Nigerian thing where foreigners, just people, and in Yoruba land, we also have ways where we do things. We have manners and culture and way of addressing our traditional rulers, kings. But when foreigners come, like for example, some people come here and start insulting you about Lagos, and so they need to define. They need to address those things. Like
I don't think so, Mike. I don't think there's many foreigners in Ogun State, and that's where a lot of bad stuff happen.
In Southwest, they trust me. Like even me, I was shocked when I travel across the Southwest. I go to all those towns, all those, especially capital city, even all the way Oshun. You see a lot of people from different part of Nigeria, man. Even a lot of Northerners have moved down. Even a lot of Southeasterners, people have moved. They are welcome, but a lot of them are doing this Nigerian thing, and they come there. They don't, they don't believe in what we believe, So we have tradition, we have festivals that we do, certain festivals where the kings, we already have system in place before British created Nigeria, and you can't kill it because that's our survivor. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not only your place. If you go to Nigeria now, it's like demography is changing. You see strangers, you can't even trace where they are from, and they try to occupy some place, and they don't even understand the culture of the people. It's very bad, as you said, where you are coming from. Like also in Benin that time, every villages there is what they call, they want to be Isusu. They call it like that, and that thing is to wide away like negative energy. And they normally perform this ritual occasionally, at least once a year. But today, nobody practice all those things. But even when we call ourselves a Christian, if I wish we are living upright according to, principles of the Bible is what we practice, I think we also have a good society. But what is happening today, we are no longer Christian. We are not even the traditional people. It's just like we lost everything.
Do you know that up to the 80s when I was do you know that up to the 80s when I was a kid in Lagos, they still used to do the Oro. Even I was growing up in a Papa Road, like Butimeta area, and they used to do Oro there. But now it's not even possible. It's gone. It's because that place now is like, it's gone. Like they can't do it now. The only part of Lagos now where they still do it is like Korodu. But now they are already fighting, and who are the people that are usually fighting? Is talking, complaining to the government and fighting. They have non-goddamn indigenous. You understand? Like what is this? And then they have all these Yoruba liberals, bourgeoisies that they already lost themselves. They will join with the non-indigenous, and they will start talking about, oh, we have become Christianized. So now the because back then when they do this thing, man, like if you are like a armed robber that's like a foreign president that's evil there, because that stuff will chase you out. You know, you just you it is to
What
chase
I
the bad
saw
energy out of the town. That's what it's for.
in
And Yoruba
80s,
land used to be very peaceful back in the old
yeah.
days.
Like that 80s to mention in Benin, for example, somebody stole a plantain, and they said they want to perform parade some kind of juju. Parents will be asking their children, please, if you are the one that
Go and return it.
yeah, go and return. If you are involved in this thing, please, we will take the shame. Don't allow them to do these things. But when I look at my state, I just saw a video 2 or 3 days ago. I think a boy show of maybe that kind 20s just deceive one girl to one corner
And just
and
bam.
just buy and cut her pieces. They catch her, be say na pass. Open and which part say you man. When I was growing up, you don't even to see blood. Something if you see human blood, maybe accident happen in a place, you sight a blood. The kind of shock that will go into you will
They will
last for
do
almost.
if somebody die, they will do ritual where we say, man, the person will kill him
Yeah.
by the next day. You say you go to what you go see. Now you go confess quick.
Both
But now we
spiritual
don't do all these things again. Like
and physically, we have lost everything. And this is what the white people really plan for us.
That's what they plan for now. They wanted to wipe. Do you know that the reason why Oyinbos couldn't really stay in Africa was because of all these things we have, all these, because even they themselves, the thing used to hunt them because when they came with bad intention, most of them gone, they things to chase them away. Because if you think about it, the Oyinbos everywhere else they went, they buy the indigenous and took their land. Like if you see North America now, if you see Australia, their intention was to go there and find a rich land, and they will buy all the locals, either poison them or shoot them or to find a way to eliminate them and take their land, take that rich land. But Nigeria now, you see all these rich places we have, all these territory, even that Lagos, they wanted to take it, buy the local indigenous and kick them out, like the way they took over Cape Town in South Africa. That was Oyinbo people's plan now. But all these things we will get, and he chase them away now. But Oyinbo never leave. Now they won't create situation where all these things go die. They can't come back.
No, Mike, the thing is at that time, all these our fathers, our forefathers, their mind were very upright, and to deceive them to do wrong thing, it wasn't working fast.
It wasn't working. Like Oracle don't tell them before you deceive them. The Oracle don't even tell them
because they search their conscience beside the Oracle. It's like I can't do this to my neighbor. No. They were raised with that culture, that understanding, and now it's like they discover
know the
that
gods are watching them now. They believe the gods are watching everything, so they don't understand that. So they watch their behavior.
Whereby they will water us, dilute us, and they will come and take anything. As we speak today, I don't even think anybody will rise up to stand for that country. It's like everybody is just dead. Like, okay, anything will enter my pocket. This one are my own, because the
Everybody
problem is getting
corrupt. No one is afraid of it. Nigeria become a rubbish place, man. I mean, like the people, even the Nigerians are new when I was growing up. They were very upright. They were still that corruption, not the enter, but this small from the 80s, 90s. But now, people don't even know they don't turn rubbish, man.
They don't normalize
become these dishonest people, don't fear anything. I'm like, how do we become like this? And we say we are becoming civilized.
No, it's not. Because if you go back home, they will tell you now modern life. When I travel, I have the people, what is modern life here? Their attitude is not compatible with. If you are from abroad, you can't even talk with these people too much.
You can't even talk with them. Some of them they think they are copying. It's even
like
behavior of.
You are not the real Jando. They want those guys who come to them to live.
They won't be like Black American kind of thing, the degenerate thing. That's what they want, They want.
You should not do anything with your hand. Just don't plan. That's all. And some people live that kind of life for 2 weeks. They have to run back. But when you try to set up some investment in that place, man, wahala dey, because it's like they finish mentally. They have derailed our people. I have to be honest. And they are going and they are going to take everything back. Now they create a generation That doesn't, particularly my own country, because some African countries are still standing up, but out of Nigeria, eternally, they've divided us so much. We talk ill against one another. The politicians don't care. In fact, we don't even have leader. You don't even have a real person to hold accountable for anything.
You have to understand the leadership structure we had before you came. It was more like a communal leadership, one with the king, the traditional rulers and the people, right? Where the king has the chiefs, even up to your household. You understand? Everybody's interconnected, and it's more about the union of the community, society, how the cultural and everything. But today's leadership structure is more like a politician. Just go there. He doesn't have any affiliation with it's the leadership system is not something that's connected to even the families. It doesn't really get ties with the households or communities or culture or anything. It's just basically a system of monetary make money and economic, and that's it. So now the people now are left with no identity, no cultural, the culture is not tied to the ruling system. So anybody can just become anything now.
The number one tools they use is the religion. Because religion matters a lot in people's life. And the way these pastors structure it, not that the Christianity was bad, but because they structure it for their own personal gain, deceiving people, like God told me to tell you, and actually talk to them.
It's called capitalism. It's all capitalism and money making. If you last think about that now, if you last say money making, money making system is what the British brought to us. Everything about money.
God told them to tell us. They are changing it today. That doctrine is no longer. It's not like that. So to tell you, for years they have been lying, and now they try to establish a new culture of Christ, and I can say totally categorically, they were not able to establish it, and now they've left our people in the middle. People don't know left, they don't know right, they don't respect God, they don't respect the tradition, they don't fear anything, they don't respect rule, they don't respect law. Then how are you going to make those people to prosper?
You know what's funny? Midwest. Me and my brother, we ran into some of our childhood friends like that, where we used to live in the same block, same building, growing up, and the same streets. So we're not talking about like things that's going on in Nigeria now, like how. So the guy is still in Nigeria now. So we're asking questions. The guy say, man, in that street now, if you go there, man, say I'm a single mother, so no. Most of the kids don't even know their papa, like all of them say if you go there now, single mothers live for all the houses, those face houses. So we come and get to ask ourselves, say that time when they grow up for that house, almost everybody, every house, every childhood friend will get for that street. We know everybody, mama and papa, you understand? Everybody know like everybody will mention their name. We know we papa, we mama, you understand? So they were, even some fathers maybe some household may be polygamy, you understand? But at least we still know everybody, papa, you understand? We know say this guy, this man, like this papa, this thing became papa. But you see now for Lagos, say man, everywhere you go now, single mother, so like so so I'm like they say man, single mothers everywhere now. I said, how Nigeria thing become like this? So now basically
I can be like that. Make I tell you. Let's still go back to that 80s and early 90s. Now, like in my place, I will use as an example Edo. Now, I take Yoruba also have it, maybe similar. When I was growing up, if woman day husband house, she's married, addressing alone will tell. And because of that, men, and because of the tradition, because we're raised with the tradition that men that always go after another man's wife, there is a deadly spiritual consequences. So we have those beliefs.
But now nobody know that one though.
Okay, and now And and now, when those women, like my mother, women that are married, when they dress for their dressing, you will know only from their dressing. So they don't receive that pressure from men. Originally, nobody go closer to them to go and toast them. And people don't put their mind in such a thing, and they themselves don't have mind in such thing. But when Christianity was booming, I can still remember, I don't want to mention church, they started these things that it doesn't matter, you can wear what you like. And imagine, there are some kind of dressing that some women will not just put on they will just put on some certain wears. And most of the things that men easily see in them is their buttocks, their breasts, and they become so attractive even when they are married. And before you know it, she is also a human. And people start whispering, and those who are trying to whisper to her, some of them may be bigger, stronger, financially robust than their husband. And they will be thinking, if I wish I've not married this man, this man would have been my husband. And some of them, before you know it, they start engaging in all this adultery. And because of this thing, that's why you see all these marriages are not working. We've lost our culture, and this is exactly what the Europeans planned for us. They have achieved it.
They came to destroy the culture, man. They want to turn us to the, say the black people where they carry go diaspora, where they carry go America, Caribbean. Say they strip away all their African culture. So that thing gonna make them weak. If like I interact with a lot of those people, like they are kind of weak because they don't know. You understand now? So their mind is very weak because they don't have knowledge of their own. The only knowledge in their head is what we both give them.
I traveled to one country in Africa that time, Cape Verde. When I was there, Nigeria was still okay. So that time, I compare with the culture with what I saw there. The women, they will dress, if anything that doesn't bring their buttocks, they can't put it up. They don't wear those kind of things. And when you look at the society, you see women with 6 children, 6 fathers. It's just normal. That is their culture. Not almost like there's nothing like marriage. And I related it then to my country. I said, God, thank you for making me a Nigerian person. But when I started traveling back home, I saw our people emulating this nonsense dressing.
I don't need to now. And now Afrobeat that is not a sing baby mama. And that's when they destroy Peking, man. Like children don't know.
With the dilution of our culture now, I will tell you, many family they are not single father, single mother.
Single mother. Even some now, some children don't even belong to the papa say Nigeria now. That's what's going on.
Yeah. So then
they don't finish us, man. We don't gonna finish. Most of these things, there's a damn spiritual consequence to it,
What are you saying to society, my dear brother? Some of our guys who went back home, who brought their wife here to abroad, and with that family orientation, now many are stuck. There is no balance. We don't really appreciate the culture. I know we all have to respect one another, but at the end of it all, you see that thing is happening here. But what is going to happen is that few years from now, that family orientation, we will lost it, and that trust will drop. So a marriage will just be like, okay, relationship to have children, and after the children, everybody will go their way because there will not be trust. And I've seen it in the country, and I was asking myself, how did these people get to this? Now I realize how they end up in that situation. So it's coming to our place. The trust is dying every day. That's why you see single mother everywhere. Because in those days, people they trust their partner, they believe in that family, they want to work to raise good children, to build future. And this was the idea those days. But today it's just like we've lost it. And a Chinese man, I saw a video when Chinese man was asking one guy in one Africa. He said, so now he said, these white people, they didn't teach you people anything at all. That was, imagine 80s you mentioned, we have large plywood industry in Bende. We have large cement industry. We have matches industry. We even generate our own electricity. We have a rubber plantation. Michelin was in Port Harcourt, but we're supplying the entire rubber to them. A lot of industry. Beauty, mention them. Even at a point, private airline. My dear brother, today, everything is imported. We can't even produce our yam. We can't produce our tomatoes anymore. I don't know what the future holds for us as a people. It's so bad, to be honest. Okay, Mike, you don't come out.
No, I did, man. Well, I'll soon go. I'm going to speak on Saturday.
We just round up now, so I think the last guy have gone. Thanks, Madam. Are you still there?
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, everyone.
Okay.
Mr. Midwest and Mike, thank you all. Man of Prestige, I think he's sleeping, I guess. To Niger, thank you. And Mr. Dewele, thank you. Madam Zita and Remy, thank you for joining us on this session. And to all the viewers, hope to see you tomorrow. We appreciate your contributions on the super chat. Please, guys, don't forget to click the like button. Thank you so much and have a good day. Have a great morning and ta-ta.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.